These nuts.
That's so literally the first thing that happened when we went live. Jesus.
I'm glad.
Why? Why did you have to open with
Because
that?
I'm funny.
You monster of a person. You absolute monster of a human
Pretty
being.
much. Hello, everybody. This is Film Caffeine coming at you live from the Film Caffeine channel.
Keep
Oh
talking.
my
I'm
god,
audio
is that the
dubbing you.
Coda guy?
I think it might
That's
be.
what I'm known as. Honestly, I'd be fine being known as the Coda guy.
It's
That's
the
good
prick.
praise. It's the prick. It's me, the prick.
It's
Did I
the
die? Did I
It's
not
me,
die?
Mario.
Oh my god, is that Clout Mithy?
Is that no?
Forgot it.
Clout Mithy's dead. Clout Mithy is dead. Don't ever besmirch his name. He's
He's
dead.
gonna be
and
revived in Thanksgiving.
No, he's
Kinda
not. No one's coming back.
sussy.
We all know he is.
I killed him. I straight up killed him. He's not coming back ever. I promise.
Guys, I believe him this
I got
time.
the cops on speed dial. I'm just gonna quickly report that murder. You're done, bro. Goodbye.
Okay. I'm here with CJ.
Yes.
That one doesn't count.
Hello.
Let me do my.
Sussy Barker. He's
You.
This was a
alive with
mistake.
me.
This was a complete mistake. I'll be honest. I decided to do this extremely impulsively, and I realized the problems with it because now there is no structure. There is just Among Us and nothing else but Among Us, and also memes.
Mogus?
Okay, but yes, we are talking with CJ from That One Doesn't Count. Check out his channel. We are talking with Tyler Goodrich from Tyler Goodrich. Check out his channel.
That's my name.
And we're talking with Christian from a production journal. Check out his channel. He's the only fuck. I mean, I guess me too, but in the guest, you're the only fuck here with a different channel name. That. Oh my god, I'm such a dumbass. Actually, Tyler is the only one with his channel name actually being his actual name.
My name is not. It does not say That One Doesn't Count on my page.
I was gonna say. I was like, you're the only fuck.
Hey,
no,
it.
that's his
what
birth
should we name our
name.
Kid? I don't know. That one doesn't count. Perfect.
That's such
First name, that one. Last name doesn't count.
Exactly.
It's such
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep, it's so much fun to be here with my friend. Legal name being That One Doesn't Count. I don't know what that means about your parents, exactly.
Yeah.
But yes, we are here live.
It means
I'm
pretty
gonna try
much
to-
what you think it means.
Exactly. We're here. Leave a chat in the comment or comment in the chat. God damn it!
Leave
I
a
can't
chat
do
in
it.
the comments.
Leave a chat in the comment. That's what we're doing here.
Like a full. live
Don't you
chat
dare
in-
comment. Leave a chat in the comment. All right.
No comments. But hello. Yes,
Come?
we're here today. Come? Don't say that ever. Today we'll be
It's a bit
talking
late.
about what.
What a wonderful start to this
started
live stream.
Okay, we're gonna be
Okay.
doing an MCU ranking, right?
Yes, we're gonna be doing an
Yeah.
MCU ranking.
Hello.
You're the only one here.
We're
We're doing an MCU ranking. We are here with the list, a full list of all of the MCU projects that have been released thus far, including What If. We have thoughts on What If. I think we should save What If for the very end, personally.
Yes.
But yeah, we're gonna just go through. We're gonna rank all these things because one, it's clickbaity, and two, I like talking about Marvel movies. That's literally the point of the thing. Tyler,
Yeah, it's
while
good-
still
so-
being
Wait, you
So
like
when you
Marvel
said, when you
movies?
said
Don't
Clout
talk to
Mithy
me.
was dead, you were lying. Clout Mithy is very much alive. God.
Clout Mithy is dead. Anyone who
In
says Clout
spirit.
Clout Mithy is dead. Oh, but we're doing this for clickbait.
I also find it
no,
funny
I'll-
that my chat covered up my face
Mithy,
only.
your chat covered up your face. Seamus Walker's also here. Hi, Seamus.
I'll point to the chats. If,
Yes,
leave
please.
a chat and
Yeah,
I'll point to it.
It's-
Famous YouTuber
it's
Tyler Goodrich
over
will
there.
point
It's all
to
over
his
there.
If you don't want to see
Yeah.
Tyler, just
Yeah.
keep commenting just to block him off.
exactly. But yeah, we are here and we're gonna rank the MCU movies. Do we want to start with Ant-Man and the Wasp?
No.
It is.
No one
Okay.
wants to start with Ant-Man and the Wasp.
I
We
wouldn't
don't
know
wanna
where
start
to
with-
put it.
We don't want to start with it. Let's start with chronological order then, right? Let's start with the first one.
Okay.
The first thing that ever came out, Iron Man himself.
Okay.
Where does Iron Man belong? You guys all
Iron
go
Man's
while I
an easy
promote
A
this on
tier for
Twitter.
me.
This is where it gets tough though, because it's one of
For
those
me,
things
Iron Man's
where
an
I
easy A.
agree it's at the top, but what else are we going to put in A and what else are we going to put in S? Because I feel like that depends on what I say for this. Because it could be C,
Okay.
not through it being bad, but just through everything else being better, in my opinion. Because like it is, I feel like there are
Before
better
we go any
movies.
further, before we go any
I-
further, can we just
Bad.
quickly establish what list is going to be talking, just so we're not talking over each other?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's start with Tyler. I mean, you said disregard the list for a second. Your actual opinions on Iron Man and its position in the entire MCU.
Yeah. I think it's the first MCU movie, and I feel like there are some caveats to that. Also, sorry, my girlfriend is cooking in the kitchen.
No, it's fine.
Because
I'm gonna
gender
have so much
roles
other noise behind.
are
Yo,
are a thing in
shit.
this household.
Here we go.
Not actually.
Can we do a gender role tier list?
No.
No, man.
Just male and
Gender
female.
role
No.
tier list?
Gender role tier list. But yeah,
No,
Missy,
I believe in
you're asking to
equality,
get
trans
cancelled.
rights.
Missy, you're gonna need clap Missy back to get
I
any sort of
will
attention. You're about to
probably
get cancelled.
I will, and it's not a good thing. But he's dead. He's dead. I promise you all, he's dead. Okay, stop bothering.
It's
me
the
with it. Every
fact
time-
about how much you're saying that he's dead. Like, you just keep bringing it
people
up.
keep asking me, so I keep mentioning it. Like every single
Hmm.
thing I say, they're like, "Oh my god, Club Mythy," and I'm like, "Guys, he's dead." So every time I have to say he's dead. If you ask me, I will tell you whether he's dead or not, and I am telling you the truth. Okay?
Okay.
Look at me in the eyes. I am telling you the truth. He's dead. Okay?
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
Iron Man. Go.
Yeah, I think it's like because it's the first MCU movie, a lot of other ones followed suit. And so I think that comes with some caveats of like it has a weak first villain and like the and so like the CGI is not the best, but I think it's really good in the first one because they do have practical suits and like special effects like practically done, and Jon Favreau's direction was really good. But I think like there are just other movies that go further into like the mythos, which like personally I like more, which that's for the actual ranking. But I think actual Iron Man, very good movie, but like it's just one of those things where I feel like ranking it, I'd probably put it A or B tier, but I'd be inclined to say B probably, just because I think that there are a lot better movies. Like just in the MCU, I think there are a lot of movies that go above it and like take the initial setup that Iron Man gave and just exceeded those like expectations that you would have had for what a Marvel movie can be.
Yeah. I mean, Jon Favreau and Robert Downey Jr. and even Kevin Feige, they set the groundwork with something in Iron Man 1.
Yeah.
And I feel like
Yeah.
to some degrees of improvement and some degrees of what's the opposite of improvement? But like ends with an event.
Home Improvement.
Home improvement. Also, I said vent. Fuck. Decrement. I guess. I don't know. I think decrement might be the word. It does it some favors and it does it some disadvantages. What this movie did. But yes, Christian, you want to go next? What are your thoughts on this magnifique of a film?
I'm gonna keep it really short because I just realized that the plumber just turned up for the kitchen sink, and that's very loud. So all I'm gonna say is the actual filmmaking of it, I really enjoy. I like you said, they had a lot of stuff that was practical, very enjoyable. I remember watching it for the first time and never really vibing with it. So for me, it's probably a B or a C.
Okay, all right, a B and a B over C. CJ, you want to finally?
For me, Iron Man's still one of the best movies in the MCU. I enjoy it a lot. Every time I watch it, I like it a little bit more. It's an easy A for me.
Okay. I think what my opinions on Iron Man 1, I mean, I kind of talked about them with Tyler, but Iron Man 1 is a film that when I first watched, I didn't completely fall in love with. I was like, this is okay. I'm not like the biggest fan of this. But I was also a little dumb kid who didn't understand anything. Rewatching it, and especially I think even because I watched High Top's video on it and then I rewatched it to try to understand some of those concepts. Iron Man 1 isn't a very MCU movie. You know, when you think of the typical things of an MCU movie, it's hard to really just notice those first on. Like you see little hints and seedlings of it. I think of the hero has something that they have to overcome, and then or like they have like some kind of self-realization, and then they finally fight a big bad guy at the third act. Like those marks are there. But I think tonally, Jon Favreau and Robert Downey Jr. created a tone that is still different from like what we think of the MCU today, you know? And I think that that's part of that is a good thing and part of that is a bad thing because not every movie should feel like Iron Man, and some of the movies on this list definitely feel like Iron Man in some of the worst ways. But Iron Man in and of itself, you can't really fault for that because it was the first, you know? It's like faulting Batman 89 for having Batman kill when it was like, I mean, it was the first movie. That wasn't as established, you know, the first time around. So I think, I mean, I want to put it in either the A or the B tier. Um and because I don't think it's necessarily a C tier movie. I do think it stands above. I don't think it's S tier. I do think there are other things in the
Yeah,
MCU
I don't
that
think
have
it's S
improved.
tier either.
Yeah. So I think it's either A or B. Which one are we resonating more with?
I'm
A or B?
saying A. But
You're saying
judging
A?
by you guys, I'm thinking we're going to go with B.
I personally am feeling B, but it very easily, like if we like the further
If
we
we
get
adjust
into it,
later on.
you can easily convince me that it's A.
Okay. Yeah. Then I
Like-
think, and then Christian, you said B or C. So I think it's fine if
No,
we go with
I would say A, honestly, because
You would
like
say
that's
A,
the majority
really?
here, and that was just like a personal thing for me.
Oh, okay. Then you
But
know what? I'll
it's perfectly competent. There's nothing actually like bad about it. It's just for me, it's just not my cup of tea. But
I'm,
I'd
I'm,
go
I'm
with the upper.
comfortable. I'm comfortable putting in an A because people do look up the Iron Man as an A tier of like, okay, this is what the films are trying to be, and then some of these will go even beyond, and some of these won't hit that mark as high. So I think it's I think I can comfortably sit in A. Sequentially, the next one is Hulk. I was ready to talk about Iron Man 2, but I
E.
think
I hate
S
that movie.
tier, baby.
It's so bad.
The best
You say-
movie in the MCU.
So bad.
M2. I will say also, Plago said Iron Man is S tier. He's not alone. A lot of people do believe
Yeah,
this like is the best MCU movie, and
I
I
understand why
see it,
people
but I
still
don't
think
know.
it's the best because like
Yeah.
there is definitely a fun like novelty and feeling to going back. It's so stripped back compared to the rest of it all.
Yeah.
And I do like that a lot.
But it's also like I think like for me personally, the reason I was leaning towards B is because like I won't say my favorites, so you have to watch longer. But like my favorites are the ones that go more into like the MCU mythos, that go into like the weird cosmic, psychological, like otherworldly concepts. Because I like more goofy supernatural stuff from comics. So it's like for the very like militaristic, grounded Iron Man. Like I don't, like Christian was saying, I don't like vibe with it that much, but it's like a good movie for sure.
I think people always put it in comparison with everything else in the MCU, and I think it just doesn't stand high. But if you're like going to compare these movies to like, I don't know, like the X-Men movies, or like even let's say even like the Venomverse movies now, they're still better than a lot of those movies. You know, it's kind of a Thor, the Dark World situation where, yeah, you can criticize these movies to what end, you know? And I think the Hulk is just kind of ends up being the butt end of the joke because it's the one thing that happened earlier where the lead actor isn't still there, and like not a lot of that
fun
cast is
fact,
still here.
That was my first MCU movie that I ever saw in the cinemas. And
Really?
the only thing that I remember from the film is them fighting in Harlem and this guy's blood going into a drink. That's the only thing that I remember from the entire film. And I haven't watched it since 2008.
That
The Hulk
Stanley's
design is
cameo
cool.
is so weird.
I do like it.
I like the design of the Hulk, but that's like genuinely the only thing I like. That and the score. The score is actually quite good, but everything else about that movie
I haven't
is
listened to the
just-
score ever.
Ugh.
I
The
haven't
score's
paid
got a lot of
attention.
really cool like percussion and stuff. It's actually quite. It's a pretty cool score.
I don't know, because like my girlfriend Tara and I, we've been going through and like rewatching the Marvel movies. Tonight we're probably gonna do Thor: The Dark World or watch Baby Driver. We haven't decided, but like Thor: The Dark World would be next on our
Thor:
rewatch.
The Dark World's more interesting than Baby Driver, so I would go with that one.
You're just wrong, but
Here we go. Here we go.
but Incredible Hulk, like watching it, it's like, because I didn't remember a thing. I forgot, like I remember that Samuel Stearns was in it, forgot like the actual, like he is a like actually this like antagonist of that movie. like a bit more so than Abomination if you like watch it and like know what's going on.
Yeah.
But like you just don't. It's such a poorly edited movie because like I think
it sucks.
everyone will kind of remember the overture that had the Hulk's origin in it. Literally, that feels like it should have been the first act of the movie because like Tara, whenever we were watching it, like she kept saying, I feel like I'm missing something. I felt like they skipped over the first 30 minutes of this movie because like they did. And it's like, I just think it's like a poorly like just made movie. Like I think there's some really, because there's some really good stuff in there, but also Liv Tyler sucks. Edward Norton, I feel like is miscast as Bruce Banner, like especially for what that movie, like I just felt like it's like the Frankenstein, not necessarily Frankenstein's monster, because like I think Justice League, like Joss Whedon's cut is more in line with that, but like I just feel like it's one of those. It just wasn't meant to be like films.
Yeah, and it
also
and
if I talk too much, cut me off because
No,
I
no,
ramble.
I was going to say, stemming on from that, did you know that it's not part of the MCU, but the 2004 Hulk movie, the score done by Danny Elfman is like the main Hulk theme is pretty much identical to the 2017 Flash theme that Danny Elfman did.
Really?
Like, if you
that
listen
doesn't
to them
shock
back to back,
Danny
it's
Elfman,
the exact same thing.
Danny Elfman's not that great of a composer. I'll say it. Can I, like, can we just, can I just...
Ooh, this is a take. This is, in fact, a take.
Nightmare Before Christmas, phenomenal, peak, like, the Batman 1989. But, like, recently, he, like, reuses themes. He hasn't come up with anything original. All of his stuff starts to sound the same. I'll say it.
I will definitely agree. He's never been one of my favorites.
Actually, Mithy, would you mind bringing that up on stream just to confirm it? Because I actually really want to hear them side by side.
What
we'll get blocked again. We'll get blocked like we did for
the 2017.
We'll play it really briefly. What is it?
Yeah, if you play like 4 seconds, you should. So the 2004 Hulk theme, and then the 2017 Flash theme.
It's 2003, not 2004.
Oh, okay, same thing.
Yeah.
Actually,
they're pretty much the same, yeah.
From which point? From this, like the start?
Hang on, don't play it just in case you get copyright. I'll quickly skim through and find it.
Yeah, find the time code. 2017 Flash theme. Is that that one? Is that the one?
Okay. From the 43-second mark of the Hulk theme, and I'll get up the Flash one.
43 seconds.
And the 10-second mark.
And
of the Flash theme.
10-second mark. Okay. First the Flash. Okay, that's like 9 seconds.
Exactly.
It's really similar. I don't know if it's the exact same.
If you listen to the whole one on like 1.5 speed, and it's the exact same. I swear to God.
That's kind of funny.
Let me do that.
So
where's 1.5?
Hello, Patricia Valentina. It's pretty good.
If you listen to it sped up, it's the same thing.
Thing I see is Ezra Miller. Well, guess what, Brian? You're gonna have to keep looking at Ezra Miller. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him, Brian. Look at him. He's Ezra Miller.
Ooh.
Look at him.
Brian, what we were saying was that the 2003 Hulk theme is the exact same as the 2017 Flash theme.
That's so weird. I don't. Yeah, so maybe he did fucking steal shit. Who knows? But ranking wise, do you guys have any other thoughts on Hulk? I didn't really talk much because I don't have thoughts on this movie really. Like
I just think it's really bad. I just think it's really not good.
I was gonna put it in C, and then I heard the soundtrack thing, and I'm like, I kind of want to put it in D more so. Do you think it deserves E as opposed to D?
I think it can be our first D.
You think it can be our first D?
Because like, what else are we gonna put in there? Thor: The Dark World for sure.
Yeah.
But you guys are probably gonna say Ant-Man and the Wasp and Captain Marvel. Like,
quite
when
frankly,
we get there,
I genuinely think like the Incredible Hulk is like a cut above everything else when it comes to being bad. I don't think there's anything else in the MCU that compares to it. I genuinely don't think, like, if we're putting Hulk in E, then everything else is D or higher. It's that simple for me.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay, that makes
shitposting
sense.
right now.
That kind of makes sense. I'm trying to think of other things we could put in E later, and maybe we'll get to it, but we can rearrange that.
We
I
can
hate
push
Santa on
stuff up
Twitter
too
because
if
I
we.
don't hate
Brian said
Captain
everything F.
Marvel.
Dude, do you want the Marvel stance to come after you, Brian? Chill, dude. We can have
Dude,
them
Brian's
come
an
after you.
agent of chaos. He doesn't give a fuck.
Brian is an agent.
He's an
chaos,
agent
and
of
that's why
S.H.I.E.L.D..
Something clicked in him. He used to be this really polite, respectable young man, and now he's just like everything F. It's all bad.
everything. Yeah. It's because of me. I think I ruined him. I sent him too many Kern Walters memes, and we talked too much about Kern Walters that now he's ruined.
You just-
I'm sorry.
There was like a little flame in his head, and now it's just been blown out. He's unhinged.
Yeah, it's just really sad. I'm sorry, Brian. Next movie. This one I'm gonna have a little bit of a fun conversation about. Iron Man 2.
Iron Man
this one
2,
CJ
I
goes
don't hate
first.
as much as a lot of other people.
You don't?
I
why?
actually, whenever I watch Iron Man 2, I don't know what it is, because, like, at pretty much every level, it's a more or less broken movie. But, like, I don't know, I don't think I hate it as much as some people. Like, I'm just a bit of an MCU shill. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I can just watch it, turn off my brain a little bit, and just be like, I mean, it's cool. It's not like it's easily the weakest Iron Man movie for sure, but like, I don't know. There's enough in there. Like Justin Hammer definitely keeps me entertained whenever he shows up. Mickey Rourke's performance is kind of bad, but also really funny, so that keeps me
I
entertained.
want my bird.
And I genuinely think everything with like Tony and his legacy is genuinely interesting. It's just pretty much everything with the villains, like, and the way that's structured is kind of janky and not great. But everything with Tony, like dying from alcohol poison, alcohol, like, you know, they neutered that a whole bunch because, you know, Disney doesn't want to be too doesn't want to be too edgy.
It's all right. It
Can't have
was
someone-
a bit like a devil
Like,
in the bottle
yeah.
type situation. It's
Yeah,
all right.
yeah, exactly. And like, I feel like they handled a lot of that stuff very well.
And,
So,
and I
yeah,
feel like
I would say like that's a C tier movie. Like,
I want
for what it is, I enjoy it more or less.
Tyler and Christian, do you guys have strong opinions on Iron Man 2?
It's a little bit blasé. I don't remember much of it. I do like. I don't like it. I couldn't even really find much to compliment about it. It's not my movie, to be honest.
Yeah. Tyler?
Put steak in my mouth the second Christian finished talking.
Yeah.
This is the dinner.
The
Oh, yeah,
jury goes
yeah,
forth
that's-
to what
that's
to make
pretty-
you.
Wait, let's put you
Elon
Soul.
Musk
Let's
was
put
in
you
Iron
Soul.
Man 2.
Let's give
Oh,
you
we have to
Soul. Yeah,
remember
show
that.
us that dinner
Hello
again.
Fresh.
Hello Fresh.
Um,
Hey,
It is like
sponsor.
the shrimp,
please sponsor me.
steak, rice thing. Very
Mhm.
good. Thank you
It looks
to
extremely tasty.
my amazing girlfriend Tara for finishing it up because I got on the stream because got to talk about Marvel movies. This looks like a hat from Salem.
Marvel is
Which
life.
hat? But do this. It's gonna keep
Yeah,
it
no,
on me, huh?
the one redeeming factor about Iron Man 2, which isn't much of a redeeming factor, is Elon Musk is in it, giving that Oscar-winning performance for about 8 seconds.
I would not call that a redeeming factor. I'd say that's a big
completely-
part of why I put it in C rather than B.
I
Yeah, fair.
completely forgot that.
I like
he
how
is
we're
in
still
that movie.
focused on
Goddamn.
Tyler.
We are still focused on Tyler.
I don't like it.
Not good at operating.
No, I was.
Yeah, this is,
like,
what do you call
for-
it? What's it called? Oh, I forget what it's called. When you watch people eat. Oh man. Yeah, that. But it's like it's a brand of YouTube videos. I forget what it's called.
Mukbang.
Yeah, that.
Everyone's favorite. All my homies
That-
love mukbang videos.
Mukbang. So
Yo, Nick
why are we
Avocado?
mentioning-
Nikocado
What?
Avocado got his life ruined by Penguin Zero.
What the fuck are you talking about?
You don't know that
Don't
name?
look it up.
No,
don't
I.
look it up. Don't look it up.
Just
Oh, Jesus.
I'll tell you after the stream.
Okay.
It's too much.
Tyler,
to get into here.
the thumbnail for this stream is you holding up your food, looking really happy.
That I'm gonna
Good.
change the entire branding
That
for
is
this
brilliant.
to be about that. Yes,
Good.
yep. I am.
You should
Tyler
just change the
Goodrich
entire
eats
branding
food.
of your channel to be about Tyler eating one steak dinner
Yes.
one time.
Please rebrand to
Featuring
Tyler.
Coda.
Eats. Oh god. Tyler
but
Eats
hold up.
featuring Coda.
Just really quickly, so we don't forget the MCU ranking. Iron
Yeah.
Man 2. I like
Yes.
it a lot. I think it's really good. I don't hate it as much as other people. I don't think it's like as broken of a movie as like most people would say. Like I think it's
Yeah,
pretty good.
definitely.
Definitely the weakest Iron Man movie. 100%. But like
No, but they butchered the Mandarin. Iron Man 3 is trash.
Iron Man 3 is the
Wait,
best
sorry,
one.
have we moved on to Iron Man 3? What's
No,
what's
Oh,
going
no.
on?
There's like 6
Okay.
movies in between. I'm just shit
But like
calm
yeah.
down.
Okay.
Iron Man 2, I like it a lot.
You know,
I don't know, because I could review it like two ways. Because like part of me wants to say it's like worse than a lot of the other movies because a lot of the stuff hasn't come back very specifically, other than just like generally things have happened, like Justin Hammer, for instance, or like
Don't let Nando V movies hear you.
well, it's not a bad. Like I
Oh.
want Justin Hammer to come back, but I think like in the general MCU mythos, it gets drowned out a lot. Like kind of the same way Incredible Hulk is like it's not because I think something like Civil War in like the general MCU landscape has, if anything, aged better because so many of the other movies past it have used it to its advantage to where it's like you pick up on more stuff because it tells you you need to pick up on this stuff to understand the other movies. Iron Man 2 doesn't really have that. But like as a movie, I think it's pretty, and I'm saying this like now because like this is where the MCU movies start to become like MCU movies.
Yeah, totally.
Because like something like Loki, we can't necessarily review it as a show because it is a lot of setup for other stuff. So it's kind of like, did we like how the setup was done? Are we excited? That's whether or not Loki's good. So like, I liked Iron Man 2. That's it.
Fair enough.
You know what's my weird take on this movie? I really like it. I think for some reason, I think it is my favorite just amongst this entire list of films.
Just
Or not this
among
entire
us.
list. This entire list of this trilogy. I don't know. I like Iron Man 3 and it's a good movie. And I also really like Iron Man 1. It's a great movie. For some reason, there's something about Iron Man 2 that's like it's a big mess, but it's kind of a big mess in the same way I think Spider-Man 3 is a big mess, you know? Where it's like there's just a lot of stuff going on. The more I've thought about Spider-Man 3 and in Iron Man 2, they are very similar movies. You know? Like the character goes down kind of a dark path, ends up fighting with their friend, and then things they kind of patch up together at the end, and then it's
He's
a
in
very
his own suit.
yeah, and there's the normal suit and then there's a black suit. You know, it is very similar, but even beyond that, the themes of like what Tony Stark goes through in this movie, like he goes through stuff in the third movie too, but it kind of happens on a whim when as he progresses his character. And in Iron Man 1, it's more drawn out over the course of the full movie. Whereas with this, I feel like you just show him more as just a struggling guy. I think in a very unflattering light. And for some reason, that's always resonated with me, which is why, I mean, I personally kind of put it up more towards A, but I think the
sympathizes
consensus.
with billionaires.
I know, and
No.
Elon Musk is in the movie, and now Troy's gonna fire me from the podcast. But I don't know. I just really
You say
I just
that like
really
it's a
like it.
job.
Yeah, I do. But yeah, I think either I'd put it. I think we're all kind of going the direction of either like B or C. If I'm reading the room right.
I would say C. Me
You
I
personally.
would
say
too.
C. You say C too.
Lower
All right, we'll put it in C.
personally, but I would go C. I'm happy with that.
We'll put it in C because it's not as bad as putting in D. I know a lot of people say it's horrible, but
It's not as bad as D.
yeah.
in my
I
opinion.
put it towards the bottom for sure, but like it's a good movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. What's next? I keep forgetting the order.
Oh,
Thor.
Sure. I don't
I don't have
remember
much to say
that
about Thor.
movie. I like the
What-
way
Thor
it's shot.
really
I am
boring.
You guys
kind
talk
of a
about Thor.
fan.
I'll be right back.
I will
Please
say I am
filibuster on
kind
Thor.
of a fan of the Dutch angles.
I can't stand them.
They're abundant, they are numerous, but I do kind of like them in some cases, not in all cases. It kind of helps like make the film feel a bit more like theatrical, I guess, because we're watching what are meant to be like gods fighting, and so seeing like the Dutch angles sort of gives them that like presence a bit. Makes, I don't know, it's something that's like very subconscious that I kind of like about it, but they do use it probably far too often.
Yeah, it's like I'm okay with Dutch angles
That's
when
all
you
I
use
got
them
to say.
properly, but when you're using Dutch angles for establishing shots of like cafes in New Mexico, that's a bit much.
Yeah, yeah, of course, yeah.
That's where you start to lose me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's my thing. I was like, a few of the shots are really dope looking, but like overall, it didn't need to be like half of the shots. It's also like we don't talk about this enough. Natalie Portman and Chris Hemsworth are so weird in that movie. I hate watching them. Their chemistry is so bad in that movie. And like there's some really good stuff in it. Like I got mad about because that's what happens with a lot of MCU movies and just like movies in general. Like if there's really good stuff, I'll get pissed off if I don't like the movie overall because I'll wish that they had
Yeah.
honed in, which I think is a case with a lot of filmmakers. But like with Thor, like some of the dynamics between Thor and Loki, some of the stuff that Thor had to go through, some of the stuff that Loki was going through, like was really interesting. But it's like I just felt like they didn't do it well. And
Yeah.
like I really would put this on par with Incredible Hulk because like
I wouldn't put it that low, but I think it's probably my second least favorite. I think
but it's like
it's
for me,
close.
I feel like my feelings get the same about Thor and Hulk because like because my thing with like Thor: The Dark World, I know we're not there yet, but like I just kind of want to say this so I future-proof myself in how I do Thor: The Dark World. I'd probably put Thor: The Dark World above the first Thor,
Me too.
just because it was fine. Like it was a good movie. I can like it's background noise and like the third act sucks, but like Thor, I have actual feelings of like dislike towards it. So I feel like that counts more than like something like Thor: The Dark World, where like I could never see it again and be fine. But like
yeah. And I definitely feel like the Dark World as well has been elevated by a lot of what's come after it. Because like it is so important now to like the overall story of the MCU and the Infinity Saga. Which is kind of funny how important they've made like the most universally reviled movie. But it is I do like in Endgame especially, I think stuff like that definitely helps to like elevate the movie a bit. And I know that's kind of cheating, and we're talking about the wrong movie now, but that's probably why I would put that above Thor. Well, part of the reason.
honestly, what's stopping us from just ranking like both the Thor movies right now?
Yeah,
Like
I don't know.
because
can
I
go
feel
ahead
like they
and
go
do that,
hand in
honestly.
hand of like meh. Like
Yeah.
Ragnarok's definitely like whole
Ragnarok's
other
an A
ballpark.
tier for me.
But
See,
like
I don't like Ragnarok that much. It's definitely the best
Me
of
neither.
the
Cringe.
trilogy, but it's like everyone says it's the best one. I agree, it is the best one, but like that's not necessarily like a really high bar to pass.
It's the best
I
one
agree.
until Love and Thunder comes out because Love and Thunder's gonna fuck so hard. Because if Christian Bale's in the movie, you know it's gonna be like
Comes
out
at
my
least he's gonna be
birthday.
great. No one asked.
No one asked. I mean,
You're so mean.
I don't know
Yeah.
about you
You're so
guys as
mean.
much. I place both of these movies kind of on the same level. Like, I
Yeah.
get Thor is better than sequel, but I don't
Only
know.
barely.
It to the point where on a list like this with all these movies, it still feels like the same tier list of honestly for me probably like around a C. And Thor Thor Dark World goes down to a D. But I mean I don't think that movie is offensively bad. I think something like Hulk is a slightly bit more offensively bad, you know.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? I
Yeah.
think with something like Thor, I like my ideal ranking with this is just this goes in C and this goes in D. Because I
See?
don't think Thor Ragnarok is as bad to be in E because
I
there are
would
things
flip that.
That's
Genuinely,
what I was gonna say.
I would put
you think
Dark
you
World
think
above
this
the first Thor.
That's what I was gonna say.
Really?
I would put them both in D, but I would put Dark World above Thor 1.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. This is why we're best friends.
Honestly,
This is why
yeah.
we're best friends.
I've actually seen Dark World more than the first Thor because even though Dark
Me
World
too.
isn't great, I still find it a little tiny bit more entertaining just because of Loki and Thor in it.
Yeah.
Just like their whole thing where like it's come off Loki being the bad guy and then he sort of has to like reluctantly work with his brother. I always like seeing those dynamics. And obviously like, you know, him faking his old death and everything. That's cool. That was a cool takeaway.
Like the first act was like when because I did a rewatch like a few months ago, just randomly because I went through all the Marvel movies like by myself. Like the first act genuinely was like really good. Like I was into it. It leaned into the Norse mythology a lot, and like the second
Yeah.
act, genuinely like so much fun. Like that's classic
Yeah.
Marvel, but like it was genuinely like I was having a fun time just watching these characters do shit and try to figure out the Nine Realms and what's happening with Malekith.
Yeah.
And like it's not great. Like obviously, like I would say all of these movies are better than like the first two Thor movies and The Incredible Hulk, but like it's fun. And I like for me with the Marvel movies, like that's all you need. That's the bare minimum is
Yeah.
just be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, that's sort of the only bar you have to surpass in the end is like make sure that it's entertaining so that when you finish it, you're like, yep, I had a good time watching that.
Yeah.
Whether that's I had a good time watching it because the film itself was good, or I had a good time watching it because the film might not have been good, but it was still entertaining.
Yeah.
I don't like the worst thing for me is to walk away from a film either forgetting it or regretting having watched it. That's like,
Yeah.
that's for me. That's like I don't want to rewatch the film if one of those two things happen.
That makes sense. I guess. I mean, are we fine with putting this in C and D then? Like this?
Both of them in D, I would say, but
Both of them in D.
Wait,
both in D.
Iron Ninja
Otherwise-
is saying
Oh.
Incredible Hulk is an E. That's a massive L.
No,
Well, you're allowed to be wrong, buddy.
we're right.
We're right. I'm sorry, we're right.
There's nothing wrong with
We are right.
Shaggy looking ass. We're right.
Now that
Oh,
is
my
a
God.
comment. Oh,
You had to do him like that.
yeah.
Oh,
You-
shit.
You okay? That's harsh, but it's funny. what was your what is it? Tanner Badridge? Badpoor?
Taylor Badpoor.
Taylor Badpoor.
My
There
Taylor
we go.
Badpoor is coming out.
Your Taylor Badpoor is coming out, and so your Taylor Badpoor Mike Cloud Mithy, basically. Essentially.
No, I'll never be that bad.
Come
What
on.
would
You
mine
gotta
be?
some.
Would mine be like
sometimes-
Antichrist? I
Yeah,
can't.
actually,
Yeah.
yeah, I think so.
I'm just the Antichrist whenever I'm not positive.
What would-
Post-production
what-
laptop.
Post-production.
Pre-production journal or something.
Oh, what would CJ's be? I have no idea what
That
CJ
one
would
does
be.
count.
I was just about to
Yeah,
say.
I mean, yeah, but that's.
I was
too
gonna
easy.
say person that has a good take, but that's
Yeah,
that's the
also-
evil
that's
version of
also
him.
pretty true.
Oh, shit!
You literally like Kingdom Hearts.
Whoa!
Please stop
Yeah.
talking.
You literally
Alright.
like Halo.
Yeah, I do. First Avengers.
People like Halo. That's not a. Yeah,
Some
first
people
Avenger.
like Kingdom
Alright.
Hearts.
I really wish you had like a sound
Not
effect,
many.
like graphic set up to where it's like bad take, and then it just
Yeah,
took over the screen, and it was just like,
Bad take.
bro.
If I use something like OBS, I would, but I don't because I'm a loser.
You gotta make it look like
Oh.
really, really cheesy, like something from Diary of a Wimpy Kid.
God. But yeah, Captain America, the First Avenger. This movie is
Okay,
one of the first
yeah.
movies I ever remember watching. That's all I'll say.
I
What are you guys'
really
take?
like this movie a lot.
Thank you, Brian.
No.
Brian is a legend.
Brian,
Brian knows
Brian,
what's good.
remember what I said?
He
You
knows
like
what's
you're my
good.
favorite person ever. This is slowly going away because you're praising Kingdom Hearts. It's not because of Kingdom Hearts. It's
You-
because you're giving Christian an ego. No one is allowed to praise Kingdom Hearts.
It's a good.
at least
It's
in
a
the
good
presence
series.
Of Christian.
So this
I
is
want
coming from
him
the
to
guy who
feel-
doesn't watch horror
I
movies
want-
because he's a
I
bitch.
want, okay, shut
So
up.
I'm not taking
up.
anything
Shut
from
the
you.
This
fuck
is the guy who's too scared to
Christian
watch
is the
fucking
guy-
What Halloween movie should I watch?
I
Maybe
want
watch
Christian
Halloween.
to
That's
never
too
meet
scary.
anyone
I'll go
else.
watch
I
Spider-Man
want-
again.
I want
Yeah, alright.
Christian to never meet
Right.
anyone else who likes Kingdom Hearts. I want him
Too
to be
late,
alone
bro.
in his love of
Too
oh,
late.
fuck you, Christian. This is
You
This is a great-
asked.
this is a
You
great
asked
line.
what Halloween movie should I watch? And three of us said
stop it.
Halloween, and you're like, I guess
I-
I'll go watch Spider-Man because that's not scary.
I didn't watch Spider-Man. I didn't.
Yeah,
I
what
went to
would you
sleep
watch?
like a
Thor?
normal person.
Iron Man.
No, I watched What If episode 6.
To be fair, that one was kind of scary.
Was it?
Which one
Which
was
one was
episode
it?
6 again?
It was just the Killmonger one.
Oh, I would think it was the zombies one.
The zombies one was 5.
Kingdom Hearts is great. Of course it is.
Thank you, Iron Ninja.
Fine.
That's
Captain
what I
America,
went
the
for.
first.
That's
Captain
what I
America,
went
the
for.
First Avenger. What do we think? Let's start with Tyler
That
because
isn't
he's
okay,
being nice
yes.
to me.
It's okay. So like, I have Captain America is my favorite like superhero of all time. One of my favorite characters of all time. So I'm gonna have bias against all three of the movies. And like, this was the first MCU movie like I saw in theaters, and like, I said it in my like what Avengers Endgame means to me video, but like, it's one of the first like big kid movies that I actually saw and like enjoyed as like a youngin.
I'm a big boy.
So
now.
like. So like
Dad, I've grown.
and like with
Okay.
Tara, it's her favorite Marvel movie and like one of her favorite movies of all time. So like I've rewatched it in like this year more times than like I have ever seen it before. So I've gotten like a newfound respect for it recently.
Yeah.
I think it's A
Mhm.
tier. Like I
Yeah.
think that there are definitely movies that are actually better than it, but like this is just a solid fucking movie.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think it would be lower end of A tier or like higher end of B. Like I wouldn't be upset if we put it same bar as Iron Man, because like even then I think Winter Soldier is better than First Avenger, but like this is like a strong fucking movie.
Yep. I think
we're not allowed to like Winter Soldier anymore. I thought you
that's.
were.
Oh
up to that.
yeah, that's right. Because the He Who Must Not
Because
Be Named
it's
made
it's
a 1
objectively
hour.
bad. We're not allowed
It is
to-
objectively
not allowed
bad
to-
now. But then isn't Civil
Wait.
War objectively bad now? But then also
Wait,
Iron
Oh,
Man
no,
is
why?
objectively
every
bad now.
movie is objectively
And then both
bad.
Guardians of the Galaxy movies, I think, are objective. We are actively losing viewers. now
Wait,
that we
why?
mention-
I'm so
Because-
confused.
Oh, the
because
fucking
someone on
the,
YouTube said so.
this the guy with the sushi and the king, if you know what I'm talking about.
The one who used to
Dude.
have a Lego account, but then he moved to Twitter because people.
Tyler
didn't like
does
him
not
on
know
Lego.
what the fuck we're talking about. Tyler's like, huh?
DM
I know
me on
because I
Twitter
knew
real
it. I
quick.
knew
I
it
will-
before he
I will
came to
DM you
Twitter,
on Twitter very
unfortunately.
quickly.
I'm so
Uh,
confused.
you know now. You know now. You know now. Now you'll know. CJ knows, right? CJ knows.
I'll be honest.
It's
I
weird.
will
It's
look
weird that
them
on
up right
YouTube
now
this
because I have
year-
no idea who the fuck that is.
You don't know who this guy is?
It's weird. It's weird that I knew him before he came to Twitter because no one liked him on Instagram. It's a
Wait,
weird.
Tyler
weird
is
thing.
Tyler. This guy. Wait. Am I? Wait. Don't look him up then. Oh God, is he gonna go down? Is he gonna? Am I corrupting?
Is
Tyler
it-
live on the
okay.
podcast?
I think, yeah.
You know who
Okay.
this is?
No.
No.
But like we
Okay.
can move
No,
on.
then stop there. Then stop there. We can move on. I'm not saying their name because they follow me, and I don't want them to feel hurt.
It's Mithy?
It's hello. No way. I don't want myself.
Troy O'Boyo.
It's Troy. It is Troy. It actually is Troy. Fuck you, Troy. Captain America: The First Avenger. For me, I consider it an A tier. I agree with you, Tyler. The First Avenger makes me want to watch Rocket Man, and it's been 10 years since I've watched this movie at least, and I still haven't watched Rocket Man. So I don't know. I just haven't gotten around to it. But Joe Johnston just is able to perfectly calibrate this like campy nature without it going too far, you know? And I feel like not a lot of people praise Chris Evans for his acting just in that movie because he's supposed to play kind of a bland character, but even in doing so, he still makes it kind of like lovable, you know? And I think it's hard to like pull off that middle ground as accurately as you can. But he does it, and it works really well. So, in my opinion, it's like an A tier. I can see people ranking it like in a B tier.
Yeah.
Iron just saying it's an S tier, no debate. I would like to do that, but I feel like it's not perfect. There are some issues with it there. I'm like, I don't love this and I don't love that. But
Plus,
CJ
I
and
think there are
Christian,
better movies.
yeah, that's true.
Is why
Yeah.
I wouldn't say
See,
S
yeah.
tier.
I would put it up at A tier because I've only seen it I think 2 or 3 times, but every time I watch it, I love it. I really like the really subtle nuances from Chris Evans in it, where, like you said, he's meant to be like a very bland character with fixed ideals. Like he is very pacifist. Like, yeah, he doesn't like bullies. That's who he is. You know him as that. But I think he really owns that, and it's fun to watch. And I like any kind of like period piece drama. Like it's not really a drama, but like a period piece movie where this is set back in the in the Great War and stuff, and that's enjoyable for me. I like that, and I like the whole. I think it's got a very cool message. How it's like Captain America, he's a super soldier and he gets drafted into this war, but then he feels like he's just being used for war propaganda, where he literally thinks he's that, like he pictures himself as like a parading dancing monkey. He doesn't see himself as actually the soldier that he was told he was going to be, and so from that sort of almost guilt, he goes out and he becomes a soldier by himself. I really like seeing that. That's enjoyable for me. So I'd put it in an A personally.
Yeah. And yeah, I think that makes sense. Especially people don't show him drawing a lot more in the MCU. I want more of that. CJ, what were you gonna say?
I was gonna say, for me, I pretty much agree with all of that, but I don't think I really enjoyed the movie, but I'd probably put it in a B instead of an A. Like I pretty much agree with everything you've said, but I don't know, maybe it's just a me thing, but I don't think I love it as much as like an Iron Man or a Guardians of the Galaxy or something like that.
Yeah.
The Rocketeer. Why was I saying Rocket Man? This is not Elton John's biopic. God damn it! Someone.
I was also very confused, but I wasn't gonna say anything.
That,
yeah.
I was scared. I was like, that movie with Taron Egerton as Elton John.
Yeah, that was my fault. I'm sorry. I thank you, Brian, for correcting me. But yeah, I guess so. We got an A. Christian, what are you? A B?
For Captain America,
Yeah.
I say he's a 10 out of 10.
I'd say A. I'd say A.
Can we put an A?
I feel like we're leaning towards A as the group. I put it B, but I'm fine with it A. Like I enjoy the movie
because I know
it's a great movie.
popular wise, I mean popularity wise, I know a lot of people don't put this as high up, but we're not going popularity wise because we're special.
We know the truth.
Yeah, we do know the truth.
Plus, like, if we get later on and we're all like, I actually think we did this wrong because I want to put this movie in A, but I don't think it fits with this movie. We can it's not set in stone.
Exactly.
We could change this, but for now, I like it an A because I feel like that and Iron Man are on par with each other for the opposite reasons. I feel like, but I feel like they're both
That makes sense. Are you ready to talk about the original Justice League? This was the original Justice League. that's my
God.
I know I shouldn't, but
I hate the opinions I'm about to have.
I really like this movie.
Let's go,
it's
Tyler.
The fucking best.
You love it?
It's so good. But holy shit, fuck Joss Whedon.
Fuck Joss Whedon. Let's all get Joss Whedon out the way.
Fuck Joss Whedon.
In the comments, everyone.
Avengers fucking rules. This movie is so good.
Put it in the everyone. Put the chat in the comments. Is that what you said?
Yes.
Put the chat in the comments.
In the comments.
Put the chat in the comments. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck Joss Whedon. Avengers rocks.
Fuck
Avengers.
Joss Whedon.
Avengers, and it's weird because you can tell even in that movie, some of it is because of Joss Whedon. Because he has a certain style of writing. Fuck Joss Whedon, but he did write that movie well, and he got some of the character dynamics down.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's.
See, I've got an incredibly hot take that you won't like when it gets to me, but we'll get there. Get there.
Do you know where I rate this movie? As far as what we have so far, honestly, just based on my personal bias, I think I know where it's going to go. Based on my personal bias, I think it goes in B. I don't love it, I get it's good and I do like it and I watched it in theaters and I was amazed by it, but then over time I think I've just liked more things about the tone of the MCU that weren't necessarily all just the Avengers. And I feel like rewatching that movie, I don't know, there's something to it where I'm like, I like this, but I can't watch this whole thing in a whole, There's something about this movie that I can't sit down and just watch the whole movie all over again. And I feel similarly with Endgame too in some ways, but not in the same way. Where Endgame, it's I actively look forward to watching specific parts of the movie. Whereas with this, it's just I'm not looking forward to watching the movie as a whole. Although there are a few parts in here that I'm like, this works for me really well, and this works for me really well. And I don't know, I don't think it's a pacing issue because the pacing of this movie I think is brilliant. But I think it's just parts of this movies where I'm like, I'm just not interested. And I think that's probably just a problem with the fact that it's an ensemble movie, and like naturally there's some characters you levitate to more than others. So
Yeah.
I do admit a lot of that is personal bias. I do see why. I think realistically, I think we should put it in A, because I think it's a mark
I would say
of an achievement. It is a thing that grinded the gears of the MCU. If that's not kept
That's
the
not
gears
what
rolling
the
of the MCU, I guess.
Like,
So,
as much as
yeah.
Iron Man started the MCU, this is where the MCU as we know it began, for sure.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
this is
what
what
I
put
would
it on the
say
map.
here is what I would say.
Just quickly,
I-
I actually
yeah.
I've got to go.
Oh no! That's,
I'll probably keep watching and I'll like type shit in chat and give you
Yes,
my opinions there,
please
but I
type
will
stuff
no
in
longer
chat.
be on the stream.
Yes.
Goodbye, everybody. This was very, very fun. Tyler, I love you so much. You're my best
I
friend.
love you.
You other two, you guys are all right. All right.
Thank you.
Really
All right, thanks, bro.
CJ.
See you guys.
See ya.
Goodbye.
Great.
CJ.
Now that he's gone.
Now that he's gone.
But really
But
quickly, I just wanted to say, like, okay, fuck Joss Whedon. Avengers is the fucking best. I remember as a kid, I hated it. Just like, okay, I back up. So like when this was the first, like, well, not the first, but like it was the movie that I saw in theaters, and I remember like the shot where they defeat Loki, and then it's the Avengers like standing there. Hawkeye has the bow on him. That was the shot where I was like, I want to make movies. So like this film's very important to me. Fuck Joss Whedon. I like didn't like it growing up just because I'd seen it so many times. Like I could quote it pretty much like word for word. But like now, I fuck with it a lot. Like I think there could be a strong argument for S tier for Avengers. Fuck Joss Whedon. But like I love it. I think I think everything about it works. I hate to say it. Fuck Joss Whedon. I don't think there was anyone else that could have done this movie other than Joss Whedon, because I feel like he brought the perfect amount to it to just make it work so well. Fuck Joss Whedon, but he shouldn't have been involved in anything else past this movie. He should have been gone. Fuck Joss Whedon. Christian, you could go. I just wanted to say that really quick.
also, Iron
Yeah,
Ninja
of
might be
course.
joining soon. Iron Ninja, if you're listening, Zach, I sent you a
Let's
link on Discord and
go.
Twitter. So, but
So,
yeah.
yeah, what I would say is I definitely think it's an A tier. I really like the movie. It obviously it was the pioneer for a lot of what modern MCU is. The only thing I don't like about it was that everyone kept on saying that, oh yeah, the Avengers feel like friends. They feel like a team. And to me, that is very much not the case, because from scene to scene, all they do is consistently shit talk each other and argue 24/7. And for me, as a kid, it was fine, but watching it back, it's like it gets very fatiguing very fast, because I'm watching these characters who I know are meant to be friends, but they're consistently arguing, and they're just, and it's not banterous. It's not like, oh, you're stupid. It's like it's straight up them just having full-blown arguments with each other, and it's ego versus vanity from scene to scene. And I know they'd learned to mature in the later movies. It's just here, personally, it's a bit much. Still think it's an A though.
I like, and I agree with you. I think it's just one of those things to where if this was the only movie that happened in, I think it would be a lot better. Because I do agree with you that it is kind of grating for some scenes, especially because it comes later on the line. But like, I feel like it's just one of those things to where so many of the other movies try to have this exact same banter and like this exact same like, because like the Tony and Cap rivalry is great in this movie, like in my opinion.
Hello.
But it's like, hello,
Zach is here. Hello.
there he
Zach.
is.
We are talking about
Hold on,
Avengers
I
right
gotta.
now.
I'm on this. I'm also watching this stream. I need to fucking exit that.
Oh, yeah.
Two sets of audios.
I have it on the other pan just to
Here
make
we
sure
are.
things are working on mute. But yeah, hello.
Hello
If
there.
everyone doesn't know, this is Zach Iron Ninja. Go check
Hello,
out his
la-
stuff. I'll probably link it in the description later.
Hello, ladies
yeah,
and
do it.
gentlemen. I have my next
Yeah.
project behind me.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ooh,
Ooh.
nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Look at this.
dude, is
Um,
that TASM? Is that the TASM 2 board?
Yes,
Do I have to
exactly.
sing
Yeah.
for you?
Are we obligated to sing
I'm
for
fucking
you
looking.
now?
I'm looking into Oscorp. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god.
Shaggy looking ass is here.
Here we go. The beef continues. But yeah, Tyler, do you want to finish your thought too on that?
I mean, like my thing was just like I feel like it is one of those, but it's also the thing of like it's the where the MCU started, like as we know it, because like there's so many other movies that try to have, because like Doctor Strange, I think it's like one of the worst at this because it's a really good movie, but it has all the quippy banter in there that takes away from the film. But I think it's more like a fault that all those other films have it. So then when you go back to rewatch it, it's especially worse.
Yeah,
Like
that makes
and
sense.
like Christian, I agree with you. Like it does get kind of annoying, but it's like one of those things where I just have to think like this came first. This is like the first time we're seeing all these characters. Like the fact that it works at all, I think is a testament to like how sick and lucky we are for having these movies. And like I say this, the MCU was my childhood. Like I love all of the Marvel movies. Like all of the I could watch any of these on loop for the rest of my life and be content. Like so all of everything I say is biased, but like I love it.
I guess Zach, do you have any thoughts on Avengers before we put it up on the board?
Okay, well, I remember like when I first saw that movie. First off, I agree with Tyler. Fuck Joss Whedon. When I first saw that movie, I was like 12. This was like, as a kid, I was like, this was like the peak of everything for me. And now as an adult, like as someone who's like, it's been almost 10 years now. Next year is going to be its 10th anniversary. It's
wow.
it's one of those movies that just really, it kind of aged a little bit, but it hasn't aged too much. There's some things that I feel like when you look at it compared to like what we see in the MCU today, it kind of does feel like it started a lot of the tropes that we see in a lot of the films. Like characters feeling too quippy, which got way worse than Ultron, I will say.
Yeah, that's going to be a
we'll,
fun one
we'll
to
get
cover.
to that one soon.
I'm holding back my rage.
I have some thoughts on Ultron.
But when I go back to it, it's not my favorite film in the entire series, but it is definitely a film that I hold dearly. And whenever I talk about it now, I just have to mention, I just think that it's great that it didn't have a director, that never had any single director.
It's crazy how someone was able to manage all that
yeah.
chemistry, and it was no one there. It was just some
No
kind
one
of
was there.
spirit within the actors, I guess.
Yeah,
Kevin
the
Feige
actors
just
all
knew what he
worked
was
together.
doing.
Yeah,
how good the actors are.
I don't know if I want to give
sort of
Kevin Feige the
manifested.
credit I don't know if I want to transition it.
You want to give Kingpin the credit?
Yeah, listen, I don't even want to give Kevin Feige credit because we know like he
doing other
approved
stuff too.
fucking up Miss Marvel, so I don't want to give him credit right now.
Yeah. Well, that wound is a little bit too sore right now, right? But yeah, I think
wound.
Avengers. I want to put in either A. I don't think it goes in S. I feel like we have our problems.
I don't think it deserves
the
S
point
tier, yeah.
where I don't like symbolically it deserves S. I think in terms of being a milestone. But if I'm assessing it just if I'm assessing it as a movie, I don't want to put in S. I think I'm comfortable putting with A. What do you guys think?
I think A. I think that works. Like,
yeah, I think it was
would
definitely
argue
a
S,
milestone.
but like,
I also think just not only what it like, if you can really put it in there, but like what it did with media, it really changed a lot in terms of just what media is now. Because think about how many studios tried to create their own cinematic universe. We had
That's
the Dark
why
Universe.
DCEU kind of started, honestly.
Yeah,
because
it kind of is, and it's kind of what brought confidence in that idea. It like Man of Steel was already in production. Like I think like Christopher Nolan already wrote the script for Man of Steel like way before like I think the Avengers started production or something like that. And but like that kind of brought confidence in the idea of like, wait, we could set up a Batman and Superman movie together. That kind of I think Avengers really brought confidence in the ideas of crossover movies again, because like a lot of movies did crossovers and they just kind of didn't do well because either they weren't written well, they were more cash grabs. Alien versus Predator, a lot of Aliens versus Predator movies, the later ones, kind of fucked it up. And I think Avengers really solidified that a crossover can work if you put in the effort. Although it will say it fucked up the animated shows.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is the last thing I will say.
Yeah. Also, we got the spam bot in here too. Jesus
Yeah, I
Christ.
just saw
I was
that.
literally
Let's go
just
on with
looking
this
at
spam
that.
bot. Good job, spam bots. I think it's just because of me. I pop up in the chat and they're like, I guess I don't know.
Oh no,
but
it's the same one that was in
it's the
Troy's
same
stream.
exact one. Yeah, I'm just gonna be blocking as it comes along. But Brian, shut the fuck up. Dude.
Shut up, Brian.
No one click the.
No, I agree.
Click the link.
If you hate Joss Whedon, click the link.
If you
despise
click the
Joss
link to
Whedon.
see. Click the link
If you
to see the
despise
Joss
Joss Whedon, go ahead and hit that like button and subscribe to the channel for more.
Thank you. I never say that. I don't say that enough. Thank you for saying that.
No problem.
But yeah, I'm gonna
Make
put
sure
it
to
Also,
in
leave a
here.
chat
subscribe
in the
to Iron
comment.
Ninja, as I will be making a video on every sitcom crossover. Speaking of
Actually?
crossovers. Yeah, no, that's the board. That's the entire board.
Yeah.
Every
Oh,
sitcom
what is this? A
crossover history.
crossover episode? Yo.
Yeah, it's a
That's the
every
thing.
crossover in sitcom history. From like fucking I Love Lucy over here, and then you got fucking X-Files, and then you have Avengers Assemble and Ultimate Spider-Man in here too.
Is it how
I will
every
ask
show
you,
is
I will ask you to
connected?
do one thing. I will ask you to do one thing, and that's put in every time you introduce a new one. Please put in the whole BoJack Horseman. What is this? A crossover episode? It's like a very
That's your
iconic
transition
one.
thing?
Listen, dude,
That's
the
so
amount of
much editing.
The amount of times that would actually play is too much for my editing taste, because it would get you would get sick of it.
Too many
'cause it is
levels.
like
Yeah.
the amount of crossovers that are in this are insane. There's the Munsters. There's somewhere in here the Brady Bunch. You have Love
like-
Boat, all that shit.
And then you
Every
have,
class
yeah,
of
I
the
would just-
sitcom
channel
had at
shows.
least one crossover with another one.
See, like these days you do like you're putting up the pinboard and connect them together. You know, in these days, if they were to do that, you know what it would look like. Like if they were going to do the For You scene in Spider-Man, and you know what they would do it now. They do it in
How?
Google
Oh, they do.
Drawings. They do it in Google Drawings.
Can you
They'd put all the
just stop
images in Google
altogether?
Drawings.
That's
Yeah, I
enough of
should-
talking.
Thanks-
We've
thanks for
had enough
laughing, guys.
talking. That's enough.
Yeah, I have
That's
to
enough
leave.
You don't need
talking.
that anymore.
That's
Iron Man 3?
Yeah.
Iron
Um,
Man
okay.
3.
Iron Man
All
3.
right.
Also, I did want to go through a couple things people said. CJ said, I'd say the arguing stuff works in this movie because it's the first time they're meeting and they're somewhat being manipulated by Loki before more or less going away in the third act. That does kind of track.
Yeah.
More fuck
Yeah.
Joss Whedon's. One important note about the Captain America costume being weak as fuck. To me, it's really just the helmet. The actual suit itself, I do like. It's just the helmet.
Listen,
You don't like it?
I despise that suit, but it is the closest thing I'll ever have to a classic Cap outfit, because Marvel seems to be so fucking scared of the scales and keeping the white all around his arm instead of just cutting it off like right here.
Tyler, you have a
hated
bullet
the
in the
MCU's
gun.
Cap designs because of what they've done. I don't despise them in the movies. I despise them everywhere else because they
Yeah,
influenced everything.
that makes
Yeah.
sense. Tyler,
I
what
was
bullet
gonna
are you going to
say-
shoot us with?
I fucking love the first Avengers Cap suit. I don't think
here
Cap
we
has
go.
had a bad suit in the MCU, like personally, but I love that suit
I
so
love
much.
And
And
I love them in the movies, like they're great.
Oh yeah, but I was gonna just jump in and say like the Endgame suit I think is the perfect adaptation of Cap's suit like ever. Like I don't think you could get better than that in live action.
That actually
with the
embraced the
scales.
scales, which was yeah.
Like I was just gonna throw that in because
Yep.
The only thing I think was missing is that they actually didn't. The only time we ever had the red gloves was in the first Avengers, not in the.
Yep.
It didn't. They just went back with brown gloves after that.
I like the
That's
brown
right,
gloves
yeah.
though because I feel like it makes it more realistic and like because I feel like to make it realistic would have just been dark red and I feel like that would just be weird. Like I like the brown gloves personally.
Honestly,
But,
well,
it's
with the Lego
gloves, so,
figures that they released, it was a dark red. It matched everything.
Yeah.
Before we get into phase 2, do we want to just knock Agent Carter somewhere in this list? Have any of you guys watched Agent Carter? Have opinions? I'm just going to put it somewhere.
The first season.
No, I do. I've yet to watch it.
I will
You
say
just
I
put it in
watched.
C?
He has the feet shoes. Brian, what the hell are you on?
What? Yeah, what is this? Capsudus one where he has the feet? Okay, I'm
You've
looking
actually,
at
you know
that.
that you've
The
actually
feet
broken him.
shoes.
I hope you know that.
He has the
Yeah.
feet with the shoes
Oh
on
god,
them.
you're looking it up. God damn it.
Yo, I've got one of those too. I've got feet. They're pretty
Feet?
cool.
Oh
got
Quentin
two of them.
Tarantino.
Oh my god, that's an
What?
actual thing.
Oh
What is that?
no, that was from the first Cap movie. I remember this
Holy
because he
shit.
couldn't run out because they were shooting outside and he couldn't run outside, so they had to literally make shoes of his feet.
Wait,
So
what?
Chris
Wait, this is an
Evans could
actual
run
thing?
on the action. Yes, because in the first
Oh my
Avenger,
God.
he couldn't actually run
I
on the
didn't even
ground
fucking
because he
know
was
that.
gonna
I
do
love
it
that movie.
because they did it practically. What
Oh,
the
God.
fuck?
I used to, okay, I was clowning him. I had no idea that was an actual thing.
I forgot about it until we actually looked it up. I had. Oh my god.
I'm in fucking shock. I'm gonna take off the glasses.
Brian, why did you have to make me look at this? Brian,
Thank
this
you,
is
Brian.
your fault.
New cosplay idea, I guess.
Yeah,
Oh.
you just have to get jacked and get these shoes. I never knew this. I don't know why I never comic accurate. Fuck you, Brian.
No, I remember this from Secret Empire.
Oh yeah, that's
It's a
what
big
he's
plot
talking
point.
about. Oh yeah. That's honestly, I wish this were the big plot point in Secret Empire. Let's be honest. But Agent Carter is going in fucking C because I don't want to keep it alone in the list because that looks
Okay.
awkward.
Yeah,
Agent
I was
Carter-
gonna.
Oh, sorry. You
or
go
you
ahead.
can go.
No, you go ahead.
What I was gonna say is because like I grew up on like the CW shows and like I watched Agent Shield when it came out because I had to watch every new comic book thing growing up, and like I watched the first season of Agent Carter as it came out. I didn't get into the second season because I never knew when it aired, but my dad watched it, said it was pretty good. First season of Agent Carter, I loved it a lot, but I also love Peggy Carter as a character because Captain America is my shit. And like I tried to rewatch it on Disney Plus, I think like during quarantine when like it first started. I could not get through the first episode. I don't know if it's just because I couldn't watch it at the time or if it's a really good show and my taste is bad. Like, I don't know what it was. I just feel like I should bring that up. But also, I don't know. I remember it was good. So, like, I think C is fine. I think if we wanted to do D, that could also work. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll put it in
But
D
was it
because I feel
also
like there's
Haley Atwell? Was she still in the show, or is it they do a different actress?
Yeah,
No, it was
Haley
Haley Atwell came back.
Haley Atwell's voiced and like done work for Peggy Carter pretty much every single like iteration.
yeah, because she keeps coming back
since
for
first
this stuff.
Avenger, because she did like the
Yeah.
Lego games. She's always in the animated
she did
stuff
too.
as
Yeah.
Peggy. Like
Yeah.
she's always doing Peggy Carter. Like she's always up to do that character.
It's honestly
from
kind of
my
crazy that she even went to the
knowledge.
Lego games because we only got like 3 of the main actors for the MCU
Yeah.
that did the Lego game.
Who
Yeah.
came?
Kinda-
Wait, didn't
Who were
am I
those?
wrong, or did Jeremy Renner also do that?
No, he did not.
Oh,
It was
okay.
all
Who was
movie. It was all movie audio for like
That
all the
seems
main
like a
cast-
Jeremy
main
Renner
cast.
thing
We
to
had Coulson came
'Cause-
back, Hill came back, and Carter.
That's right. Yeah, Coulson came back. Yeah.
Clark
No, but I-
Gregg just does it for almost everything for Coulson.
Oh yeah, it's
That
and
doesn't
then
make
Kobe
sense.
Smulders occasionally shows up, but like I know it's
Oh yeah,
been like since first Avenger, Haley Atwell's done. That's why like
yeah.
because I think it was like she was the first person to like get on board for What If because it was like they knew she would do it, and like that
Yeah.
like I may be wrong,
'Cause
but I
That
remember
was the
when it was
first thing they
coming
also
out.
promoted, right? That was like one
Yeah.
of the first things. they
Like that's what I was
promoted
gonna say is I
Captain
think the whole series kind of came out from Captain Carter because they knew they would be able to do it like easily. But I might be
Yeah.
because I just remember like when it first was rumored that they were doing What If. I remember
Yeah.
the whole thing was like Haley Atwell's returning to play
Mhm.
Peggy Carter.
Carter's. Yeah.
hmm
Yeah, someone's asking,
Something-
is Howard Stark in Agent Carter?
He is.
Yes, it's
I know
Dominic
that,
Cooper's
at least.
version. And then
Yeah.
Jarvis from Agent Carter returns in Endgame because
Yeah,
he's
which-
Yes. Yep.
Howard
Which is
Stark's
such a
driver.
weird pick for him. Is gonna be him as like the pick to return in Endgame. You know.
I like it though. I like that.
Yeah.
That's
It-
the
It's
I
the
like that-
connection.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna
It's-
say. Is I like those
Yeah.
very small connections because
Mhm.
like Agent like that's why I'm kind of pissed off that Agents of Shield isn't canon. At least like because I know there's weird time travel shit in the 7th season and even the 5th season.
Yeah.
Spoiler
Well,
alert.
you could bring Daisy in for something, right?
That's what I was gonna say. Like I'm kind of mad that they haven't just like said the first 4 seasons are 100% canon and then it gets fucky or something like that.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
like because now Agent Carter technically isn't canon because Steve went back and erased it, but
Mhm.
like it is. So like fuck, and now like the Spider-Man movies are canon. So what the fuck is going on anymore?
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything's kind of skewed.
Mm.
Listen, I saw the Morbius trailer. Everything's kind of fucky.
That
Maybe the cinema
Yeah.
trailer, dude. They made Venom. They made Venom 2. Now they're making another cinema.
I know they're making so much fucking cinema. This is Cinema 3, all right. Get
Yeah,
your
Cinema
cinema
3?
straight.
They
Okay.
made
Wait for
okay,
someone
The sequel was so
can-
good they made a third one. That's
I know.
gaming.
Wait for
crazy they
someone to
made it
actually
just
release a
like-
movie called Cinema and then for it to get a sequel. So then you will actually get a Cinema 3 at some point, like in theaters.
Mhm,
You know?
Exactly. I will say
but
though,
yeah.
with the Agent Carter stuff, I wanted to watch all the Marvel shows that were going on, but I got through like I think 4 episodes of Agents of Shield. Like it was the episode that after Sam Jackson, God, I can't speak, came back as Nick Fury for like a millisecond, and then that episode after that, I'm like, I'm not really getting into it. It's just I'm not getting any like for me, I get it out of like seeing like setups for comic book characters and stuff. There weren't that many really set up in that show, and it kind of I got really bored with it.
Yeah,
Mm.
I think Agents of Shield, like, I'll say it, Agents of Shield the first season, boring as fuck, like borderline dog shit, not good. Like I got 9 episodes in, even like 10-year-old, or no, I would have been 12.
I was
11 or 12.
I think I was 13 because the show came out a year after the Avengers.
Yeah, so I would have been 11 or 12 at the time.
Mm.
But like even then, I was like, I can't do it. And then I came back after Winter Soldier because like it tied in with Hydra and being in Shield, and like I watched that stuff. It was pretty intriguing. And then season 2, I didn't really watch it. And then it came out on Netflix a year later, and my dad was like, "You have to watch Agents of Shield. Like it's really good. You are going to love it," because like he knows I like all the weird sci-fi stuff. And like I watched season 2, pretty good. Like it's actually pretty good. Season 3, really good. Season 4, I think is like actually perfect. Like that is some of the best. Like because I'd say Flash season 1 is like a perfect season of television, and like Daredevil season 3, perfect season of television. I'd put Agents of Shield season 4 in that. Like
I mean,
perfect.
Christian,
Okay,
you
that's
know,
a
Drifty
cool.
always tells us to check out Agents of Shield because he's like a big fan of that show, and
Yeah.
I've heard good things about it. It's just kind of it's a
I
daunting
don't
task
blame
'cause it's so
anyone for ever
long.
seeing it, but like
Mhm.
that's like I think it's one of those things where if you're gonna watch it, skip through, like do the very like the pilot and then the very end of season 1 and then just roll through from there.
Yeah.
Because like you like I watched just season 2 onward, and like
Mhm.
I got it
Yeah.
immediately. Like it's not like
Yep.
you get it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Um,
I'll probably take a look at it. I've heard through the grapevines that it's pretty good. It's just that first season, man. That really just took me off so hard.
mhm.
All
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go
ahead.
through. Let's go through. See, let's figure out the only reason Sony's using all these logos for the Spider-Man is the only reason. Imagine the only reason Sony is bringing back Andrew and Toby is just because they're too lazy to cast someone else. It makes sense, but like imagine if that'd be kind of funny. All right,
That'd be
what's
fun,
the
yeah.
fucking first movie in Phase 2? Is it Ant-Man?
No, it's
It's
based what
Iron Man 3.
No, that's
Iron Man 3.
Yeah.
What are you?
oh yeah, I'm dumb. I forgot that this is Phase
Ant-Man was
2
the
and Phase
last
2.
one in Phase 3.
Yeah, I see. This is why I'm really good at this stuff. Iron Man 3. Some people really
Rocket
like it. Some people don't like it at all. I think it's mid. I think it's good. It is good. It's like B tier. I don't think it's as good as Iron Man 1. I don't think it belongs at the A list, but I don't think it's either B or C for me. I don't have strong opinions on it, but I do love the score and I do like a lot of certain elements of the movie.
Tyler, do you have something to say? I see you covering your mouth. Tyler?
No, y'all can go.
No. Did I
No.
say
I've got
something that
opinions
hurt you,
too.
Tyler?
Tyler,
You hurt
come
me
on.
with that too, man. You hurt me with that.
Let's hear it.
Did I? Oh, come on.
Iron Man 3, in my humble opinion, is the best in the trilogy. It's in the top 10 MCU movies for me. I think I also love Shane Black. Like Shane Black is one of my favorite writers ever. Like his screenplays are like anytime I need inspiration for a screenplay, I'll reread The Nice Guys. And like I'll like sometimes skim through Kiss Kiss Bang Bang because I love a lot of the characterization that he has just throughout that movie.
Yep.
Like I love Iron Man 3. I think the Shane Black touch really makes, because I think it's one of those things where I think it's also a perfect like opening to phase 2, because like you have the Avengers and there's so many like there's so, like we've already said, there's so many Marvel movies afterwards that try to do the comedy and don't do it well. Shane Black, I feel like, was the perfect person to match Joss Whedon's level of wit, because Iron Man 3 is so funny, but it's like genuinely funny. There's genuine setups,
It is genuinely
payoffs,
funny.
character.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic. The Mandarin twist, especially now. Oh my! And then All Hail the King.
Well, the King was pretty good. You know what I'll
Ben-
say?
Ben
I
Kingsley is
I
great.
watched Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, and I really really liked it. I watched The Nice Guys. I really really liked it. Iron Man 3 is very much not as much a Shane Black movie. I wish Iron Man 3 was more like Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. You know?
I think.
Am I
there's
wrong
some
for saying that?
hints-
Am I
I th-
am I crossing a line too far? Am I going too far here? With
I
saying
think
that?
there's some hints of like classic Marvel, like it's not as Shane Black as like
Hmm.
the Nice Guys, but I think that like there's so much like I think if you took Shane Black out of Iron Man 3, it's kind of like taking Edgar Wright out of Ant-Man. Like there
Mm,
was a noticeable difference that the first, and I like the first Ant-Man movie a lot, but it's not, it's nowhere near Edgar Wright.
yeah.
I think Iron Man 3, like if you take Shane Black out, like it's a whole different, like I think his touch on that movie is like phenomenal. Like I think he made that movie, like, because if it wasn't, I would probably just be like, yeah, it's good, we could put it in C. But like because of Shane Black and like his mark on cinema,
Mhm.
peak.
I'm close to agreeing with you there. I really like that movie. I've genuinely felt it was great. Again, most people's issue with it was more or less the Mandarin twist, because because again, All Hail the King had not released yet. No one knew anything about it. It didn't even know it existed yet. We didn't even know it was coming in Thor: The Dark World on the it was, I think it was the Blu-ray release.
Hmm.
I had no prior really readings of the original Iron Man comics. The only thing I really knew about was Demon in the Bottle. And so when that happened, I'm just like, all right, cool, it's a twist. And I was still interested to see where the story was going. My only issue was just kind of how they handled AIM and stuff. And also just the I am the Mandarin twist at the end that they had. That was my
Aldrich Killian is
only
one of the weakest villains in the MCU. That's
I don't
we- when-
think
big statement there.
so.
You don't think so?
I think he's
You
actually
like Aldrich
like
Killian?
I'm not saying like he's
Yeah.
the best one, but I
Oh,
do
yeah.
like him a lot. I also like the I am the Mandarin twist, especially now, because it shows how arrogant and dumb Aldrich actually is in
Oh
terms
yeah,
of
I
his
mean,
ego.
compared to now, yeah,
But
but
but that being said, I also think that Shane Black and Marvel should have actually like I forgot the phrase, but like nail down and like commit to making Maya the villain, because like
Mhm.
she was
Yep,
originally
yeah.
supposed to be the Mandarin in the
Yeah.
movie.
Oh
Like
shit!
whereas
Okay, so
Aldrich
that makes
Killian-
sense. Okay,
Yep.
that
yeah,
makes sense.
like,
there.
and then
Yeah,
you
actually,
watch
that
Iron Man
would've
3,
been
it's
awesome.
so perfectly set up, and it's like,
Mm.
but then it's like, whatever. Because like Guy
Yeah.
Pearce is fun, and I think he
Mhm.
works well in like the Marvel movie villain type
Mm.
Yeah.
role. But like, yeah,
one of my only
and I
issues.
think
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
or because I feel like there. I mean, we will keep coming back to this. Characters or directors with strong directorial visions, when they come to the MCU, a little bit of that flair is just always lost. I mean, just looking at this list, looking at like Ryan
Don't let Hassan
Coogler.
say that. Or hear you say that.
Did Hassan say that?
I said don't let Hassan hear you say that.
Oh, don't let. Oh yeah. Eternals looks mid. I'll let Hassan hear that. You motherfucker.
you're
But
not wrong.
I because if you look at all these directors in the MCU that come in, like Edgar Wright, I guess doesn't really count, but let's just count him for a second. Edgar Wright, Ryan Coogler, Scott Derrickson, even I want to say even John Watts a little bit. These directors come in. I mean, I guess James Gunn is kind of an exception, but they get James Gunn kind of have his own playground because he was like, I'm just doing whatever I want in this little corner of the universe. I feel like, and I feel like also with James Gunn, his style of movie making just fits so well in the MCU that a lot of those problems about that a lot of people say, okay, directors don't seem to have as much control as they should, don't really arise for James Gunn just because that puzzle piece kind of fits a little bit more seamlessly. I think for me, Iron Man 3 is a big symptom of that, where I think Shane Black did probably want to do a lot of other stuff that would have made the movie more interesting, but then we just don't see it. And I feel like a lot of like my favorite parts of the movie are Tony, and it's Tony struggling, and it's Tony with the kid struggling in the middle of like Tennessee or wherever he was at. Tennessee or Kentucky? Forgot where.
I think it was
It's
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah,
Tennessee. Those are my favorite parts of the movie. Those are the most Shane Black parts of the movie. And I wanted more of that from the film instead of I think the first act of the film is pretty weak. And I feel like
Okay, so can I go because I haven't spoken about this
yes.
yet.
Yeah,
got some
do
opinions.
it.
No, we don't want to hear anything you have to say.
No, okay. I gotta say that the poster for Iron Man 3 is like one of my favorites in the entire MCU. I really love how hard it goes.
This
and
one
I
or the
remember
one where
seeing
he's falling?
the
we
one
have
where he's
any?
like
Oh,
you
yeah.
see all
Falling
the
out of the
suits
sky.
flying around him, and he's got like
Yeah,
water
yeah.
around him and shit. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I remember seeing it in cinemas, and the whole bit with the house getting destroyed and falling off the cliff. That was cool. The whole the Mark 40, is it Mark 42? Is that what's in
Is that the
movie?
one
Yeah.
that you're talking about, by the way?
Which
This,
No,
this
it's the
poster.
other one.
I'll talk
Yeah,
about
where
this
he's
with
like-
Age
the
of
other one.
Ultron, but the timeline of the suits pissed me off.
That one?
But I'll talk
yeah.
about it with Age of Ultron because I
Oh,
noticed it
actually-
when we watched Iron Man 3.
I don't mean to interrupt a little bit. I
That's
do
all right.
actually have some. I guess since we are talking about Iron Man 3, I do have a little fun little piece to show you guys. I have a signed poster of the actual film by Robert Downey Jr., Gwyneth Paltrow, and Don Cheadle.
That is
Wow, where'd you get that from?
valuable and cool.
I got it from one of my dad's friends. He goes to like all these different types of places and gets this shit all the time. He has one of Adam West. Here, you guys can take a look at that.
Yeah.
You
That's
guys can
cool as
kind of
shit.
make out the signatures there. There's RDJ. There's Gwyneth. There's
That's
Dawn.
actually super cool.
Yeah. I just
Damn.
thought, hey, I just realized, yeah, I got that with me. Might as well just show that off.
Nice.
Yeah, fuck yeah, that's cool as.
This is the poster you're talking about, though, right? With the suits around him.
No,
and
the other
stuff?
one. It's the one where he's kneeling down and all the suits are
Oh,
flying around.
okay. So you were
That
talking
one
about
there.
this one. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
it's that one there.
I thought you
Um,
made a tweet earlier about this one, so I thought it was this one. But yeah.
Oh, no.
Okay. Yeah.
It's something that this movie has, and you've already said it. It's like what the other movies don't have, where it's more of like a character study of Iron Man. And the second one did it very well, but I just sort of prefer how the third one does it, where they put him, they sort of showcase how clever Tony Stark is without his suit, because he's trapped in the middle of nowhere and he sort of has to start from scratch again. Sort of like it's like a repeat of the first movie when he first gets his heart taken out and stuff. And that's cool. I really love just the whole aesthetic of the movie. I love the plot. Everything about Iron Man 3 to me just works. It's not my favorite movie out of the MCU, but I can watch it and not have a bad time with it.
Mhm.
Which is
Makes sense.
weirdly enough an unpopular opinion, because I know a lot of people just don't like it, but I love it.
I feel like we're vibing hard on a lot of these.
Yep. Do we want to put it in? I think it's either A or B, right? Based on positivity I'm sensing here. Do we want to put
I
it
would
in A or
put
B?
it in an A personally.
You put it in an A.
I would
What do you
also
guys
put it in
do?
an A. I feel
A?
like, but I will say, I don't blame anyone for putting this lower in their ranking because
Same.
I think there are a few movies that happen to me like this. Like I hate ranking movies, period, because like especially MCU movies, because like my go-to is always you can't compare Homecoming to Endgame, but like for the sake of this, like we're doing it. But like it's one of those things where like movies like Iron Man 3, Civil War, Ant-Man, I'd also put in this category. Like they're good. I would say that they're good, but like there's so many other ones that are like you could put over them, so like they kind of start to fall to the wayside. But like I think it's very easy to forget like these are good movies. Like Iron Man 3 is a good movie.
Yeah.
Like it's really strong.
Yeah. They're all going crazy in the chat about having cool nerd dads, and I wish I had a cool nerd dad. My dad
My
really
dad
likes
watches
cameras though, which is
movies.
really cool. But yeah, I think I can feel okay putting it in A tier. I feel for me it's at the lower end of the A tier, which I mean I guess we're not going crazy with the ranking, but I think for me, I mean it is basically ranked in here. Iron Man is the top, then Captain America. We want to put Captain America above Avengers, maybe. I feel like some people do like that movie more, but I guess it's not too big of a comparison.
them
It's all in
both.
the same
Doesn't really
ranking.
concern
Yeah.
me.
What's after Iron Man? Is it Winter Soldier, right?
Yes, because it would have been Thor:
Are
The
we-
Dark World, but we already
Are we
did
gonna
it.
go for it? Are we
Yeah.
gonna go for it? Are we
Nah,
fine doing this? Easiest one?
drop of my
Is
life.
it the easiest one?
That's an S
Is
tier.
an S tier?
For me, that's
Yeah.
an S tier.
Easy.
Easy.
I don't even
Zach,
think we
you
need
think-
to talk about it. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
It's Winter Soldier.
It's great. It's good. People have watched it. You know, it's good.
Even though it's subjectively bad and we're not allowed to like it now, it is
That's
still.
true. It is objectively bad, and we are not allowed to watch
I
it.
don't get this fucking bit.
You don't get this bit, but the chat is loving it.
Honestly, I envy the fact that you don't understand it. I wish that I couldn't understand it.
Yeah, I do. Tyler, stay pure. Don't ever go on Twitter, and want
Just don't-
want clout.
Get out of the movie business while you can, honestly.
Exactly.
Get out of Hollywood, kid. You're not tough enough.
It's
We
not all
already did-
sunshine and rainbows, all right, kid.
We already did Thor Ragnarok. It's Guardians is in Phase 4, right? Is it after Thor Ragnarok? I think
It's
so, right?
The first Guardians.
No, the first one was in phase 2, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2014.
Yeah.
was
So
the
it's
first
after
one.
Thor Ragnarok. Yeah.
Dark
Or
World.
Zach, do you
Yes.
have any opinions on Winter Soldier being at the top?
I think
Oh,
he's
crap,
preoccupied.
unmuted. Yeah.
I'm good.
Yes.
All right, so
Okay.
I just had to get new headsets. My headphones were dying.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
And then I fucked up this, and it fell down, and I had to fix it real quick.
Yeah.
But yeah,
happening.
I think Winter Soldier is definitely an S tier. I
Mhm.
absolutely love that film. It is incredible. My only like actual annoyance with the film at
Mhm.
all is more or less just the small comments that were done by like Joe and Anthony. One time, they always said that they thought Captain America was boring. As a major Cap fan, I immensely disagree. I've always
Yeah.
loved Captain America just throughout his whole like existence.
Mm.
I never felt once that he was really a boring character. It's more or less like when you hear like when someone says Superman is boring. I always kind of
Yeah.
it's when you kind of it's that kind of situation.
Yeah. No, that makes sense. And I think,
Yeah.
I mean, they. Yes, Brian. Gay icon Gio Russo.
So Superman's only interesting when he's evil, you know?
What I was
fuck
gonna
is-
say is like I agree. Like I think that that's kind of stupid, but I think they stumble. Like it was like they accidentally stumbled into the action because like Cap in the
Mhm.
comics has always been like the seemingly Boy Scout that totes around like the American ideals that like is faced with the modern world and realizes that it's like not what we think like America, the promised land, actually is. Like it's actually fucked up and like not a great country. So it's like, how does
Mhm.
Captain America find his way in that? And like the Russo brothers just took the Boy Scout part and were like, let's make this cool, and then did the Cap character perfectly, which I think is really funny at the end of the day. Like I agree,
Yeah.
it's stupid that they said that, but like Winter Soldier has some of the and like Civil War and
yeah, I'm
Infinity
not
War Endgame has some of
disagreeing
the
that this film
best
is fucking terrible.
characterization.
Yeah.
I
But
will
it's
never fucking
really
say that this film's terrible.
I'm not even
Mhm.
saying you're
Yeah.
saying that. I just wanted to point out that it's
Oh,
really
yeah.
funny that they gave us a perfect adaptation of Cap
Was
from a
saying
point
that.
of
Yeah.
why Cap is the way he is in the comics.
Yeah,
Also,
like
I didn't-
think it's go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was gonna say I didn't read Brian's original message, and all I read in the chat was just turns into fucking company that spine is liquid, and I was like, what the fuck? And he's talking
Hold
about the
on.
action scene where he kicks a guy and he fucking like splits in
Yeah.
half after he falls across the boat. That's the first thing they filmed, right? Or no, the elevator scene is the first thing they filmed. But then I think
Really?
that scene is one of the first things
Really, I didn't know that. you
Yeah.
filmed
I
that
didn't know
way.
that was
The
the,
elevator
first
is-
thing they ever filmed.
the elevator scene was
Mhm.
the first thing they filmed, which I think that sets a good because I mean when I was shooting Coda, we kind of went chronological just because I wanted to set the tone of like the focus of this movie is the romance between these two characters. That needs to be the
Mhm.
core, right? And I think that's important where your shooting schedule should reflect how you want your actors and your production team to think about characterization, you know?
Mhm.
And the elevator scene being the first thing they filmed, I think that sets a really good precedent for the crew to know this is what we're doing for the rest of the film.
Yeah.
And I just think that's
Yeah.
really good
Oh,
that they
yeah.
decided to do that. So
That's
Um,
that's a that scene I think really just kind of is the perfect like just if you never need to sell that movie to like anybody that needs to watch it, just show them
Just
that
watch that
elevator
scene.
scene,
Yeah.
and then like that's the whole movie. Like that's basically what
right,
Captain
yeah.
America. I just love how they adapted a lot of Captain America's stories and like the Hydra takeover of the government and all that. I liked how they just
I like it. To me, it feels like exactly like you said about the Boy Scout. For me, it feels like Captain America is sort of like a man lost in time, where he's defined by these really old yet pure ideals, and he's trying to adjust to a world that is slowly corrupting itself. I like that
Yeah.
a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
I
right,
could-
next is Guardians, right? Or
I could
sorry,
rant
what
about
do you have?
Cap. I was just gonna say I could rant about Cap all day.
Yeah.
Like it's
You
a
can
good
do this all day.
movie. He's a
Yeah.
good character.
Yeah. It's a
That's the
lie. I
thing
said
from the movie.
I understood that reference. Oh.
That's the other thing from the movie.
Oh my god. It's
Big
the
guy in a
movies.
suit of armor.
It's the movies. I love the movies. But yeah, Guardians
I
of the
hate
Galaxy.
myself.
Me too.
S tier.
I
Guardians of the
think Guardians is
Galaxy.
an A. I really like Guardians. I watched
wait,
it like
okay.
2 nights ago.
I think it's either A or S.
Mhm.
No, I would reserve S for the second one, but I
Mhm.
think A definitely.
I think this is just where we're gonna differ. To me personally, Guardians like Volume 2 and Volume 1. Like I put Volume 2 above Volume 1 like on my letterbox just generally because like I find myself liking it a lot more because I vibe with the tone. They're the same level for me. I think they're both perfect movies. And like
Yeah.
I think I always like I have a theory that most of the MCU, as much as I love it, will not go down in history as much as like classic cinema. But I think the Guardians films will go down in the same legacy as like Back to the Future, Raiders of the Lost Ark,
Oh,
like in
mhm.
that area. I think they're both on the same level for me. So I'd be inclined to put both of them in S, but like I agree with you. I would put Volume 2 above it, but like
Mhm.
I don't hear a lot of people talk in general about Volume 2 as much, but it
Yeah.
is. I do think it's either S or A. For me, I think I like the original one better, just because I feel like it's more of a succinct movie. And I don't know, for my personal taste, I think that just suits me better. Whereas I feel like with Guardians 2, it's just so. We'll rank both of these at the same time.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
Guardians 2, I feel like
They're
it's
the
just a
same.
lot more
They're 4 months
it
apart chronologically.
chronologically,
So it's like,
yeah.
yeah.
And it's I kind of I just headcanon it as like a year or two because I feel
No,
like
it's
those characters
yeah.
because
See,
it's like 4
I
months
was of
is
the
okay.
opinion. I was of the opinion that Guardians 1 was great, and Guardians 2 I didn't really like. And
Really?
yeah, and a couple months ago I was watching a video essay by Lindsay Ellis where she covered Guardians 2. I hadn't seen it before. I love her video essays. So I was watching it. And she said a lot of the things that I'd only watched Guardians 2 once. And I didn't like it. And I went and watched this essay, and she spoke about how a lot of the themes had to do with like maturity and like the whole toxic masculinity and stuff like that. And I went and rewatched the film with like that sort of mindset, like not necessarily looking for those things, but being open to something that wasn't necessarily the premise of the first Guardians movie. And I went and watched it, and I loved it so much more because I'm like, it actually does align with a lot of those things so much better than the first movie does. And that's sort of when it changed for me personally.
Yeah.
That makes
Mhm.
sense. I think I'd be down to put I either put Guardians 1 in S and Guardians 2 in A, or some
Mhm.
combination of that. Because
I
I'm
wouldn't.
more
I would say S for Guardians 1, A for Guardians 2, just because
that's what
I
I
think
was saying. And yeah,
yeah.
too. Yeah.
I
What
think the reason is like Guardians 1 had the hardest task that I think any of the MC movies really had. And it was really introducing us to not only a team of characters that had no solo introductions or anything, but introducing us to a completely new section of this entire Marvel universe, just the entire galaxy, and the factions that are there. We were introduced to the Nova Corps. We were introduced to the Kree. We were introduced to just the Ravengers, and so many sections of that parts of the universe. And also introduced us to all the characters, fleshed them out, kept us entertained, while having one mediocre villain. That's basically I think that film is why I think that is an S tier. That's one of the main reasons.
I agree with that. And for me personally, Volume 2 does everything that Guardians 1 does the exact same way, just without the shortcomings of the first one. Like, there isn't a villain.
Yeah.
Like, Ronan, for me, is really, really boring. But Ego in the second one, I found really cool. And I love that. I love that they actually had an emotional connection, and it just, for me, it just flowed a bit better. And I liked how Rocket was slowly becoming like what Yondu became. Really liked that. I loved everything with Gamora and Nebula and everything. That's
Guardians
the
Volume
reason
2
why
tackles
I'd
parallelism better than a lot of other movies these days. You know?
Yeah,
And tracking
that's the only reason why
character
I would personally rank it a bit higher, because for me, it just like everything that the movie had to offer flowed back into itself really, really well. And it just, for me, it just did everything that Guardians 1 did better. Just like
I'm gonna put.
I was I agree with you. I think Guardians 2 is literally just the first one on steroids in every sense of the word. And like I really like Ronan in the first movie. I think he's the perfect villain for the first Guardians movie, because he's not, you get the gist of him. That's not the focus of the movie at all.
Yeah.
Like Ego in the second one had to be a great character, and he was, thankfully, because like the whole film hinges on whether or not Peter can actually trust his. My cat's going crazy in the corner. I think it's funny. But like it's hinges on Peter being able to see the good in his father and then absolutely despising him by the end, so he can have that character arc. But it's really like, that's why I think they're the same, is because it's really just what you want that day. Because Guardians 2 is way funnier, is way more action packed, is way more heartfelt and sad. But it's like, that doesn't discount the first one at all. It's like, I think they're both really great movies. It's just like, do you want a crazy movie? Do you want a more laid back movie? Like, that's where it's up to you that day, really.
Yeah.
Like, in my opinion,
like Guardians 1 is like a pitch for Guardians 2. So it's like, hey, if you like the first one, you're gonna love the second one. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah.
Since we're kind of wavering on it, I'm gonna put it in A for now. And then once we've kind of finished more of these movies, I feel like we'll get in a more.
We almost had them.
You almost had me.
You know what?
So you've got 2 out of 4 saying it's an S tier, and you've got all the comments here saying putting it in S.
One person to say put an S right now, and I'll put an S in chat.
It's a little controversial.
There's
a bit of mixed opinions on it.
Come on, CJ. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to say put it in S.
Come on.
Oh, fuck, he said it. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay. God damn it. Okay, fine. We got 2 Guardians movies and S.
I love Guardians. I love both Guardians movies. The only reason The only reason sorry, we're interrupting each other's. The only reason I said like put it in A or whatever was because the reason why is because I think Guardians 1 had such a high task to deliver on, and it just nailed it. And then Guardians 2 had to follow up that, and it nailed it. But just for me personally, I just felt like it was this continuation of the story and not really a follow-up to the story. Yeah. In a way, if that makes sense.
Yeah. You guys see Will Poulter talk about
But I still love that
3?
film.
He was on like a British talk show talking about Guardians 3, and he was like, I can't say anything. But then the guy who was like interviewing him is like a huge Adam Warlock nerd. And he's like, you're going to come out of Coon all gold, aren't you, Will Poulter? And he's like, I don't And it's like, I'm excited for Guardians 3. It's going to be a challenge for him to top what he's done, but I think he'll do it. So.
Yeah,
I mean, now we have a good Guardians game. We need the final to the trilogy. Dude, it's good. You're gonna love it.
I need to get a fucking PS5. I'm so pissed off I haven't, because I want to play like that Returnal.
Dude.
Like I want to play through Spider-Man PS4 again because I haven't since it came out.
Dude,
and I want to play Miles Morales.
Come all the way to Ohio. I'll let you play on my PS5.
Yeah.
I might have to
Take the road
I'm
trip.
So pissed off.
Take a road trip, man. I'll let you stay the night. This
Or
this couch is a bed.
just go and fucking like steal it from Christian or something, because that's what I'm gonna do with this Daily Bugle, even though I already have one.
You have okay. Just so that people on stream know, I've got my Daily Bugle right there.
I'm gonna steal it from you anyways. I am going to
Yeah.
go and commit robbery. I am going to steal it from you. I just hope you know that.
I'm in a different
If
country.
anyone
so-
comes to steal shit from my house, just like you are gonna come to a gold mine.
Yeah. I'm putting a
that's
target
so-
right there.
okay,
Starting a
just putting
GoFundMe
it
for
right
Tyler's PS5. Yeah, do
Yeah,
it.
man.
That is
do
my
it.
Come on
girlfriend.
down. I got
Oh,
signed.
yeah.
I got a signed copy of the Back to the Future script. I have.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. So you live
You
at
got-
That's cool.
123 Applegate Street? Yeah.
Yeah,
One,
you know
two,
what?
three, 4, 5, 6. Fake
Let's
Street.
play a fun game of let's all say our home addresses.
Yeah.
Mine's
Let's play my favorite game. Shout your social security number.
Yeah. On the count of
And
3.
the-
1, 2, 3, go.
I don't actually know it. I'll be honest.
I have it written somewhere. So don't
I-
come and steal it from me.
I was gonna make a point of like, just really quickly. There's like, because Zach, you were saying like the first Guardians movie, you would say is better because of the setup. I think it's one of those things where that's kind of our issue with this whole list is because like the first Avengers movie had a lot. Because I think we can all generally agree. Like we'll get to this later, but I think we can all generally agree. Infinity War and Endgame surpass the first Avengers just in terms of impact, in terms of what they were able to do with these characters. So I think it's one of those things of like, how do we take into account like whether it's set up versus the like aftermath of it? Because it's like the first Guardians of the Galaxy movie, I fully agree. Like that's one of the hardest films because Eternals, like Kevin Feige and everyone like on comic book Twitter would say like probably say like there's a really hard movie to pitch, like people aren't going to be into it, but like the Marvel Studios brand has a name at this point. They're pitching it as a part of the next phase. Like people will show up to see it one way or another.
Fucking everywhere. Yeah,
People are going to show up to see it, even
Marvel-
if it does. Like even if people hate it and like even the audience is like this is a bad movie, it financially will do well. We're going to see more of these characters in the future because like at this point the MCU is just whether or not they want to like whether or not
I
they
mean,
want
like-
to do more shit.
I mean, Captain Marvel made such a like negative buzz with the white males or whatever. That made $1 billion. Like realize that made
Easily.
$1 billion.
Which I
Easily made $1
forget
billion.
that it did.
And Far From Home. Like Far From
Yeah.
Home's another one because within the Spider-Man community, people hated that movie. Like people thought it was really bad. They didn't like it.
Oh yeah,
But like
it's such a
people
split.
like this version of Spider-Man. Like people are going to show up to see these movies. Like even
No matter
Venom
what, yeah.
and Morbius. Like people are showing up to see it
Yeah,
because it's
Venom
a
made
Marvel
$1
brand.
billion.
That's the thing. We have an
Venom
echo
made $1
chamber
billion.
online in these circles where we hear nothing but, MCU Spider-Man's bad, Venom's bad. Whereas, like, it's gonna go on to make several $1 million, in some cases billions of dollars. And it's like, we might not like it, or they might not like it. But at the end of the day, it sells because general audiences love that shit. That's what the
Biggest thing that you have to realize about Marvel movies, and they say they make these movies for the fans, and you want to believe them. They don't make these movies for the fans. They make these movies because they do really well. That's why these movies.
I think it's a
keep
thing of
getting made.
like,
And that's why, as I said, that's why there was the whole debate between Disney and Sony right now whether to put Toby and Andrew in the Spider-Man trailer. Because
spoilers possibly
possibly
for No Way Home.
Look, it's a rumor.
We don't fully know, but
We kind of know.
Take it
It's
with a grain
kinda-
of salt. But yeah, but that's the battle between what sells and if it's for the fans, they want to keep it a secret. So you go into the movie and it's like, whoa. But if it's for money, then they have to put it in the trailer.
Yeah, it's this. I think the Marvel movies are this fine line between corporatism and actual fan service.
yeah,
Because you can
that's
clearly
what I was
like
about to say.
it's and the comics are a different story. It's like it's the 3 pillars between synergy, creative freedom, and like actual stories in a way, in a sense. I forget exactly how I phrased it back in the day. I used to have it's like 3 comic pillars. I'm not going to get into it. But for the movies, it's this fine line of corporatism and fan service a lot. And because because you'll have like this really sincere moment in Shang-Chi. We'll talk about that later, and then you'll just have beef. If you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, I know
That's a corporate. That's someone in the room just saying they should just the flight attendant needs to come in and say beef, because we can't have something super serious for the audience.
Yeah. And I think
Yeah.
And I mean, that's why I'm worried about Eternals. CJ, back to chat. CJ says he's going to watch Eternals in 6 hours, and I will say I will be stealing all his opinions once he gives them to me, and then making them twat tweets.
I do have
because
my
Alright.
tickets already done.
Clout
I thought you
Mithy
said
is dead.
Clout
Clout
Mithy was
Mithy is
dead.
dead. I'm not
Yeah.
Clout Mithy. I'm Prick Mithy. That's different. I'm
Just
just an
Well,
asshole.
you always prick
just
Mithy.
stop saying he's dead. Like, okay, he's dead. Stop bringing
dead.
it up.
He's dead.
Like,
He's dead.
Dude,
Okay.
Mithy
I
is a
promise you.
cow with like really thin udders because it's just been milked and milked and
never say the word udders with an Australian accent again. I hate it.
udders.
Never say it again with your accent.
But,
Whoa.
yeah, with the MCU, I mean,
Oh.
you're seeing it with Eternals, where I think with Eternals, the reason I think it looks so mid too is just because they could go full with it. But then I see these clips from the movies, and they see these like little bits and pieces from the movie, and I'm like, like especially that Bollywood scene that they released today. I watched it and I was like, there's something off about it. There's just
It
something a little
It
wrong
seems
about it.
poorly
You know?
edited to me, which I thought the same thing with the Carnage clip that they released, where it's like Cletus Cassidy turns into Carnage when they released it. Like, I thought it was just poorly, like, yeah, I think it's just one of those things where the films are getting to this point where it's like people are going to show up no matter what, and it's like I just feel like it's a weird thing of like, because especially with Phase 4, we're starting to get to a point where like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, I think is fantastic. Kari Skogland had a full she fucking had a stranglehold on that project, and Malcolm
House of
Spellman.
Cards, right? House of Cards.
Yeah, like they fucking were not like Marvel barely touched Falcon and Winter Soldier from my knowledge, from what I know about the show. Like that was Malcolm Spellman and Kari Skogland. With Eternals, it feels like a lot more synergy, and like Chloe Zhao has a very specific style. Like she is a fantastic filmmaker.
Nomadland was brilliant. I really liked Nomadland.
But when you start to mix it in with the MCU style of like, and even like the action side, I'm not even just gonna say MCU because I feel like the Marvel movies at this point are kind of just like action movies now. That's just our kind of golden standard. It just starts to be very like, I just feel like it
even
starts
the
to
scene of
heads.
Salma Hayek talking, where I'm like, this just something's wrong here.
Yeah,
you know,
and I think Salma Hayek and Angelina Jolie are going to be fantastic because they're fantastic actresses, and I think they will elevate the project. But like, I was just going to bring up like Black Panther. I feel like had the same problem because like Ryan Coogler, fantastic filmmaker, but
won
like,
an
there's
Oscar,
just
right?
some off stuff about it.
I can kind of agree. I feel like I've now not watched a lot of Chloe Zhao movies. I need to catch up on them because I'm a fucking I'm under a rock all the time on these type of movies. But when I feel kind of the opposite when I first saw the trailers, but I can understand the Bollywood stuff. When I saw that, I was like, that doesn't really feel right.
Because I've seen Bollywood musicals. I'm from South India, so I don't watch that many Bollywood movies, but it's the same concept, right? Bollywood and Hollywood are kind of the same. Generally, it's just Indian movies, right? Indian flashy dance musical movies. These Bollywood movies are the most kinetic things in the entire world. They are on cocaine, they are on heroin, they are on shrooms, they are on every single substance on mankind.
And these are just the drugs Mithy has taken.
They're very, very colorful. From what I've seen, they're very colorful and just engaging to watch.
They are engaging. The camera work too is kinetic. That's the other thing, you know. And dance moves are accentuated. People in these movies, there's a reason they wear such bright, colorful clothing that is baggy, because when you're dancing, it accentuates. Dance
flows
pants
around.
are puffy, because when you're dancing, you're jumping, that puffs up, you know. And with what I saw in that little thing, like, sure, maybe it's just the end of the dance number, but I was like, there's nothing going on here. This is like a British, they're dancing around and doing the waltz or whatever. That's what it seems like. It doesn't seem And I get it's impressive that they do the camera work and they show everyone rotating, and there was probably a choreographer on set to help them do that, but it just feels off to see that happen. And I I hope that's not the case, and I hope the actual musical is better and it's a little better honorary representation of Bollywood. But I'm afraid that's probably not going to be the case, because with all these Marvel promos, what you end up seeing in the movie kind of is what you end up seeing in the promo.
So
So I don't
I've
know.
got a very hot take about Eternals, where, and this is the kind of thing that like I don't really want to like publicize, but it's sort of what I'm feeling going into it. And I'm going to be watching it soon. I'll probably watch it in the next day or two when it actually releases or whatever. So this is just me saying it without seeing it. Feels like to me that this movie is because it's trying to be different. It feels like the stands, the diehard fans who love these movies, they feel obligated that this needs to succeed. That like this needs to prove that Marvel movies can work when they're not formulaic. Which, hey, it might work, it might not. You know, we've just gotten the basic reviews right now, just from its first week of reviewers. General audiences haven't quite, you know, all seen it yet, so we don't quite know. But it feels like to me that the stands are scrambling to defend this movie to prove that Marvel movies aren't all the same.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
it feels very, for me, it feels kind of like it's a very toxic environment to be in, because that's the thing about everyone's favorite movies here are different. And if you love a film series, you can agree that you have your favorites, you have your least favorites, and they all, you know, vary from what's good and what's bad. And yeah, I feel like with Eternals, it could be one of the cases where it's different, and because Chloe Zhao doesn't do Marvel movies, she has her own style which works really well for her stuff. And like I said, I love Nomadland. It's very much, it's the least Marvel thing you could think of, and that it's not a Marvel property, obviously. And so after seeing that, going straight into Eternals, I'm very interested, because from what I gathered with Nomadland, a lot of what made that film work for me was its silence. The fact that it was just a simple story of an aging woman traveling in a caravan who she didn't have any goal, she didn't have any purpose, she was just existing for the sake of existing. And I really, really loved that. It was really cool. It was such a mood to watch. And I honestly don't know what Eternals is going to do, and that's why I'm sort of frightened, because fans.
Because it's like, can
gonna
you
get
draw the
upset.
same comparisons between Creed and Black Panther? Are there a lot of comparisons to draw between those two movies? Not really, in my opinion.
Mm.
You know, like you can draw some stuff, but these projects are different projects than what these directors have made before, regardless of the successes of their past. So I think I feel like looking into Eternals, you have to kind of view it in like a new lens, and
Yeah.
viewing in that new lens removes the kind of the rose tinted view of, oh, this director is
Yeah.
great, so this movie's going to be great, you know. And
Also, I just saw CJ's comment, so thank you.
Yeah, I did see.
No,
yeah,
I laughed in the middle of you talking and I felt so bad, but that's so fucking
I was in the
funny.
middle of the sentence and I read it and I'm like, yeah, all right. So just take what I said with a grain of salt. That's just my initial exposure to this so far.
I was
I
just
could be
gonna
wrong,
say,
yeah.
I think it's just one of the, like, because obviously there's been a lot of discourse on Twitter. For those of you that don't know, like, there's been a lot of discourse recently with the fact that this is the first rotten movie.
Oh
from the
yeah,
MCU.
I've noticed.
And I think there is, like, I personally agree with a lot of the criticism that I think it's a problem now that so many reviewers are just like white men reviewing these projects. And like I say this as a white man, which like three of the
Hello.
four. But I think it's just, and it is like, this is always something I go back and forth. I'm actually planning on releasing a video later this week about it, of like, you know, like I'm a white male in the film industry, like how am I affecting things? How am I pushing for change? And it's like, so I think there's something to be said about like Eternals, because it was also the same thing with Wrinkle in Time, Ava DuVernay, and like Brie Larson had a big controversy about it. That was her first major one.
I remember that.
Yeah, and it's like, I think there is a call that we need to have more diverse reviewers. So I do agree with that criticism, but I think it's becoming an issue of, because there's been a lot of criticisms about genuine parts of the film, not necessarily like, oh, Salma Hayek and Kamal Nanjiani, like they're in the film, like they shouldn't be, because like we should just have white people, like that's what it should be, because like no, that's stupid. And if you think that, sorry, you're dumb. Not sorry, you're just dumb.
They're dumb. Yeah,
I'm not
we
even
should
gonna
have
say
had
sorry.
a white Shang-Chi
Yeah.
because
That
that was a
White
definitely a,
Panther.
Mhm.
Well,
You guys see
remember in
that-
Black Panther they had Martin Freeman for essentially no
For the-
reason. He was just sort of there.
Oh,
he
yeah,
was there to
Because like
see-
we need a white guy.
The only white
Mhm.
person that was great in that movie was Andy Serkis. They should not remove him. He was
Facts.
great in that movie.
But
I'm
like,
so sad
but
they
yeah.
killed him off, but we'll get to
I'm
that.
just to finish out this point. Like, I was just gonna say, like, I think there is like we need a call for more diverse audience, because I think it would hit people that are actually being represented in the film differently. Because that was the argument with Wrinkle in Time. Like, it just hits different, and we need more diversity in films. Like, this is something I will always attest to, even in Marvel movies. Like, I'll be the first one to point it out. It is fucking insane that this is the first movie where we're actually getting a gay character, like a gay character that is out and gay, and it's just like
It's just
it's
a normal
not
thing.
just a Joe Russo
And
cameo.
what is it, like the 23rd movie or something in the series?
It's not
Like,
something you
fucking
can
insane.
cut too.
Yes,
Yeah.
like it's insane to me that that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And but
it's
I think,
awesome. I'm
but
glad
I
we're
also
having
want to
it, but
say,
it's
like,
yeah.
when we're talking about like Eternals looks off, like I think it's something. It's a weird issue of like, should we critique this movie for what it? Because this is one of the first movies with actual diversity, like one of the first Marvel movies with actual diversity. Should we be critiquing the filmmaking because of that? Like, and it is something like I'm not gonna answer, but I think it's just something that I think is an interesting question for the audience to mull over if they disagree with anything we're saying. Like, is it something that we should critique the filmmaking when this is one of the first diverse movies? Like, because it is a worrisome thing of like, this is the first round Marvel movie. What if Marvel
Yeah, they
takes
hope they don't
the
get the same
wrong
precedent
hints
from
from
that.
that
Yeah.
of we need to have our white Captain Americas, we need to have our straight
yeah, that's
Captain
my-
Marvels in order to see like Miss Marvel, in order to see Monica Rambeau, in order to see the Falcon introduced. Like, will Marvel take that lesson? Should we just blindly say Eternals is a fantastic movie, please make more of these to get that? Or should we hold Marvel to a higher, because personally I think all films should be held up to a higher standard. Like, if we're getting these diverse movies, they should be good. Like, it is fucking time for us to have good movie. Like, it shouldn't just be throw shit at the wall and see what sticks in terms of diversity. Like, because there are people out there that can do good work. So I think it's just an interesting point of like how can you critique?
hard to juggle
Eternals
this.
in the modern
Yeah.
day?
And it's tough
And-
to get that, because we get this whole crowd of people who are like really intolerant towards this stuff. Like, the reason why it's taken us 26 movies to get to a gay character is because if they put even a speck of it, you get people crying about it. And they're like, oh, they're just trying to pander. It's like, no, like, gay people, exist. They're not.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not a work of fiction.
What
like,
the
Gay people are gay?
They're a,
What?
They live among
Yo.
us, all right?
Among
They
us,
live among
Yeah, but jokes
said the
aside,
thing.
like it
You said
shouldn't be a
Among Us.
controversy,
Yeah, it shouldn't. No, yeah.
Yeah,
And,
yeah.
and it is kind of crazy that like Loki doesn't fucking count to me as the first diverse character. They didn't do anything with
Oh,
that. You
yeah.
know? It wasn't an actual sense of representation. Gay Joe Russo
It wasn't.
is really
We
funny.
didn't see him
and nothing
making out
more.
with a dude.
Yeah.
We didn't see
and
him
it's like-
if he was making
okay.
out with a guy, I would have been okay with it.
you
I-
don't establish someone in a relationship like that, or you don't establish someone having those feelings. You just say, "I'm assuming you lean both ways." Cool. Now I'm gonna make out with the other girl, and it's like, okay, cool.
Yeah,
Like it was.
yeah.
It was a script
It's
note.
like-
It wasn't a character moment.
Yeah, it's a script. Yeah, exactly. It's a script note. There was no like moment where you're like, "Holy crap, he actually is like he's bisexual," and
Yeah.
he is.
And
he
Eternals is
doesn't
the
really
first time I think
he's
we're gonna.
gender fluid and stuff. But we don't. get
Eternals is
that.
the first time I think you're gonna at least because you don't need it to be hypersexual. I think that's the
Oh, we don't need
the
yeah.
stigma around it is that it needs to be hypersexual. No, it fucking
Mhm.
doesn't.
You just
It
need to see a bit of
needs to be-
intimacy, because that's what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
I joked about the. By the way, I was just joking about the making out with the dude for the.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah. I wasn't trying to
I
make
just-
that point.
I would just like to throw in really quickly, like I disagree with I want more stuff like Loki, where it's just like off to the side, like
Oh,
Sylvie and
I
Loki
mean,
are
I
because
think
like
it's cool. It's
I
just
think
weird that the first
I
thing is
also
that, you know,
oh
or
yeah,
like them
no, I
making a
agree.
big deal out of it, you know.
There should be balance, but I also like the fact that Loki was confirmed bisexual, but he didn't have to end up with a man. I do
Oh,
like
yeah.
because that's bisexual people. Like my girlfriend's bisexual, and we are in a straight passing relationship. Like
Mm.
it's different for a bunch of people, so I do like
Yeah.
that. I just
mhm.
I want these fucking movies to be diverse. Give me fucking gay Captain Marvel. I want Captain Marvel and Valkyrie to be so fucking gay. Oh my god.
People ship them a lot.
Ooh.
I like that.
It
That's
sounds
our,
pervy when I say it right now, but
that did sound.
I love Carol
It does
Danvers
sound
so
gay.
much in these
It
movies.
sounds super pervy, right? It
I
does.
just
like
want
that
her to
I
be
want
gay.
them-
How is she
I
not
want
gay
them
already?
to
His
be
heart's in the right
gay.
They're
place.
telling me
go hard.
I get
Maria
what you mean.
Rambo is straight in the first movie.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
nah.
This is the. That's honestly a good way to end this point. We need more diversity. Have an open mind.
Okay,
to
wait.
watch
So what
Eternals.
did this? Guardians of the Galaxy 2 prompted this discussion?
We
Was
talked
it?
about
Yeah.
Guardians,
prompted
we
because
talked
we
about
talked about
Eternals.
like corporatism. I think.
Yeah, and then we talked
mostly.
about Eternals
We
because
talked
I
about
think CJ mentioned
corporatism,
he's
and then
gonna
we
go
got
see
to the
Eternals.
critics, and
It's kinda
because
my
critics
fault.
were being like not as diverse, and then we got to Captain Marvel has to be gay.
Yes. Yep.
With
that makes sense.
Valkyrie. Yeah, I
That
mean,
makes
it's
sense.
a perfect segue. Yeah,
She
great
Sure.
segue.
she does have
Which-
to.
She
Speaking
does.
of,
I agree.
speaking of I was gonna say gay characters
You
and then
okay,
Avengers: Age of
Tyler?
Ultron, but that did not work at all. So,
I'm
Avengers:
so
Age
sorry.
of
What
Ultron,
was that?
It's
I
okay,
don't remember
man.
that.
that did not work at all.
Take your time to
Um,
process.
Yeah.
I just want them to kiss.
It's- oh,
Brie
okay.
Larson's so pretty.
Tyler, I'm about to piss you off. Are you ready? Remember when you
God.
said
Yeah.
that? I think we can all say that Infinity War and Endgame are that's when that they go above the Avengers movies.
Fuck you.
No,
Fuck
no,
you.
no. I will leave
Fuck
this
you.
stream right now. If
Okay,
you
here's
are
my thing.
remotely serious, I will
used-
leave.
I am.
We are not
I
putting
don't
a
actually
Joss
think
Whedon.
this.
We are not
We're
putting
not
Joss.
putting it there.
No.
I know we're not putting
Joss
it there. and I'm
Whedon
not gonna
aside,
put it
Age
there.
of Ultron is one of the worst
This
MCU
is this
movies.
is a reason. This is the reason
This
why.
I.
You know what? I'm not
used
even
to
gonna go
love
there. I'm not
this
even.
movie.
I don't have the
I'm
energy
gonna
to
put it
go
right
there.
here.
You're just wrong.
This is the most rewatchable Avengers movie to me, other than Infinity War. Now it's Infinity War, but it's not great. It is not. It is not great. This is
How,
my.
okay,
This is
how
my
is it
fucking-
rewatchable? It is.
Okay,
It annoys. It
it's
frustrates me to watch
It's
it.
the Avengers.
If
punching the
I'm
shit
having
out
a
of
good
robots.
day, I will watch this movie
And
to
James
level myself
Spader.
out.
It's why do people hate this
There is
movie
no
so
way
okay,
that
fuck Joss.
'Cause
First
it's
of all,
dog
fuck Joss
shit.
Whedon, right? It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour. Fuck Joss Whedon, right?
No, if you
enough
like
with
Age of
that.
Ultron, you
Enough
support
with
Joss
that.
Whedon.
I don't. I don't like Age of Ultron, right? I'm not high on crack cocaine. I think it's a good movie. I like it. It's fun. You know, it's a fun movie. It's the movie that I rewatched the most as a kid. You know what I did as a kid? Listen to this. So I really wanted to watch Avengers: Age of Ultron when it came out in theaters. I really, really, really wanted to. And my parents were like, "Okay, you have to finish this first, and then you can watch it." This workbook homework thing I was doing. I didn't finish it by the night, so I couldn't go watch Age of Ultron Friday night. And I was like, And then I was in bed, and I was sitting in bed, and I had my iPad, and I was like, what if Marvel's What If in 2021? What if I pulled up my iPad, and then I searched it up on YouTube and saw if anyone uploaded it. Turns out someone uploaded a super shitty cam quality version of the movie to YouTube the night of that Friday that it premiered. And I put on my little earbuds and I watched the whole thing, right?
This is
The
killing
next
me. I
morning,
hope you know that.
the next morning, my dad was like, you know what? Let's go see this movie anyway. And so then I just watched it in theaters again on Saturday. And then I came back home, and before I went to sleep, I watched the movie again because the same YouTube link was still up. So I watched the movie 3 times, 2 times really shitty, 1 time in the theaters. And I don't know, it was just like really fun to watch the Avengers it's like a comedy movie, honestly, more so than anything else. It's just a it's
Not
just
a
a
good
fun.
one.
It's
So
I
I
know
saw
it's
it in
not
cinemas,
good.
and I remember leaving the cinema being like, "Whoa, that was garbage," and I really didn't like it. And I haven't
I
liked it since. And I've seen it 5
because
times.
there obviously it wasn't like fuck Joss Whedon, right? I'll keep bringing that up because I do want to
Yeah.
stand by that. Fuck Joss Whedon, right?
Yeah.
But it's like aside from being Joss Whedon being bad, it wasn't great production behind the scenes. Kevin Feige and Joss Whedon were arguing. I think there was some issues with the production as well. And I know the plot isn't great, right? Tara's right. The plot isn't great, but there are bits that are good, and I think it is just it's flawed, but it is fun. CJ's right. It's flawed, but it's fun because there are moments in this movie where it's just like it feels like a cartoon, and I like it as a cartoon. And they're just punching the shit out of robots, and it's fun to watch them punch the shit out of robots.
My
I
thing.
I don't think it's like E tier or D tier. I think it's like if I were to put it on this list, I'd probably put either C or B tier. But I understand
I
if you
love
guys
you,
want to
but I
put it
think you're
lower.
alone in saying this. I
Now,
don't think
I
anyone else
agree.
CJ's
is
saying something
defending.
similar
Yeah,
in
well,
the
CJ
chat.
ain't here anymore.
Yeah, it's true. I'm
You're in
alone.
our playground.
I'm
Yeah,
in your
CJ,
playground. All
that
right.
one doesn't count. You're on
You
your
guys
own
get to
here.
relentlessly shit on this movie. Christian, you get to go first.
Like I said, I don't have any opinions of it. I just don't like
Think
it
it's
at
shit?
all. Like the discussion ends there. It's just not
Then
enjoyable
Tyler,
for me.
what do you think then? Tyler, why do you think it's shit? See, I'm getting some
Um,
put in B's. I'm saying put in B's
My
here and
whole
there.
thing. Okay, there are some fun bits. Yeah. Um, I just fundamentally in the phase structure. Oh, like okay, one, the introduction of Scarlet Witch. Like this movie got like I remember like my hype for Scarlet Witch for this movie. Like she's my second favorite character of all time. If you want to hear more about it, I have a video on my channel
If you guys
about
want
what
a WandaVision
WandaVision
video,
means
go
to
watch
me.
it. I linked his channel in the description.
Thank you. Like whole thing about how much I love Wanda. So like this movie is important for me in that aspect because without it, I wouldn't have Scarlet Witch. And I do have flaws. I do have issues with some parts of her, how she was adapted, but like whatever, Scarlet Witch. So that's great. I like how the Avengers are treated like a family. Like this is a side mission generally, but then you put it into the larger MCU, and it just falls apart completely. Because I said in my What Avengers Endgame Means to Me video, I was so excited for this movie. Like I cosplayed as Quicksilver, didn't really age well, obviously.
Yeah,
Like that was
Ultron's
my
one of my
first
favorite
like,
Avengers villains ever.
You
It
mean
was
Ralph
just
Boner?
in the comics. I think in the comics, I think Ultron's great, but in this movie, he just sucks. Like his writing isn't good.
You don't
And
like
I
James
just,
being funny? He's funny. He's like this
James
is part of his role.
Spader is the perfect Ultron. Joss Whedon writing Ultron is not good. But
Okay,
like
I
I
can
think
see
you
that.
put it like I don't like how Joss Whedon made a sequel to his Avengers film and not an actual sequel to Phase 2. Cuz like
Mm,
it just seems like an Ultron seems like the perfect villain to build off from the end of Iron Man 3, the end of Winter Soldier, the end of Thor the Dark World. That seems like the perfect villain to come in and break the like shatter the status quo that we thought we had from those movies and just
Yeah.
put the Avengers into such a dark spot going into Civil War, especially. But it just doesn't do that. It's just Joss Whedon doing like, ha, let me just type up dumb quips and haha,
it is too funny.
robot's
It is
funny.
what are small
it is a
people?
fun
Ah,
movie, but it
yes,
is too funny.
children.
Yeah. Yeah. It's children. Oh, I forgot the word. Yeah, I do see how like in the tone of the MCU, Phase 2 is a much darker place and Phase 3 starts from a much darker place. So, I I do think Ultron in the midst of it is kind of strange, you know?
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
are you gonna fight CJ now, Tyler? Are you gonna beat up CJ now? You're no longer friends.
I don't think it's worth it anymore. We're not friends.
Oh god. But
I will.
yeah,
Do you mind if I
Zach.
butt in real quick?
Yes,
So,
Zach, go.
Yes.
I'm gonna disagree immensely with Tyler by saying that that James Spader is the best Ultron. I am going to heavily disagree with that.
Mhm.
Tom Kane is the best Ultron. He's the
yeah.
voice of Ultron
EMH?
for EMH. Yeah, for EMH.
Yep.
I will miss him.
Yes.
I miss his
Yeah.
voice immensely. He recently had to retire. Was forced to retire. I don't know if anyone heard about this. He recently was forced to retire. He is the best Ultron voice ever. Period. I will not fight anyone on this. This is no debate.
How was he forced to retire?
He suffered a stroke that kind of forced his voice. He can't speak anymore.
Oh,
He can't
shit.
speak in
That's
full
not very good
sentences
at all.
anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks.
No one deserves that. Fucking, that's like almost like Val Kilmer. If you heard what happened with him.
Yeah.
Really?
I
I
still
don't
need to
know.
watch the documentary.
Yeah, I need to
Yeah.
watch it.
Documentary is so
I need to
good.
watch it.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
I-
Age of
I
Ultron.
agree with you.
But
Like-
yeah, but basically, I think Ultron in that movie he doesn't work fun just like in terms of an adaptation or just anything in general. He just feels very it feels like they didn't adapt him. They just took what they thought of what Ultron is, and they're just like, we'll just stick with this. They didn't feel it didn't
Yeah.
feel like they're adapting a character. It feels like they're adapting a concept of a character.
Yeah, like a caricature.
That's what Wanda felt
The
like. Like
Well, not even a caricature, because a caricature is supposed to be like an exaggerated version of this character.
yeah,
This just feels like it's the opposite of that. It's like digressing of what the concept of Ultron is, and then going with that.
that's what Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver felt like in this movie to me, because it's like
Mhm.
she's the crazy twin that's sad a lot, and Quicksilver is weirdly abusive, and they have a weirdly incestuous vibes throughout the
You
movie.
mean the Ultimate Comics?
Yeah, but no, Joss Whedon like just wrote them weird in this movie, and it's like I just think everything in this movie is a
Mhm.
lot. I also like Captain America got so much characterization in Winter Soldier. Tony got so much characterization. Bruce didn't get much, but all
The characters
hate
are a
to
lot
say it.
simplified in this movie. They're
that's
a
what I was
lot
gonna say.
simplified.
It's like because Cap specifically with the language bits goes back to his characterization in the first Avengers, which was fine for that movie. Because like the Avengers was just made for literally anyone that wanted to watch the movie, whether or not you had seen the other movies. This one,
Yeah.
people know these characters. People know who they are. Like it just sucks. I don't like it.
Yeah.
I like we've already been streaming for 2 hours and 11 minutes, so I
Yeah.
don't like. I just want to say cut it off
Yeah.
here. Like, let's figure out where to
Let's-
put it in.
yeah.
But like, I could rant about
Yeah.
this movie for 3 fucking hours.
Me too.
Can we
About
put
how
it?
much
Should
I
we put it
don't
in a
like
C?
it.
Should we put it in a C? Because I feel like
Honestly,
C.
I'd put it in a C.
I put it
I'd
in
put
a
it-
D actually, but if we're gonna
I'd put it in
It's
E.
near a
and
D. I'd
But
put it in
like-
as
near a
low
D.
as possible, but I know a lot of people
put it
do
at the end
like
of
it.
C because I do
Yeah.
really like it. I can't put it in D with the. I can't put it next to Thor Ragnarok in my mind. I just can't.
I'm just surprised
Oh,
that we have not
yeah.
added anything else to E, and especially
We have-
I'm super angry that we have Hulk there. You absolute degenerates.
You're
I
wrong.
know. I'm
You're wrong.
sorry.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you
It
guys are the
sucks.
wrong
That's the
ones.
truth.
You guys are
Alright.
you guys are allowed to have a wrong opinion here. All right?
Ratio.
All right. Ratio.
Did I ask?
Plus Taza?
Ratio.
S-
Ratio.
Ant-Man.
Oh
Where are we
god, he
putting
said
Ant-Man?
it in real life. Oh.
know where I want to put
Ant
Ant-Man,
Man's
if I'm honest.
like I would say Ant Man's
I'll
B.
put it like right here. I want to put it right here.
I would say
right
it's
here.
B.
I'd say
'cause
the
we
first
haven't
one's a B.
utilized-
It's fun.
B? You want-
I was
okay.
gonna say we haven't utilized B. I think that should just be middle of the road Marvel movies.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
literally the middle. Because
I
Ant-Man to
kind of
me,
don't want to even talk about this one. It's fine. I don't have crazy thoughts on it. It's cool what
Exactly,
they did,
like,
but that's
It's
It's
better than
good.
the second.
yeah.
I
Oh, yeah.
disagree, but we'll get to that.
Oh, boy.
I will say the one
Ooh,
thing I will
okay.
say about Ant-Man 1, from what because there was an interview with Peyton Reese where they kind of talked about like generic parts in the script. Like apparently a lot of the generic parts that really felt generic were more Edgar's writing, apparently.
Yeah.
But
is this
but I feel like
the Screen Junkies interview? Is that what you're
I
talking
think it was
about?
I think it was the Screen Junkies one. Yeah, I haven't watched it in ages. But
Me
that
neither.
the one
The thing
what I
is,
can
with a lot of his generic dialogue, he has a distinct way of
yeah,
delivering
yes,
it in his
that's
movies.
exactly
Exactly.
the thing. Yeah, is that
Yeah.
I'm like that movie probably would have felt so much different if he actually had directed it.
Yeah.
But,
Which
yeah.
I'm so
Like-
mad we never got that movie.
oh, I know.
Yeah,
I am holding like I tweeted about it. I'm holding out hope that Edgar Wright can come in
it's college.
for like any future project. But I would say Midnight Suns would like,
Mm.
especially after seeing Last Night in Soho. I think that could fuck so hard.
I still need to see
Yeah.
it. I'm so excited to see it.
I
I
I
wanna
I've,
see it too.
I've heard a lot of mixed reviews after seeing it, which I was shocked by.
I heard the
I
Cosmonaut review
personally
and he
loved
fucking hated it. I think, or was it Cosmonaut? No, it was Schaeferless.
I think
Yes,
the
I literally
from
just
what
read
I
the shit
People
heard,
just didn't
before
like
we
it.
started
Yeah.
this.
the reason why I think
Okay.
most people didn't like it was, from what I understand, it degrades sex work in a way, but but most people have been like, well, it's saying that being forced to it is bad.
Exactly.
Which,
Like,
yeah,
I don't want to talk about it because I'm
I don't
guessing
want to.
a lot of
Yeah,
people
Yeah,
haven't
we
seen
don't
it
wanna go
yet,
front for
and like
the
I don't
I'm
want
not
to
gonna.
spoil it. But
I'm
I
not gonna
think
go into it. Yeah,
it's a fantastic movie. Like
Mhm.
I love it a lot. Like
I'm
I think it
excited to
might
see
be
how it
my
goes.
favorite Edgar Wright movie now. But like I
Mhm.
don't know. I'll see.
I
We want to do Doctor Strange and then do Civil War because we did Avengers. Let's do Doctor Strange.
Yeah.
Doctor
Doctor
Strange.
I would
Strange
also
is
put it in B.
fine.
I want to put it in
Yeah.
either B or
Honestly,
C. I
I'd
think
say
it's
A.
better in a B. You put A. I don't.
honestly, yeah. I
It's
mean,
essentially
visuals
Iron
are
Man
good,
1
but-
just with magic. I like it. It's alright.
I think it's. I don't think it's in A just because I mean Christian has a point where it is kind of very similar, but also I don't know. Mads Mikkelsen was just really disappointing to me.
I mean,
as a
yeah.
Like
I
agree
honestly,
with
I
that.
feel like
Okay.
it gets an extra grade up just because at the end of the credits it says be careful how you drive. It does have a message that I really
Wait,
like. That.
really? I didn't
Yeah.
actually know that.
Hey,
Me
It
neither.
does. It says
Cool,
don't
kinda
text
cool.
and drive or something, which obviously that's how
I didn't
Doctor
know
Strange
that.
happened.
That's fun.
I know that because I watched it in cinemas with my sister, and she's like, "I really hope they put that at the end," and we stayed, and it says that.
That's actually
That's
pretty
cool.
cool.
That's actually really
I
great.
didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should
But
start
yeah.
doing that for all
I-
the scenes where they're driving and doing a bunch of
Yeah,
shit.
exactly.
Don't shoot
I'll-
and drive. Don't drive with the Hulk in your
All
car.
the Fast and Furious movies. Jesus Christ, it's going to be a terms and conditions page at the end. But yeah.
Yeah,
but
I
yeah.
think Doctor Strange is mid. Like I think it for Marvel movies, it's like what you expect with a Marvel movie, like great main character, great acting, supporting cast is fun, villain is fun, if not weak. Like I think Caecilius was a pretty strong villain for what this movie was. It was very interesting and
his
not
name
just
was
basic
Caecilius.
like
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. I do hate that they wasted Mads Mikkelsen, but like if Gemma Chan can come back, I am so confident Mads Mikkelsen's gonna come back for Doctor Doom or something in the
Yeah.
What's
future.
the whole thing with Dormammu at the end? That became very
Oh,
iconic, and that was
That
cool.
was
think-
cool. That was
I
cool.
think this, along with Civil War, which we're going to talk about next, and Endgame, I think those are the three best, and Infinity War. I think those are the four best climaxes in the MCU. Like I think the climax for Doctor Strange is so strong,
Yeah,
but
it makes up
doesn't
for
hit
a
as
lot of
hard
the
the
weak points
first
in the
time.
movie.
But I will say, like, the idea of him putting himself into a loop and actually killing himself over and over again, thus destroying any chance that he has of a life post this fight, is such a good, like,
Very selfless.
would it be
It's
antithesis for his character arc? I feel like
Yeah.
I'm saying the wrong word, but like that's
I
the
think it
peak
kind
of
of
his
builds up
character
to
arc.
that, right? Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
So
it's such a good arc, but it doesn't hit as hard because the first two acts are like, oh, magic. Look, it's a
Wi-Fi
guy
password.
in
We're not
Wi-Fi.
savages.
It's the guy in not America.
Yeah.
So I feel like everything that works about the film is when it's not the conventional Marvel movie.
Yeah,
And when it's sort of its own thing.
yeah.
I just remember seeing the trailer for it was really cool when it came out.
That
Not
was
a lot of people
I
talk about
love
Marvel
the whole
trailers.
like
Oh, yeah, that
Inception
trailer was
world
great.
bending stuff. Like that's
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
I always love
Mhm.
seeing that stuff.
Yeah.
All right,
Basi-
Civil War, or anything else?
This
by the
one's
way?
hard.
I will say one of the things. I think that this film is basically a kaleidoscope. That's basically it. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's the kaleidoscope
Um,
movie.
yeah, it is. Civil War. I want to put it in A.
I think it's an A. Yeah.
A or
I
S,
would
but
say-
usually A.
Yeah, I think like around Avengers would be.
Yeah.
It's just
hmm
like in my MCU ranking, it's like 17th, but that is no fault of the film. It's just like I like some of the
You don't
movies
like it.
more. I think
Yeah.
it's not even I
Mhm.
don't like it because like Civil War, I think, like I said it before, it gets so long. Like I think all of us forget how good this movie is. Like rewatching it, oh my god! Like the
If he wants
first
us to
act
put in S.
is so good. The second act
yeah.
is like weaker, but like it's so strong. I think this is
Yeah.
easily the best third act in any MCU movie. Like,
Oh, yeah.
even though I love Endgame with my whole heart, like that is my favorite movie. Spoiler
Yeah.
for the rest of this tier list. Like that third
Mhm.
act is so well written, acted, directed. Like it's fantastic, and like,
Yeah.
but also like I like Winter Soldier more. I have more to say about the Guardians movies.
Yeah.
I think Avengers did more
just-
for the
it-
universe.
A lot of people do kind of forget about Civil War too. I think, like,
Yeah.
because Infinity War and Endgame kind of, I mean, Endgame doesn't completely forget about Civil War because it has the
I
scenes.
feel
But
like,
other than
I
that,
feel like a lot of the
it kinda
criticism
forgets
that
about.
it gets, was its adaptation of the comics, where that was like a full thing with like every hero, and there was the whole what was it, the Hero Registration Act, which was in the movie, but like in the comics, that was like it was more of a present thing. I remember it was so big that even at the time when it was out, the Spider-Man Web of Shadows game, it made its way into that. Like that was on billboards, just how big it was. It's like as an adaptation, I know a lot of people didn't like it, but like as a standalone movie, I think it's completely fine. I think it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
It's great.
I
Yeah,
love
they
that movie a
also-
lot. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think. Sorry. I think that movie as a whole is just this. It's every single part of the movie is solid for me because it nails everything that it's trying to do, especially that third act. That third act is just it is great. I love just the raw emotion that you feel in there, and
It's really
just the
well.
brutality,
It's
in
one of
the
the better
fights.
paced MCU movies, I want to say
Mhm.
too,
Oh,
because
yeah.
action pace after action pace after action pace, they balance it really well with
Mhm.
action scenes. I don't think there's a single moment in the film that's like a lull, you know.
Mhm.
Like maybe there are a few here and there towards the middle act, but nothing to the
Mhm.
level where I forget or
I
like
think that
because
move.
my measure of it is how much I skip through a movie, right? Civil War,
Yeah.
I barely ever skip through. Maybe there's some Zemo scenes I skip through just because I'm like I don't
L.
love
Yeah.
Zemo,
Why
but
do you even
Hell.
skip through it?
I
It's a movie.
I,
You watch it.
I
Why do you do this
but
to yourself? You're like, yes, I
okay.
love movies, but I'll
when
skip
it's my
through all
like
of them.
okay, but
Listen,
when it's my like
I-
20th
when
watching
there's
of
a
Civil
certain
War,
scene that you want to watch and go through, you're gonna skip to that scene because
yeah, that's true.
No,
No,
I-
the
Well, like,
reason
I've
why
watched
those
these
scenes
movies, like,
work is
20
because it's
times,
like a
Christian.
setup and a payoff. You wait for it, you
I
edge
know,
yourself
but-
out, and then you get
But
rewarded
when you've
with the
watched
when
scene.
it
you've
20
memorized the
times.
film, though, I
Yes.
memorized
That's
the
what I
film
was
pretty
gonna
well,
say.
so
It's
I can
like
just
Endgame.
go through it in my
Every
head.
film I watch.
Yeah, I was gonna say like with Endgame, like I love that movie to death. There's sometimes like I love every single act of that. Like Endgame is my comfort movie. Like whenever I'm freaking out, like I'll just put on Endgame and feel better. There are just some nights where I just want to watch the time travel stuff. Like, and
yeah.
so I'll just skip through the first act because I know that whole movie line for line. Like, but I do agree with you. Like, there are times where like if I'm feeling up to it, I'll just watch everything. But like there are
If you
some
want to
times where I
assess
just
the
want to
movie, you
watch
watch it
like,
as a whole. Yeah, you do. If you
Yeah.
want to assess it for what it is, you have to.
You
Mhm.
seem so upset right now and defeated,
Christian is like-
Christian.
Christian's like,
Yeah,
no.
I'm also playing Arkham Knight, but like it's just like for
He's
me,
too busy getting combos. He's
It's-
too
See,
busy.
that's
for me,
his
it's like-
comfort thing. That's his
this
comfort.
is my comfort thing. This is like
his
it's
comfort
like
thing.
therapy. You know how people fidget? This is me. I know the game
Yeah,
so well. I just,
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
yeah, like I
but yeah,
get what you mean. But for me, it's like I can't do that. I gotta watch a film
Yeah.
because, like, for example, for me, one of my favorite scenes in like the DC movies, the Flash in Justice League. I'm not gonna say it in case anyone hasn't seen it, so there's no spoilers. But there's that one Flash scene, and I can barely just watch it by itself. I gotta go and watch the whole movie so I can build up to it. That's just I don't know. For me, it's just a thing. It's like a pet peeve.
as for not addressing the bug-filled hole in this movie, Spider-Man.
Oh yeah.
I
Listen,
That's
need to
cool.
pee so bad, so I think I'm
Do
gonna
it.
tap out for this one. But like,
Do it.
also, I think we all have the same opinion.
convenient.
Homecoming
Convenient.
for me is S tier. It's like my 5th favorite movie of all time. I love Homecoming to fucking
right there.
death. I think it's
I
easily
love
the best
Homecoming.
like solo
putting it right there.
MCU superhero movie. I fucking love Endgame
Yeah.
or no Homecoming. But like,
Mm.
I think we all know why Homecoming's good. So I'll say that. I'm gonna pee. I'll
Go
be
pee.
back.
Go pee while we talk
Go,
about Spider-Man.
go take a piss. I think there's not much we can really say because I think that I don't know. I have this weird feeling that someone's made a video on this.
Yeah, I
On
don't
the-
know who did.
Yeah, I
Christian,
wanna-
was it you? Did you make a video on it?
I don't
Homecoming?
recall. It might have been
I
you, maybe?
think I don't know if
That's
I don't know if
Tyler.
it was me because I mean I haven't because I know I've made the Last of Us video where I made a whole video talking about that game. Maybe I've made a video on Spider-Man. I don't know.
I don't know who made a video on
I
Spider-Man.
made one Spider-Man video, but I don't think it
Maybe
was
just
Homecoming.
look up Spider-Man. Maybe why I
type-
love I don't know who would have made a Spider-Man video. I genuinely I don't know at all. That
You know, I
that's
think it
crazy.
was Troy. I think it was Troy.
I was fuck you. It is actually Troy. Troy made a Spider-Man video. Go watch it. He's gonna make like fucking.
But we're talking
10
about
hours
you,
of that
you
now.
duck.
I know.
You're
Go
annoying to
away.
talk to. You're
I
actually
am-
just frustrating to talk
I am
to.
kind of frustrating to talk to. That's because some of the genes that when Clotmithy died, he left behind to me. But
Stop
crazy.
saying he's dead. We know he's not dead. He's still there.
he's dead. He's dead.
He's like
Um,
a split personality. He's like, you're gonna go into a you're gonna put on clown makeup, and then that's when he comes out.
That's when
It would have been a good Halloween costume if I like actually gave a look for Clotmithy. No, but yeah, go watch my Spider-Man Homecoming video. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was a very good video. I am still very proud of that video, and I think
Yeah,
I
I
mean
loved it.
I'll reiterate some of the points I made in it. That movie nails. Okay, he's Iron Boy Jr. Sure, that's the point.
Sorry, did
though.
you see CJ's point there? Okay, I can't
I
do
do
that,
that
but
whole thing with
that's probably the
Christian.
best way to do it.
Oh no, what's the rising that I will watch the entire trilogy beforehand? Oh yeah, CJ. See, I don't do that. The only movie I
Oh,
do this
no.
with is Mission Impossible Fallout. I won't like just watch a scene from Mission Impossible Fallout. I'll start it from the beginning and see if I can go all the way through. I've been doing this thing recently where before I go to sleep, I turn on Mission Impossible Fallout and I just see how far I can get before I go to sleep. Like every single
Didn't that
time.
ruin the movie for you?
I don't fucking care. I love it already. And so far I've done it I think 4 or 5 times. And the farthest I've gotten is the end of the second act when a certain character gets on a helicopter and leaves. That's all I'll say. But yeah. Do we want to what's the other movies in here so that we get through a couple of these?
So after
Black
that
Panther?
comes no, not Black
Black
Panther.
Panther?
It's Thor Ragnarok.
Or
Ragnarok.
Thor Ragnarok.
Thor
Yeah, Thor
Ragnarok.
Ragnarok. Yes, my
I'm
favorite movie in the world.
back.
Wow,
Hello, you're back.
You are
Just
perfectly
on time.
timed. We just
Just
finished
on
talking
time.
Spidey.
Thor
Let's
Ragnarok.
go.
You know what's
And
funny?
it's Day to
Example
Ness.
second, you were
Let's
perfect, yeah.
fucking go.
Ragnarok used to be my favorite Marvel movie, and now I don't know. It's like A or B tier for me.
We're doing
Mm,
Ragnarok?
Yeah.
Okay.
I saw that in the cinemas. It was alright. It was good. My brother loved it. I was like, it's good, but by Thor standards, so the bar wasn't already that high. It was okay.
Yeah. I want to put it in B tier. Is it okay if I put it in B tier?
I like Taika Waititi, but he's done a lot better movies, I feel like.
He has.
Oh, yeah,
Jojo
Jojo
Rabbit is my
Rabbit.
favorite movies. Yeah.
Dude, I was literally about to say that.
Yeah,
Jojo Rabbit
exactly.
was so good. Jojo
I would
Rabbit
put
was
it
amazing.
A, personally, just because I do think it's a step up from a lot of other Marvel movies, but like I agree, it's not like
Put it at the front of this list.
I don't
It is
think
better
it's
than
the
Ant-Man and Doctor
best.
Strange.
Mhm. I
It
think
is
Thor
better
Love
than
and
Doctor
Thunder
Strange.
will be like immensely better, but
I do. I
Oh, yeah.
think Thor: Love and Thunder has a chance to be on par with the Guardians movies.
mhm.
And then Black Panther. Black Panther. I don't want
I
to put it in
really
B. I
like
wanted to
Black
put it in
Panther.
A.
I'd say A because of the impact it had.
Yeah,
I
that's what
still
I
feel
was
like it's
thinking.
got like one of if not the best MCU villain. I love Killmonger so much.
Oh, wait,
Everything
Killmonger's
from
great. Yeah.
Michael B. Jordan is perfect. Just like the musical theme whenever he's walking around, it's just it's such a mood. I love it so much.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Like
Yeah,
you just
and-
like you feel the weight of like his villainy whenever
Yeah.
he's in the scene. He's got very
Like-
good presence.
I don't.
And this movie does mean a lot for a lot of people, and I think that's honestly kind of more important than what any of
Yeah.
us can criticize it for.
I mean,
I mean, it is not a perfect movie,
3/4
but
of us is straight white men. So
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So and I'm Indian, and I grew up here, so I'll have my
Is
Indian
Mythy
movie
straight
to
white
fill out
now?
for.
Did you just
I am
change?
no, I said
Club
3/4
Mithy
of
is
us.
straight and white. Club Mithy is straight and white though. So,
He has a spirit of one.
yeah, yeah, he does.
No, Black Panther is just one of those films to where, like, I think Wakanda Forever is going to be really good. I just want, I just feel like there's a lot to be desired, and I feel like Marvel were just too scared to let Ryan Coogler make the movie he wanted to make. Because with
Yeah.
Killmonger specifically, there's just, I feel like a few things just holding him back from being, like, truly great. Because it's like, Thanos and Zemo is very easy, and like Mysterio are very easy villains for me to say are fantastic. because they don't tackle real world issues. It's just dumb comic book shit. Killmonger, I feel like needed like to actually have an edge to him that like Marvel were too scared. Like Ryan Coogler wanted to make a movie Marvel Studios would never fucking make, which is just so
And then
disappointing.
they slowly rolled it down into something a little bit more marketable, I guess.
Yeah,
And
but like,
I mean, there's slowly. My theory is that they're probably going to bring Michael B. Jordan back for Wakanda Forever. Like
I
he
kind of
was such
hope
a
so, but at
popular.
the same time, he's dead. So I want them to like honor his character because I love Killmonger so much. He's one of those villains that's like sort of you love to hate them. Like you know that they're a bad guy, but you're sort of like not necessarily rooting for them, but you're like you want to see more from them. You know?
Yeah, it's what Troy
That's at
talks
least
about. Of
me.
like, you don't want to side with them, but you're like, fuck, he's right. You know, the hero has to go. Fuck, he's
Yeah.
right. And I think that's the whole thing behind his character, and I think that's
Exactly.
yeah,
That
really
makes
well.
his character a bit more like intimate in that way because it's like he is like sort of directly oppositional to T'Challa, who his whole thing is that you know he has to sort of stand by tradition and continue what his father taught him. But it's very hypocritical for Killmonger to be doing that, and so he does the exact opposite. He tries to take it away from the inside.
Yeah.
I think that's great.
Mhm.
The killing of Claw was also a shame, yeah, but
Yeah.
he served his purpose.
Yeah, I wish they would have kept him on out there for a little longer. Like it, like when you really think about it, T'Challa only like had real encounters with Claw in that entire movie. Like,
Yeah,
and then we'll never have that again.
yeah, I think I remember like Jeremy Johns said it in like 2018 in his first review. This and like I fully agree. This movie feels like two different movies that they slammed into one. Like I think either Civil War should have gone way more in on Wakanda as like the more assholes of the MCU that are like shelled off from the world and like not using their resources to help people. So it's like we are on the side of Killmonger. And because T'Challa, by the end of the movie, his arc is being on the side of Killmonger, of realizing that Wakanda are in the wrong, and like Killmonger went about it the wrong way, but he's right in a lot of ways. So I feel like Civil War should have built that up better, or like this should have been the second Black Panther movie, where it's like we actually learn that we actually get catharsis for Wakanda being wrong.
And it would
So
make
it's
the
just-
first Black Panther movie probably worse because it would probably be just something about Claw, you know? But the second one would be built up to more, I think. But I mean,
yeah, that's why I think like Civil War should have been like should have built up Wakanda a bit more. Like I think that would have been the best case scenario.
Because what
it's, like,
essentially all you found out about Wakanda in Civil War was that it was like this like place that was almost like a shelved off black market of like vibranium, and that's all you really knew about it. And so like if they did a movie in between that and Black Panther, so you know that would become Black Panther 2. If you sort of showed how Claw like sort of got around all of that and got the vibranium and saw how you know consequentially Wakanda was so like sealed off from everything, then like you said, the catharsis of Killmonger coming in and just giving it like a full enema would be so much more rewarding.
Yep. And I mean I'll also say since Chadwick passed away in 2020, right? Was it? Yeah, it was 2020. I guess technically then if that happened, then we probably wouldn't have gotten our Black Panther Wakanda Forever Killmonger story. And I do think you need Chadwick Boseman to sell the character of T'Challa more than like a lot of other roles in the MCU. So I'm glad that he got to do this
live
movie.
action.
Yes.
He was the perfect casting for live action.
And don't mistake my words. Like I'm not saying that Black Panther's a bad movie at all. Like I love it how it is. But I agree with what you're saying. It would have been so much cooler to see it
I'm just
before.
really I'm just happy that he got this movie before. You know?
Oh yeah, and like when I'm saying all this, it's really like it goes back to my Eternals point. Like I think I think like we should just hold these movies to a higher standard because like I would love to see just these movies be perfect because then it's like overall they go down as perfect movies. They have the longevity. Like it's just I wanted to see more out of this movie to make it the best that it can be. But like I love that so many people love this movie and like get the feelings from Black Panther that I get from like Captain America the Winter Soldier. Like that's so like fantastic and like we all deserve that. Like we all deserve to have that character that we're just like, yes, I love this undoubtedly and it's so sick. And like you can't like nothing I say matters. I'm just a white dude that likes movies. Like,
Hey, but you're
who-
wearing a cool hat, which that
Yeah.
matters.
Thank you, CJ.
All right.
Yeah, after you said that, I didn't actually look up the word CJ.
I think I got a 16-year-old.
I got starved. I got scarred from it.
All right,
Yes,
what's the
but-
next one? Oh, sorry. go ahead.
No, are we? Do we want to save Infinity War for later, or do we want to just do it now? It's
I
funny
can-
how like
Oh wait, Ant-Man and the Wasp came out before. Oh no, it didn't. It
No,
came out after
it
Infinity
came
War.
out after, yeah.
Yeah. That's
right.
I mean, if we want to do release order, then we should do event.
Yeah,
the next
Infinity War.
Avengers, yeah.
Let's
Yeah,
do Infinity War.
Infinity
Let's do it. Infinity War
dog shit.
goes
E.
right.
the absolute
Oh, yeah.
worst MCU film. Goodbye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Watch my Infinity War video. I love this
I
video.
definitely
And I love this
agree.
movie.
I think, okay, it's a little bit of a story time. I actually saw this a day before release, the actual release date. I saw it on a midnight screening, and just the room was filled to the brim with Marvel fans. It was such a very different experience than one I've ever had to experience before, because in other viewings and stuff of other Marvel movies, it would be with just general audiences, people like kids, parents, and all that. But this was like filled with genuine like adults, like elderly, who were just fans of Marvel. And it was such a different experience, because the minute everyone started dying, the room was just silent. There was no one speaking. No one said a word. I was just like, my mouth was gaping open. I was in just awe that they actually went with it. That was the thing I was so scared about. Like, are they going to do it? Are they going to kill off these characters right in front of our eyes? I mean, in hindsight, they technically didn't, but at that time, that was like, they had the balls.
Yeah. And you got to think about it too. It's like, I mean, everyone's made videos on this movie. I've made a fucking video on this movie. People have analyzed this movie to the end of the earth, right? But I think, I mean, the most important thing with this movie too is the experience people had watching it in a theater. You know?
Yes.
Whereas, and I think for me that was, was it my senior year? Yeah, it was my senior year, but I was young. And I went to go see it with like a bunch of my friends. It was the first movie I ever went to go see with like a bunch of friends, you know? And I went to go see it. My dad came along too. This is funny. My dad came along. We sat in the theater. We watched the movie. The end happens, right? And then the directed by Joe and Anthony Russo shows up. And my friend right behind my dad just goes, "What the fuck?" And then he realizes my dad is sitting in front of me. And he's like, oh, sorry. And it was just like, this is a funny moment. But I think that's the thing with this movie was, yes, we know, okay, they're coming back or whatever. Yes, we know that this is maybe like when you think about it for longer than 2 minutes. Oh, okay, yeah, maybe these characters can't die because Chadwick Boseman was so profitable and Tom Holland was so profitable, and you can't just remove them from the MCU like that. So when you think about it that way, that makes sense. But then imagine you're a kid, man. Just imagine you're a kid walking into this theater ready to see this movie that you saw the trailers for, and you remember watching some of the other movies, and you're like fucking 11 or 12 years old, and then you watch this movie, and it's like, oh fuck, they're all dead, and then you just start crying because you saw Spider-Man say he didn't want to go 3 times before he. People meme on it a bit. That was a brilliant performance by Tom Holland. You know, that was still a brilliant moment by Tom Holland, and I don't think.
Oh, it was brilliant. I felt emotion in that one, in that scene. I was just that entire scene where everyone was dying. I just was in awe. It's one of my favorite moments in any of the Marvel movies. It is my favorite Marvel movie, just simply for the fact that they did do that.
Same here. Yeah.
The action is
honestly,
on
I want to
point.
do this.
I was literally about to say.
I was gonna say.
I love Endgame a lot more, and I have like my thing is when I first saw Infinity War, it was like I was kind of disappointed by the end, because my thing with Infinity War is I'd always wanted, and like I talk about this in my Endgame video, like why I love Endgame, like is because I had always wanted to see all of the heroes come together. So Infinity War didn't do that, and then they all died, and I was like, fuck, so we're not gonna see that. So I had a gripe with it, but then Endgame happened, so I like Infinity War a lot more now.
Yeah.
But it's like I also think we're forgetting like the rest of the movie is fucking phenomenal. Like the pacing in that movie is fucking fantastic. The character work is fantastic. Like it's a great movie.
The biggest thing that made me want to do my video on it was the pacing, because you take this huge epic and you're able to consult. That's the Russo's biggest strength, I think, as directors.
Can
because
I
do
say
think
something
it's
after this too?
yeah,
Because I've
yeah, yeah,
got
yeah.
like something really good to say about it too.
And
Yeah.
and I think with pacing, you take these little segments of characters, and the idea of like you take the characters, you team them up in little different teams to give them a little bit of different chemistry, and then you start off with a bunch of teams, and slowly as the movie goes on, you merge some of the teams closer and closer and closer, so you get like the final two teams, right? And I think that is such a clever thing that I don't think that was necessarily like a Feige moment. I do think that was the Russos coming up with that and saying, this is what will work. We will naturally build up to it. And I think that's just a brilliant idea in a way to conduct this movie. Well, even though it's 2.5 hours, it feels like it's going. It feels like the train is going, and I think it's really good to keep that audience adrenaline. But yeah, Christian, go ahead.
So I'm gonna really start off by saying, here's my story time. When Infinity War came out, I remember what year did it come out? Was it 2019 or 2018?
2018. Yep.
2018. Okay, so I was in year 11. And I was going through a bit of a Marvel fatigue. I remember there were so many movies coming out. I just, in between studying, it was really hard for me to sort of keep up with it. And because everyone at school was talking about it like constantly, for me it was just like I heard enough about it at school that I just sort of got sick of it. So I remember actually the morning that the trailer for Infinity War released, I watched it, and I remember I was skipping through the trailer, and I'm like, yep, this looks cool, whatever, it's another Avengers film, awesome. Didn't think anything of it. And I remember that the film then released sometime later, and I didn't watch it. It came out in cinemas, and it was out in cinemas for a good 2 or 3 weeks, and I hadn't watched it. I hadn't even thought about it. I remember people at school, like, they obviously they didn't want to spoil it for me. It's like, dude, you gotta watch this. You're gonna love it. And I'm like, yeah, right. Like, I'm sure I will, but I'm not in any rush to see it. I'll watch it when I get around to it.
You were too into the Kurosawa films at that point, right? What was the idea?
Into the what?
You were to Kurosawa films and Martin Scorsese features and stuff like that.
No, this was before I was a film person as well. Like, I was just sick of it. But
yeah.
I remember I was on the bus going to school, and some of my friends were talking about it, and I said I didn't really care for spoilers, but obviously still they didn't want to spoil it for me. And I remember because I heard somewhere that this was meant to be a really dark Avengers film, and I was like, we're on the bus going to school, and I was like, yeah, like, cool, they might kill off a few people, but there's no way they're gonna kill off like Spider-Man or Black Panther. Their movies just came out. Both the movies made like $1 billion. There's no way Marvel's gonna destroy their money. Anyways, a week later, I go into the cinema, and because again, I was like the last person in the school to have seen it. I went by myself because I just sort of wanted to watch it in the middle of the day. So this is how much I didn't care about it. I went and watched it, and I remember leaving the cinema, and I was like, oh, fuck, I was wrong. And it, like, reignited that flame that, like, I'm like, okay, I'm back into these movies. I need to see how it ends.
That is exactly the phrase I was going to use. It reignites the flame of the MCU. From the period of May 2018 to May 2019. Yes, Ant-Man and the Wasp came out, and Captain Marvel came out, which are two movies I don't like. Ignoring that was the peak of popularity of the MCU. I'm sorry. That was the peak of popularity for the MCU. That was the moment that people were like, yeah, these Marvel movies are Marvel movies, to, oh, okay, everyone has their eyes on these movies now.
Yeah.
And I feel like it was so clever of Marvel to orchestrate it that way. And it's the reason why we see Marvel today. You look at the Avengers movies as like stepping stones to the next phase of what these movies look out to be. People were liking the individual movies. Avengers 1 came out. People were like, oh, this is a universe now. Okay, this is going to be something else. This is really good. People were watching Phase 2. They were like, yeah, some of these are good. Some of these aren't good. Avengers 2 came out. Oh, okay. I don't know if this is awesome, but we'll see. Civil War came out.
I've got one more thing to say about it after this. Sorry, continue. I just wanted...
But then Civil War came out, and it was like, okay, maybe something is interesting going on here. And throughout Phase 3, you get a little bit more of that flux. Infinity War comes out, and it is the stomp on the ground. It is a stomp on the ground that, yes, the MCU is the MCU, and you will watch these movies, because there is a story to be told here. And I feel like as much as I have negative opinions on what's happened so far in Phase 4 and some of what happened in Phase 3, I think you cannot understate the value of that decision to say, okay, yes, you know these characters might come back, but we are going to make you wait. We're going to make you think about it, and we're gonna put you in that box for a full year.
All right. So
Yeah.
Going off that discussion, I like how you said that Infinity War was great because it split everyone up, it divided everyone, but they were all working toward the same objective. And it's why I respect Infinity War so much, because as Mithy knows, and as CJ would know, Dead Man's Chest is my favorite movie ever. I love it. It's the second Pirates movie, but Infinity War is a carbon copy of it. And also, that's not a bad thing because it works so well.
Here we go.
No, it's the exact same formula and it works so well. Because in Dead
Davy
Man's
Jones's
Chest,
heart is the Infinity Gauntlet.
yes, and you've got these division of characters who were friends, but now they're divided. They're all working toward the same objective, but they got different ways of doing it. In Infinity War, you've got the heroes working on the same side, just from different ways. Whereas in Dead Man's Chest, the protagonists are split up, and so they're still protagonists, but they're against each other toward the same thing. Again, the film ends with people dying, and then again, you've got that year-long wait for the end game to come out, which was at World's End. Yes, I just committed social suicide, but fuck you, because I didn't say Infinity War is bad. I just said that they're the same film and it works and I love it.
Listen, I'm gonna agree because I love Dead Man's Chest. I love the Pirates trilogy. I'm not gonna acknowledge the fourth and fifth film.
Yeah, we don't. They don't exist. But yeah.
No.
What are you talking about? We didn't have a Lego game that went over all four. We only had it was a Lego game that went over 3 movies.
Yeah, Christian, you didn't commit social suicide. You just you just brought Zach along down with you. Kidding. I'm kidding.
CJ's saying that I commit social suicide, but I'm not saying that it's a bad thing. I'm just saying they're the same movie, and it works because the formula worked so well for Pirates that when you put it into these Avengers movies, just the way that they set it up with Civil War and Age of Ultron, it made sense for them to adopt that same formula to this, and it works, and I love it.
So, are you saying that these movies are theme park attractions?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
There we go.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
But
no,
yeah, I mean,
don't mistake my words, because like,
oh yeah,
I don't like what I'm saying sounds inherently like very critical of Infinity War, but I'm saying it from the perspective of like it works to its.
It is a formula.
To its advantage.
It is a formula they can use, and it's weird because I guess Fast and Furious is kind of gonna do the same thing, right?
Yeah.
Ish. Not really.
Well, by the way, I didn't spoil anything for Dead Man's Chest. That's fine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think my theory is Mission Impossible is gonna do the same thing too, because they filmed 7 and 8 at the same time, and I think after 7 and 8, Tom Cruise is gonna be done with these movies. And there's a bunch of other stuff that does a two-parter, and there's a way to do the two-parter well, and I think Infinity War is one of the best examples of that, because Infinity War and Endgame are still 2 different movies,
That's what I was gonna say. Is I remember like back in 2015, like because I would always I would have my phone, but I couldn't bring it to middle school, so I would just leave it with my mom, and then when she came to pick me up, I would just go through Instagram and Vine and all that stuff. I remember there was a rumor that they were gonna split Infinity War, Avengers 3 into 2 parts, and I was like, what the fuck? That's so stupid. I don't want to see the same movie in 2, and then they made 2 movies, because even the Russo brothers said that they were 2 different movies, and I was like, that's bullshit, you're lying. It's just gonna be Thanos is gonna get the Infinity Gauntlet in the 3rd one, and then he's gonna wait to use it, and the Avengers are gonna have 24 hours to stop him, and then it's that's gonna be the climax. But it's no, it's I could not distinct them more. They're too and I think that's the best part about it, because it's I don't feel like I'm just, because I don't right now, I don't think we have to rank them together. I think we can literally rank them on their own, but granted, you can't rank Endgame without ranking all the other ones, so it's a weird thing.
So
that's the best.
I think we'll get to Endgame.
And plus, Tyler, I'm gonna forward CJ's point here that it is time for a Pirates rewatch, and if you want to watch it with myself and I'll ask CJ, more than happy to do a watch party with you, because they are so much fun.
I would fucking love to do a Pirates.
I tried to rewatch the first one twice, And like one time was both times were actually when I was like sick. Like I had a fever and I was like, I want to watch a movie. And so I tried to watch the Pirates movies. And like the opening is fun. I like the opening, but like I
Yeah.
got 5 minutes in and I was like, I think I just need a nap. And it like wasn't because of the movie. It was just outside of myself. I
Mhm.
think
And
something in my body
sullies
wants
your
to kill
perception
me.
of the movie. Yeah.
Yeah, I think something in my body doesn't like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
But yeah, Infinity
Listen, if
War
it-
PogChamp. Or yeah, go ahead.
Marvel's
my body does
magnum
that.
opus.
My body does that for Haunted Mansion.
Oh god, I remember that.
Christian
Tara's
knows what I'm
gonna
talking
kill
about.
you.
Yeah,
Tara's
But
gonna
yeah,
kill you.
all of Eddie
Infinity
Murphy.
War. Infinity War PogChamp is a really good movie. Watch my video on it. Do you guys have Infinity War videos?
I don't.
I'm
because
gonna
I-
make one at one point.
Okay.
I don't because
Uh,
I've mostly been on video game stuff. For like
yeah.
my past two things, I did Fallout, Rick and Morty, Trover, and accounting. Then I did the Invisible Hours game, which, by the way, if any of you have a VR, play that. It's a really good murder mystery.
All right. What do we want to do? Ant-Man and the Wasp? Are we gonna do it? Here we go.
Put that thing all the way in E.
E.
I want to put
No.
it in D.
That's
No.
got an E.
Here we go.
Ant-Man
Zach
and the
Tyler
Wasp?
cut it out. Zach and Tyler cut it out.
Do you want me to go first?
Tyler, go first. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We're gonna do what's the Screen Junkies do? Movie fights, right? Where you get 30 seconds. each?
Yes.
Yeah.
I
here we go.
remember those.
Movie
Those
fights.
were fun.
Those were used to be good
Um,
before the fucking dude turned out to be a piece of shit.
yeah.
Ant-Man
dude.
and the Wasp. So here's the thing. It's a it's a pretty basic family comedy. And I think that that's what I love about it. I would put it in the same ranking as like Anchorman or like Daddy's Home, where it's like just a good movie that you can just put on and watch. Like it's fun as fuck.
Daddy's Home a
And I
good
think
movie?
that's its best strength. Like
Is Daddy's Home a good movie?
Remember
It's
Daddy's
fine.
Home 2 when at the
It's
end
fine.
it's like suddenly incest? That was a weird
I don't
film.
know. I'm not defending Daddy's Home. That was like one of the comedies that I could think of off the top of my head.
Yeah,
Like
okay,
just a
okay,
comedy
yeah.
that like you watch and you're like, that was fun. Because like again, that's what we're
Yeah.
saying for half these movies. And like I love
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I love Hope in this. Like I love Hope just as a character. Like I remember in Endgame, she was like the person I was like most excited to see come through a portal in Endgame. Because like I was just shocked that they actually acknowledged her existence outside of the Ant-Man movies.
Yeah.
But like it was just also Wanda, obviously. But like
Mhm.
just love the character of Hope, and like I like how this movie's so familial based. I love that the stakes in the grand scheme of the MCU are so small. Like if Janet Van Dyne dies, who the fuck cares? It's not gonna change a goddamn thing. Like
Yeah.
if anything, getting her out, as we've seen from What If, leads to worse repercussions upon the universe. Like the stakes are really small in this one. I think that's what I love about it. It's because a lot of people criticize it for coming after Infinity War. I think this is the perfect movie to follow up Infinity War, because if I watch Infinity War, I'm not going to want to see the next Marvel movie and have these more colossal stakes. Like I don't want to watch another movie that's the end of the world, because I've already seen the end of the world. I literally just watched the worst thing that could happen in any of these movies. So like this one, I know they're probably going to succeed, but if they don't, it's so small and minute. I'm not going to care, like in the grand scheme of it. And I think that's the biggest strength of this movie. It's also just fun. Like I've seen a lot of people talk about the color grading. I think it looks fine. I think this is a good looking movie. Like, could it be
horrendous.
color graded a bit differently? Sure, I guess. But like, I think it's fun. This is a fun movie. I like how fun
Yeah.
Ant-Man and the Wasp is. I'll put it on. Like, I like rewatching Ant-Man and the Wasp more than the first one, just because it's a lot more fun. It's a lot more low stakes. It's a lot more flowy.
Yeah.
I like
Mhm.
it.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
think for me, I think there's just some stuff that just doesn't feel right to me when you consider this is also a continuation of the Ant-Man story. With that in mind, there's just some stuff that feels off about that film. Like I will say specifically, the school scene is just one of those scenes that just doesn't feel right for me. It's just not a movie for me. And
It is a weird scene.
it is a very weird
Yeah.
scene.
That's right.
I don't think it's weird. I think it's just cute and fun. That's how I describe this movie. It's cute. Like
Mhm.
my whole
Like-
basis of like why I think it should be like Air B is just I think it's cute and fun. It's a movie I can put on at any time. Like I'd even argue for like High C. Like it's just fun.
Yeah,
I like
for
it.
Christian.
like if
Or-
I were to put it in between, like in terms of the D list, I would put it way above Thor: The Dark World and the original Thor and stuff like that, because I think it's just a little bit lesser than the first
more
than Avengers:
engaging.
Age of Ultron. I think
It's
it's
more.
it's more engaging.
It's
yeah.
either. I think it's either going here or here. Christian, you have any thoughts?
Like personally,
this?
I'd go D, but if it's a communal tier list, then I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because he does love it. So
He did. He is really loving it. Oh, fine.
we'll put it at the tail end of C. Even though you're
I
wrong,
think it should be
we'll give you
above
that.
Age of Ultron, but I'll take it.
All right, Captain Marvel is not going in C.
You're fucking wrong. You're fucking wrong.
It's not
It's a
good.
good
I'm
ass
no.
movie. I would
It's
argue it should be
not
in
that
B.
good. I
I-
watched it and it wasn't good.
I enjoyed it,
don't.
but that's all I'm gonna say.
I think it is fine where I put it right now because I don't.
Mhm.
That movie, I watched it and then I was like, this is just a lot of weird stuff going on, and maybe I need to watch it again. But like,
I'm
I
interested what they're
don't know.
gonna do with Scrolls continuing forward, but like in the
Yeah.
first movie, I was so disappointed by the fact that the Scrolls turned out to be good.
The third act
I-
is horrible. That's what
I-
I'm just gonna say.
I was
The
so
third act is
disappointed
ugh.
because as a fan of the Secret Invasion arc, it makes me sad.
The third act makes me upset, and I think the third act taints the whole movie for me. Where the first act and the second act have good moments, but then I mean, not that I agree with Cosmonaut on everything, but I think Cosmonaut was kind of right when he was like, she's. And I don't know. I don't think it's Brie Larson's fault. I think it's just the way they wrote the character. They're giving her like the dry, sarcastic humor of like Tony Stark, but without the charisma of Tony Stark. So when she
Yeah,
says
like
like
they're
a
different
quip to Nick
characters, yeah.
Fury, it just feels like she's going like oh, and it's like that's why people I think she's more of an asshole of a character, even though she's not. I think she's
Mhm.
still like a good character. It's just she comes off. I don't know.
I know there
It's
was
not
this.
the same.
There's
That's
that
my
deleted.
opinion.
There's that
Tyler is in
deleted
disbelief
scene
right
with
now.
the bike guy or whatever, where she
Yeah.
breaks his hand and like, oh, what should I do? What's wrong? Smile more or whatever. I forget the exact
Mhm.
line, but it was that
Yeah.
line I think kind of gave her a little more charisma, and it sucks that they cut that because that actually would have really helped the
Mhm.
film a lot
Yeah.
more.
My thing with Captain Marvel. So I have a few thoughts. One of them, I think this is a really good movie on its own. Like it's a fun action buddy cop movie on its own, but when you inject it into the larger MCU, it starts to fall apart. Like Nick Fury's eye, the Skrulls.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Because like
about
I
that.
also love the Secret Invasion plot. I think this film is fine using the Skrulls in the way because I like how they're doing it. It makes the Skrulls more interesting. That there are some that are really good people, like are actually just good people, but then there are going to be others that only want destruction and to take over worlds and to be evil. Like I think that diversifies, and like Talos, I think is going to be a really good character. I'm not excited for Secret Invasion at all. I think it's going to butcher the comic, but like I'm excited to see
Yeah.
Talos in it. Like, because I think he's going to be a really good character in context of that show. But like,
Yep.
also, I think Captain Marvel, like, people say that the charisma, like, she doesn't have any charisma at all. That's the point of the movie. Like, and I've rewatched Captain Marvel a lot. The whole plot of the movie, her whole arc, is that she is a woman that tried to do the right thing, got shot down, taken over, and brainwashed into this whole new world and this whole new system that she didn't personally know, but she was brainwashed into it. And she has been told, don't smile, don't show emotion. If you show emotion, you are not strong and brave. If you're not stoic and, like, for lack of a better word, manly, you are not strong. And the whole plot of the movie is Carol Danvers, this strong, powerful woman who has the most power in the fucking universe. Which Marvel has said is true. It's her learning that she can be powerful and she can have emotion and can be sarcastic and can be emotional and still be this strong, powerful being. Like taking gender roles out of it. Because the film is trying to say, like, women, like, because that's the thing is, whenever we see badass women in movies, they're always like stoic and don't show emotion, and it's like I'm just a blank face. But it's like with this movie, it's trying to be like, it's actively going after that stereotype and that trope and try to take it down a peg, which I think is so brilliant for the first big female-led Marvel movie to do that. Like, because the scene with Jan Rog in the climax, I just wanted to say, like, the scene with Jan Rog in the climax where he's like, show me you can fight me, like, don't use your powers, just fight me, show me you can beat me, Via's just on your own, and then Carol just fucking blasts him. She has nothing to prove to him. Like, that's my favorite moment in the fucking movie.
I really
it's
like that moment. Yeah, I love that moment.
She has nothing to prove to him. He doesn't fucking matter. Like, he's just some random Kree guy in the universe. Carol doesn't have to fight him because it's like she has this power. Why should she have to give it up to fight some random guy? She doesn't. And like so many women have to go through that where it's like they have to give up one part of themselves in order to like compete in like the male industry. And it's like, no, that's stupid. Like, who, like, be yourself, be powerful. Fuck anyone else that tells you otherwise. And I think it's such a strong, powerful movie. I also love Brie Larson, as I've said before. I just like you know what? We can't put this in E because Maria and Carol are gay, and Marvel should have confirmed it.
Oh yeah, because they would
raised Monica Rambeau together. Carol Danvers is basically Monica Rambeau's mother. And I will fight for that till the day I die.
That's going to be interesting. I never thought about that dynamic because then when Captain Marvel with the Marvels, like they're going to have that dynamic, and she's going to look like the same. So that's going to be interesting. I guess for me, it's like I don't know if maybe I just need to rewatch the movie, but like I don't know how I feel about her because is she kind of still that stoic character at the end of the movie? Like she grows a bit from it, I think. But I want to see maybe the sequels retroactively will make this movie feel better if they can find a way to still make her feel like she has grown from this movie to the next movie. I think that will retroactively make this better. But as it stands, it's hard for me to look on this movie with anything but like not negative emotion, but like apathy almost. Which I think that's fine, but
I think it goes
because this movie is for not me. You know, Brie Larson was right when she was like, "It's not for me. The movie isn't for me." And I think even part of that is, you know, that's fine. You know,
and I'd even like I just want to throw in. I think like Carol's arc is a lot more because like I didn't get it. Like I didn't get everything I said. Like I didn't get from the first viewing. Like I got it from watching it a few times and like letting it sit with me for like a year. Like that's when I picked up on all of it. But it's like a lot of it's more from the writing and less from Larson's performance, which like I think is fine. I think Brie Larson gives a great performance. I love her as Carol Danvers, but like it is one of those things where like it's mainly from a writing standpoint that her arc gets shown through. But also I think the movie does a really good job of elevating that arc. Also, I think this is a really good directed movie. Like the camera work in this movie is really good. I think it's one of the
because
best
there are two directors
Marvel
for this
movies.
Movie. Not a lot of you talk about. There's two directors, right? And one of them was the first female to direct an MCU movie, right?
Yeah,
that's true. I didn't know that.
I think so.
No. Everyone talks about like how this movie's shittily directed, and like I honestly can't. Like, I think Age of Ultron is shot worse than Captain Marvel. I think Captain Marvel's a good-looking movie through and through. Like, I think the action shot well. I think the action looks, especially the climax. The climax, aside from all the desert Mojave stuff, Jan Rog's and versus Carol scene withstanding, but like the climax, she's just in space punching all the Kree warships. That's so that's one of the coolest looking MCU fights in my opinion. Like I really love.
Have my reservations about it, but do you think it's okay if I put it here? You think that's fair?
I think that's fine.
Yeah. Okay.
I will take.
I was gonna say I would
Marvel.
put it in B tier for me. It would be a B tier movie.
Okay.
This is actually the first time I've ever put together a tier list. Actually, I've never actually put together a tier list before.
For these,
yeah.
Trade offer.
I want to save Endgame for the end. I think we need to save Endgame for the end.
Captain Marvel. I receive A tier.
Yeah, I receive A tier. We're also going to save Spider-Man Far From Home for the end because we're not going to do that first. Let's do Falcon and the Winter Soldier first. Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
We're not going to do Endgame?
Tier.
We're not going to do Endgame. We're not going to do Far From Home until I say so because I say so. Doja Cat. The Falcon. I keep doing this. Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I think it goes either in here or in here.
I'd say it's an A. It's an A. It's an A for
I
me.
put it
It's
on
an
the
A?
same level as Winter Soldier. And granted, I put
Really?
Winter Soldier.
Really?
I put Winter
Actually,
Soldier
yeah.
way lower in my rankings.
You know,
Like
Oh, okay.
Okay.
for me,
Okay.
Winter Soldier's like 7th. So like Falcon and
Mm.
Winter Soldier's 8th. Like
Oh yeah, we're
I
skipping
would-
WandaVision.
I am also skipping WandaVision because I know Tyler, you have lots of thoughts on WandaVision. I want to save that for later.
Oh yeah.
Um,
but
I really love Falcon Winter Soldier mainly because I'm a Cap fan. I'm a huge Captain America fan. And first off, we got Sam Wilson as Cap finally, which was
Yep.
incredible. His suit is gorgeous. I love everything about it.
Hmm.
But I just love that it actually went into things, and it actually delved deep into like systematic racism, and it talked about like just the mantle of Captain America, what that represents. I love that. It's one of my favorite MCU shows I've ever watched. And that moment when you just hear there will never be a black man that will be Captain America, and no self-respecting black man will ever take that mantle. That line is just perfect. It encapsulates why I love that show so goddamn much. Just the raw emotion of it is so great. Sure, there's
Do you think I can put it?
there's some stuff with all the serum and all that. That stuff kind of meh.
See,
Can I-
okay, the
can I
thing
put it
that I
right
like
here?
about the Falcon and Winter Soldier,
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I think it's fair.
Yeah.
I think it's like it's deceptively pretty clever because like I don't know if this was the same with you, but I watched this show with my older brother, and when we were watching it, what we were expecting to happen was I forget the name of the new Captain America, the guy becomes
U.S. agent,
Walker.
John
something.
Walker.
John Walker.
John Walker. Okay, so when he first turned up, and he had his black sidekick. My brother and I were expecting him to be like a really closeted racist, and then he'd excuse it by having a black friend. That's what we thought he'd go, and then we thought it was actually really clever when they didn't hide behind that, and he was actually trying to be a good Captain America. He was trying to be what he saw Steve Rogers as, but he couldn't do that. So I thought it would have been very lazy if they just made him like a closeted racist, but they didn't do that.
I think
They gave him
remember
a bit
when
more
everyone
nuance,
was like,
and I really liked that.
remember
when
when
everyone
they're
was
like,
talking about that,
yeah, because that was a huge discourse. That he's gonna come out, he's gonna be such a big racist. He's gonna fucking call
yeah.
Sam
I
and
think,
it's
I
like,
think
oh,
them not
okay.
doing that,
But,
them not
yeah.
doing that sort of means that the discussion isn't just, is the new one not suitable? It's like the new one, he might be suitable, but he fundamentally isn't at the same time. Like it doesn't belong to him, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I like I love just the setup of everything. Everything kind of just, I feel, while there's some weak parts in it, I feel like every single scene kind of just nails what it's going for. Just mostly all of Bucky's scenes really just move me. Just like the moment, like when he's in Wakanda getting like the final test to see if he's like able, and you're hearing all the words like homecoming, all the Russian, all the Hydra words. And then he just doesn't turn, and you just see him in tears.
It's a great acting moment. Yeah,
that moment just got me. It was, I just love that moment to death.
Even small stuff like the conversation they have in, I believe, episode 1 or 2. I think it's 2.
I think
on the truck, truck or whatever.
Are you talking about
this
the
was a
truck?
different scene. Where Walker and his what's his friend's name? Battlestar. Yeah. Walker and Battlestar are just talking to Sam and Bucky, and then we went on for a bit, I guess, but we're getting close to the end. I think that conversation is just a nice realistic moment of like, okay, we're going to talk about this stuff, we're going to try to form a pact. It's not really working, but it's a good exchange of chemistry. I think Falcon and the Winter Soldier is a show that kind of like Captain America the Winter Soldier will age well, in like a year's time we'll get video essays revisiting this thing, and we will get people rethinking about the show.
I think it's easily the best Disney Plus show through and through. I think even the Flag Smashers, which are weak, like you watch the show through the lens of like what they're trying to go for all in one. Like it works really well. I love because whenever I was talking about like I wish they went more in on like some of the stuff Killmonger was saying, some of the stuff they were trying to go for with Wakanda, Falcon Winter Soldier like went in on it. Like I wish I wish Killmonger had more of the and I'm saying this more from a filmmaking perspective, but it sounds weird. Like, I wish Killmonger had more of the guts that Falcon and the Winter Soldier had in terms of like
Yeah.
actually going for these. Like the
Mhm.
scene where Sam says, "You just need to do better." Like, because that's the thing. And like I've seen like Matt Pat from Game Theory made a video about like how the Falcon and Winter Soldier finale was really bad because Sam Wilson didn't give any actual answers on how to do better in fixing the MCU.
Yeah,
And I was
Because there
like,
isn't an issue.
what?
Like, there isn't an answer. That's the thing. Like,
The answer to it is that we can do better. It's not
yeah,
of how
Exactly.
we can do better.
And it's
that we
and then he went on a
can.
whole tangent about like budgeting the money, and like Elon Musk like the other day said like, I'll give $6 billion to the UN if they can tell me exactly how it can save world hunger. And it's like, shut the
Mhm.
fuck up. Like,
Just give
we're
us
all-
the money.
like we're
Yeah.
all people, and like this is my progressive
Yeah.
socialist
And then it's like,
ass coming
so the-
out. But like,
I mean, the
Mhm.
question to that isn't necessarily
Get Troy
it's not
here.
even
We'll
about give us
have a
more
billionaire
money.
grant.
But it's like, if you're not going to give them $6 million, what are you going to do with $6 billion?
Exactly.
You know,
and it's
Exactly.
like, but I think
if he's
Falcon
got, if
and
he's
the,
got $6 billion that he's willing to give away, why not just give it away to? the
what are you
needy?
going to do with it?
Like,
it's like it's gonna help someone.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gonna help a lot of
exactly.
people.
Yeah.
But like
Give it to
my
me,
thing
I'll
with
pay
Falcon and
college
Winter
tuition,
Soldier
okay?
is I just love the scene where he's like, you just need to do better. Like, I love that
Mhm.
that's the finale. Like, because that's the climax of Falcon and Winter Soldier. It's not the which I fucking love the finale of that episode. Like, it's
It's the
Mhm.
strongest finale in these
Oh, yeah.
shows. WandaVision has a
Oh,
weaker
yeah.
finale.
It was
Loki
a great
has kind of
finale.
a weaker.
The
it's a
action's
good
great,
finale.
but I love that the climax is Sam just
Mhm.
talking to people and saying like, you just need to do better. Like, I'm just
Mhm.
asking you to do. And I love
Mhm.
that the whole show, it's Sam doesn't want to be Captain America. He doesn't think he can do it. And Isaiah Bradley's telling him he can't do it. Bucky's telling him he can't do it. And I love that the plot is just his superpower at the end is just being Sam. It's just him
Mhm.
taking his experience and trying to show people. Because it's like with Captain America, I think my favorite part is that Sam Wilson specifically isn't really like, I'm gonna say this in a weird way, but I'm hoping that when I make the full point, it kind of makes sense. But it's like Sam Wilson specifically as Captain America isn't changing the world. He isn't super Captain America. Like, it's not. He's going to stop a helicarrier from shooting down the entire city, like with his bare hands, like Steve Rogers would with the
He's
serum.
a guy. He's really just a guy.
Exactly. Like, just
Yeah.
the fact that Sam Wilson, a black man who served in the military, is putting on the stars and stripes. That's a superpower. Like, that's going to change the world. And like, even in
Yeah.
our world, like, I've seen so many kids online this Halloween that have dressed up as Sam Wilson, like so many black
Oh yeah,
children.
it's so
Mm,
great.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
It's so, like, that alone is changing the world.
that
And like,
makes me.
I'm not saying that a stupid Marvel Studios Disney Plus show is going to solve racism in America or in like
It won't.
Australia or anywhere in the world, because like it's not. But like,
Yeah.
I love that even the show is saying it's not going to do, like, just it kind of gave answers of like, do better and like acknowledge who came before you, acknowledge the plight of black people, especially in America. Like,
Mhm.
I understand. Like,
That's why I see it when people are saying like, "Oh, it's cheap for these shows to be saying that," and I'm like, "Well, it's important because, you know, like you said, because of how popular these movies are, they have their own platform, so it's important for them to be saying that because it's the most accessible way for people to understand it and see why
Mhm.
they need to care about it."
Yeah.
Mhm.
Also, the
I-
only reason I don't keep it as high as I do, I think, plotline wise, I mean, CJ's kind of alluding to it with like it feeling cutting plot scenes and stuff. Sorry for interrupting you, Zach.
No, you're fine.
But I think, I mean, the weakest part of the show to me is kind of the Flag Smashers and Carly Morgenthau.
which is fair.
I think that, and I think just for that reason alone, it's hard for me to say like if they had nailed that, this would have been like one of my favorite things ever the MCU has done. And episode 6 is one of my favorite things the MCU. Episode 5 in the show is a really, really good episode
Oh, yeah.
where they really just deep dive into these characters, and I really love that episode. I just feel like it wasn't as cohesive as I felt like it could have been. Like there was something there that was missing, and some of that was like missing plot lines. And there was supposedly going to be something about like like a
That
pandemic
was-
spreading during the
That was confirmed to be
Bloods, right?
false.
That was
That was
that wasn't a
by
thing?
Malcolm Spellman. That was confirmed to be false. Like
Okay.
the
Was it
missing
like
plot
something?
lines that were cut due to
Yeah.
COVID had nothing to do with pandemic
Was
or
it-
vaccines.
Okay. It was just like some other
Yeah,
completely.
he never confirmed what it was, but he specifically denied the existence of a vaccine pandemic plotline for Falcon and
Okay.
Winter Soldier. Like
Okay.
they never
Then I guess it's better.
had that.
There is
Yeah.
definitely some missing plotline though. I think, and I think
Yeah.
I mean it's fine, but it does in hindsight. I hope because they're doing Captain America 4. A lot of people forget that that's a movie that they're working on.
I know.
I do hope
I'm
that
so happy.
I
I'm so
don't
happy
I-
with
wanna I don't want to spoil it, but like I'm pissed off because they said that they would do a specific villain who was in Falcon and Winter Soldier. We all should know who that villain is because they weren't
Mhm.
revealed until the end. But because people didn't like it online, now it's apparently going to be switched to something completely different, which just
Oh.
it has nothing to
just
do with
commit
this
to what you
ranking.
had.
Exactly,
honestly,
because
yeah.
now I think that twist is going to be made worse
You can
because
do
we're
a-
never going to see
there
it
is a-
again.
There is a potential for a prequel movie that completely explores that character really well.
But
you know,
apparently the character was snapped away, which doesn't make sense to me because how would that have
That's-
worked?
is that true?
Because
Wait,
in
what character are we
Endgame,
talking about? Can one of you DM it to me? Because now I'm
It's-
confused.
Do you know
The
the
mis-
last reveal of Falcon and the Winter Soldier where like this person is the
it's the post-credit scene. The post-credit scene has this
remember
character.
the master planner or whatever. Don't reveal who it is, but the person who is like the master planner.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about now.
Is it the master planner? What's the
I don't think it's
actual
the.
name?
I don't think it's the. Well, it wasn't
pretty
really revealed in the
powerful.
end credits. It was in the. It was
Power
in
broker. The
the
power
actual.
broker. There we go.
The power broker.
Whoever-
Yeah, it was.
Oh,
it was
that,
shown
yeah.
in the
Yeah.
show.
Whoever
I was
that
gonna
person
just
is.
not say it,
Yeah,
but like
I'm-
it's not
completely
really.
forgot
It's
about
not
it.
spoiling it.
Yeah,
They
but-
reveal it in the. They reveal it in the show,
Yeah.
not in just in the end credit scene. They reveal it in the show.
But,
Oh
like,
yeah, I thought it was. Yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, but with Power Broker, like apparently, because it's I'm again not spoiling it. In a previous movie, it's confirmed that I'm trying to say it as vague as possible, but in a previous movie, the group that they would have been a part of was confirmed to have been snapped, and like they specifically were confirmed to be snapped away. But like it could have been a ploy for
Yeah,
their
it could-
scheme, but
we need
also
the MCU in general needs more people who survived during the blip. I hope Kamala Khan is one of these people. I really
Yeah.
hope that like more characters or more main people, because so many of these characters that we explore, like, oh, they were gone and now they're back. But then even though they're back, they never really explore, oh, we were gone for so long. The only, I think, real example of that has been in Falcon and the Winter Soldier when you see what's her face?
Sarah.
Yeah, Sarah. Talk about like because she didn't get snapped, right? She was still there, and like, and I think you need to explore those characters more. You need to explore what it was like to live in this world, and you get the Flag Smashers a bit for that, but it's not the same. They're villains. They have an arc planned out for them. I need normal people or heroes who had to go through that and then learn to grow from that.
Because I haven't been very vocal about it recently, but like I'm working on a project where it's like my pitch, for, like a full scripts for like my pitch for what a Disney Plus event, like Thunderbolts series could look like. Because I've been planning it out for the past year, and like in that, I specifically wanted to delve into like what if Zemo, Yelena, Wade Wilson, Eddie Brock, like what if they were in the MCU and didn't get snapped away? Because I know for a fact that everyone that we saw in Black Widow, that's a main character, got snapped away. Yelena Belova 100,000% got snapped away, which is fucking stupid because it would be so much more interesting for
the Thunderbolts.
like
feels like a team that should have developed during the blip.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you about it after. I'll tell you about the whole thing after
Please
because
do,
I
please
also want to get through all of this. But like I agree with you.
We're
We should see
close, we're
more.
close.
We
But
are.
And also afterwards, I have a very unique pitch for Spider-Man MCU, which is like it's only a couple sentences, but I would want to know what your thoughts are on it because it's sort of a
please
different
tell me.
take on the
I'm
character
interested.
post blip.
Let's do
But
Shang-Chi.
if you want,
It's just gonna be us pitching our-
quickly say it.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
really-
us pitching our movies. Wait, no, let's do Black Widow because that would have
Let's
I've
do
been.
Black
pitched a
Widow?
couple of ideas, but they're not MCU stuff. Well, actually, I
Fair.
do have one MCU pitch.
I really hope this doesn't
be
make me look
Gwenpool.
like a misogynist for what I'm about to
Oh,
do.
yeah.
E.
EA Sports.
All the
I-
action scenes. That's it.
Yeah,
I don't have
I
many
can
thoughts on
agree.
Black Widow. I liked it. I would say it's B for the simple fact, and I would be convinced into a C, just because I think this is run of the mill Marvel. Like it
Mhm.
I
has
think it's
good
worse than Ant-Man and
action.
the Wasp. I think. Like
My
Ant-Man
thing-
and the Wasp is fun, right? At least at the latest. I watched Ant-Man and the Wasp on a date, and it was like, okay, at least we had fun watching this movie. Black Widow, I couldn't see myself doing that. Black Widow was a very like, all right, I'm watching it. It's cool. There's some things I like. There's some things I don't really like. But it was like, for what it was of this action thriller movie, I wasn't filled with that adrenaline. And I don't know. Maybe part of that is just me being disappointed with the movie, but
Mhm.
I don't know.
I
What
think
do you guys
it's also a thing of like if it had come out like after Civil War, we would have all like
Yes.
had a
Yeah.
better
Yeah.
feeling
Oh
of
yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yep.
Also, we should have had a Black Widow trilogy. It is a shame that Marvel didn't actually do it. Like we should have had a Black Widow, Hawkeye, Budapest movie, a second Black Widow movie in Phase 2 after Winter Soldier, and then this movie. Like that's no one's arguing
Yeah.
that. But like
Yep.
I also think for me personally, like I think this is run of the mill Marvel. Like good main character, good action, good supporting cast, fine villain, whatever.
Yeah.
But I also think for me, like I always have an elevated sense with movies because I always try to look for the best aspect. And like I'm not saying you guys look to nitpick movies, but like I always like with Black Widow, specifically every little thing that the filmmakers were trying to say, like Kate Shortland were trying to say with the movie, like I picked up on that. I feel that like so with Black Widow, I really liked what they were trying to go for with actually making Black Widow a very specific allegory for sex trafficking. Like I enjoy that was a weird. Nope, I'm gonna redo
I know
that.
what you mean by
I get what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yeah.
No,
It's
no
just-
need
yeah, I
to
get
rephrase it.
I
get
don't
it.
enjoy sex trafficking. But
Thank
like
you for saying
I
that.
really,
Make that clear, Tyler.
Thank you
I
for clearing
really
that up.
liked that it was like like Dreykov is, I think, the most despisable villain in the MCU. He is one of the scariest. Like I would argue he's scarier than Thanos, and like I mean that. Like Dreykov was fucking terrifying in that movie, and they did like. But I also like that Black Widow came so late because I also feel like because it's the same thing with Falcon and Winter Soldier. Like they were able to go in on so many more themes and allegories because it's so later. Like I liked Black Widow a lot. Like and I'm not saying it's great. I just think it's mid-tier Marvel.
I forgot to mention it with Falcon and the Winter Soldier and also now Black Widow. That fucking Seinfeld lady, what's her name? Julia
Julia
Dreyfus,
Dreyfus. I forget.
Gina Valentina or whatever. What's her name?
She's Madame Hydra in the comics. The character.
Yeah.
Not
She was Madame Hydra in the comics
For like an
at least once.
issue.
For like an issue, yeah.
I
It's
don't
like
like her.
She's Oh no, I fucking
It was Lady
hate her.
Valentina. That's it.
I'll
That's
do
her
this
name.
for the Thunderbolts thing, but like I hate Val. But like the thing is, she was like, and she's an agent of Shield. She's basically like, not actually second in command to Nick Fury, but like in the comics, like kind of in that circle of like works with Nick Fury a lot, does a lot of Shield stuff, and was like Madam Hydra undercover for like an issue.
Yeah.
But like everyone kind of like took that and ran. It's kind of like Ned Leeds being Hobgoblin. Like everyone's running with that when it's not specifically like their overall
Accurate.
thing.
Yeah.
But like she's mainly just an agent of Shield that like kind of
I
does
just hate her
shit.
in that post-credit scene. I just hate her in that post-credit
Oh
scene.
my god.
It's like it's just so Valentina
I think
Allegra de
she's the-
Fontaine. There we
She's
go.
the anti Nick Fury. She is super
She is the anti Nick
disrespectful.
Fury. Yeah.
The thing I hate about it is like that post
Is
credit
she like
scene
an Amanda
opened up-
Waller type figure? Or not?
Hold on.
No.
Actually,
Right.
you know what? She technically is the anti Nick Fury. Because what's the opposite of a black man? A white woman.
Yeah. Yeah. With hair.
With hair and has
And
monster
eyes.
eyes.
Yeah.
No, I love because like that post credit scene, the way it's shot. Oh my god, the handheld in that scene.
Yeah.
Florence Pugh's performance. Oh,
I love the
and
handheld
then-
in this movie. I do
and
really
then-
love the handheld
and then you
in
just
this
hear,
movie. But it's like,
what
okay.
a fucking baby.
I held up I straight up fucking just held my middle finger to my monitor. I was like, "Fuck you, you stupid bitch! Get Kramer in here to kick you fucking
I
out."
saw
I
it in
haven't watched a
theaters,
single
so
episode of Seinfeld.
I
Was
watched it in
Kramer
a.
the racist one in real life?
Was it? I don't know.
I
I
mean,
have no idea.
I can't really comment. I haven't watched any of his comedy stuff. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna just immensely disagree with you, Tyler, on Dreykov being the most terrifying MCU
I was also
villain.
gonna say I don't think he's a great villain. I think
I
he's
think
kind of
like he's terrifying as like a human villain, but like
Yeah.
as like an MCU villain, I feel like there are.
I don't even
scary
really
villains.
think of
Yeah,
him as a
I-
villain in the movie because he
He
doesn't do
feels like
anything
feels
until
like a bit of like a
the last
Bond
act.
villain.
I kind of feel like we saw a
Yeah.
different scene then.
I just disagree with you guys completely because it's like just the idea that Dreykov,
Mhm.
like the
It's
line
a
of
terrifying
just
idea,
like
yeah.
he uses women like trash. Like he literally takes trash and recycles it to make it like that's fucking off. Like
Yeah.
I just like Dreykov's just one of those villains that I think is absolutely terrifying. Ray Winstone plays it
Do you know-
terrifyingly.
Do you know who
Like-
I think you can compare Dreykov to? And this is a weird comparison because I also don't like who I'm comparing him to, but kind of. Kenneth Branagh as what's his face in Tenet. What's his name in Tenet? Sator.
Oh
in
yes,
Tenet.
yeah.
They are very similar characters, and I don't love Sator, but Sator is more imposing, I think, in
don't
just the
think
way he
so.
composes. You don't think so?
I just think
I-
we fundamentally disagree on this because I just think Dreykov, like I was terrified, like I was genuinely scared watching all those scenes.
I think we just need more scenes with him because it was
Mhm.
always like, oh, Dreykov's a scary guy. He's a scary guy. Look at what he did, and it's like we
Which-
see everything, but I want to see his face. I want to see
No,
him.
and that
Yeah.
comes from like we needed a trilogy. Like we should have had
Yeah.
more Black
Mm.
Widow stuff. And
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
but I also think with this movie, it's one of those things to where like if you love Natasha and all the other movies and like you love the Marvel movies, you're going to like this movie a lot. Like you're going to really
Yeah.
dig this movie. If
Mm.
you're more like passive on like Natasha and all the other MCU movies and like you're not going in wanting something like wanting to like it, then it's
Mm.
like I feel like
This
the cracks
is a
start to come
movie
out
for
a
Black
lot
Widow fans,
more.
however little they are. You know,
And
It's
like
it's-
Yeah,
love
yeah.
Natasha so much. And so like that's also why I love Dreykov. And like I loved Yelena in the movie. I loved David Harbour. And that's why I think Dreykov hit a lot harder is because it's this character that I love is be like I also just love the like feminism allegories throughout Black Widow and the sex trafficking allegories, as I already said. Like I just think we just fundamentally disagree on this, but I loved Dreykov in this movie. Like I think Black
say-
Widow's just run of the mill Marvel for me.
But yeah, for
I'll
me,
say-
it feels like when they were dicking around making Ant-Man 2, they could have been making. I mean, like obviously not at the same time, but like they
Yeah.
feels like Marvel sort of like poured their resources into the wrong thing when
Mm.
you know Black Widow's been there since Iron Man 2, and she was like a fan favorite
Exactly.
character. She was never my favorite character, but like she popped up in Captain America 2. She was in all the Avengers films. I'm like, yo, it's Black Widow. Love Black Widow. And then they just never really did anything until it was too late.
Exactly. And I think that's just the fault of because like a lot of people got pissed off that Captain Marvel got her own movie before Black Widow.
Yeah.
But I
yeah.
think it's just because when you're building up the Infinity Saga, it was kind of like Phase 2 would have been the perfect spot to do a Black Widow movie. Like if
Oh
they
yeah,
had
with all
done
the spy
Yeah.
espionage stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
between,
like
and they could have weaved it in between the Winter Soldier movie too.
exactly.
Something like
but
that.
like
yeah.
Marvel didn't, and then it was like you aren't gonna do it
Wait,
in between Infinity War and Endgame because
can everyone hear me properly?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
yeah.
fine.
Oh, okay.
What?
Tyler was just like super breaking up for me. It was being
Oh.
very weird.
Oh, I
Oh,
can
just
hear him
the words
fine
that
on
Tyler's
my
fine,
side.
yeah.
I can't hear him fine at all. That's very weird.
You're just a sussy barker though, so
Hmm.
I can also hear. Okay, wait. Tyler, say something.
No.
Hello.
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 Okay, there we go. I think that's a little better.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell happened. Maybe my connection is just really bad, but
Okay.
Tyler just completely. Yeah, I think Tyler probably sounds good on broadcast. I think it's just my internet. But yeah, keep going.
Thank
Sorry.
you. I was just gonna say, let's do Loki because we've been for
Let's get-
3.5 hours.
Yeah,
Actually, no.
it's
Let's
almost-
just
Nikki and
let's
I
go.
already
Let's
have our
let's
opinions
walk,
on that.
real quick before
Yeah.
we do Loki. Let's knock one out of the water. Let's put What If on the E tier, and just finish that out.
Honestly,
Without
I'm
any-
fine. I'm fine doing. I don't know. I'm fine with doing
I'm
D
putting
for
it
what
right-
if. I just don't have
I'm
any
putting it-
opinions on it, and I think that that's a crying shame. But I feel like we already kind of talked about like Thor: The Dark World. We don't have an opinion
I
on.
th-
Just like putting what if next to
Mhm.
it makes sense.
The reason I put it at E instead of D is because at least Thor: The Dark World are inoffensive movies. I feel like What If just
It
keeps
hurt
trying
me.
to offend me. It just keeps trying to offend me every
Yeah,
single time.
and then they'll say, and then they came out and, like for a news article and said, yeah, we're gonna focus more on the comedy.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, it's
That's
the,
okay.
like the,
That's why the zombie episode hurt me, because I'm like, you got this really cool concept and it's very creepy,
Mhm.
and then you got Scott Lang intricately
Look out,
describing
she's a
everything that happened
man-eater.
on screen. Yeah.
I
I don't
like.
because and this
Covered
is
in
where the
Sharon.
formula of comedy came out to me the most, and I put a tweet up about this where it's like something happens, the character repeats exactly what happens, pause for laughter, explosion. That is like the steps to a Marvel
Yeah.
joke recently, and it's like
Yeah.
it works the first couple of times, but after a while,
it's
it's
for
like
kids.
it's
It is
boring.
for kids,
Yeah.
but still, it's just. And I get it's for kids, but they can do better even for kids.
Yeah.
You
Like
know?
jokes can be more mature. Like you don't have to baby down a joke for a kid.
I mean, hell,
Kids will
this
get
had
jokes. If
serious
not, then they'll
moments,
grow
even
up
for
and
a
get it.
children's show. There was really serious,
Yeah.
tense moments in that episode, like that moment where you have Captain America just eating Sharon Carter, on the train. Like, imagine the nightmare fuel for those children. Like, if it's for kids, then why the hell are they even doing any form of nightmare fuel like that? Why are they doing a zombies thing? Like,
Yeah.
are you gonna if you're
It's-
gonna
it's like-
kidify it, then kidify it like to the
And
extreme.
this is where the comedy feels like it can't age.
Mhm.
The comedy feels like it's like you watch it once, and it
not-
might be funny
and-
the first time, but then like say a kid watches it, they'll find it funny, then they'll grow up and be like, wow, that wasn't funny. That didn't like. Why did I laugh about it at that time? It's not. I don't know. Like
The
for me,
Doctor
it's like
Strange.
yeah.
CJ mentioned the Doctor Strange episode is good, so I'm tempted to put it here. But
See,
But
Yeah.
like,
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
There are
I
other
think
things
one
that
good
offend
the
me.
disappointments of the other episodes really
I
just puts
just-
it down there.
Yeah,
I don't
Tyler, what
know.
do you think?
I'd
like,
put it
I
in
was
a
just
D
gonna
or
say-
E.
like literally we can talk about this and then we don't have to change it and we can move on. I was just gonna say like
Yeah.
you know talking about like how bad the comedy was. I didn't find it that offensive, but also like
Hmm.
because like everyone, I'm gonna say something super controversial and everyone's gonna hate me and like I'll leave right after if y'all want me to. The Doctor Strange episode was okay at best. Like it
I'm
is
not going to argue with
nothing
you
to
about
write
that.
home
I mean,
about.
most people, if
It was
can be mixed with
fine.
people.
But episode 3, really good. Like really strong.
I love that episode.
It
I
was
thought
good.
through and through it does the what if concept
Mhm.
really well. T'Challa Star-Lord, pretty good. Was not like they had so much confidence in
built
that
it up.
episode.
They built it up so much more.
They were gonna
than-
get
yeah.
a spin-off for it.
Yeah,
What?
yeah, that's not the one you do. a
Captain
spin-off
Carter,
for.
I think, is one of the best characters introduced into the MCU recently. Like I
She
would
has potential.
genuinely would love to
Mhm.
see
Yeah,
more of
she has a lot
Captain
of potential.
Carter in live action. I think that's
Yeah.
like she's
there
great. Even
are
if the
rumors-
episode wasn't great.
Mhm. There are rumors that she's returning for a Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah,
Apparently.
which
Yeah.
I would be excited about, and then to see her past that, I'd be really excited about that because
Mm.
I really liked Captain
I
Carter.
really liked the Killmonger episode. I know a lot of people didn't, but I enjoyed it.
It was
I thought
okay.
it
I
was
thought
like-
it was fine. I there was a
Yeah.
lot I didn't like about it.
And the
though,
Yellow
'cause
Jacket
my-
episode was alright. Wasn't
think
great,
it's-
but it was
I
alright.
think
My-
it focuses too much on like, I think the hypotheticals that it tries to do are more with like, oh, technically this character exists at this point in the movie. What if he just showed up? That episode just kind of that didn't feel like a what if scenario. It felt like well, I mean, it is technically a what if scenario. It's like, what if he was there that whole time?
That was
Uh,
my thing with What If, is it feels like it just fundamentally misunderstands the MCU. Because, like,
Yeah.
why didn't Killmonger show up in our timeline? Why was, like, it just, it's
Like,
so
there's-
many random things
Feels
like
like it's
that.
a show that was made for the nitpickers when they're like, "Oh, why didn't this happen? Why didn't it happen?" It's like, okay, well, let's answer those questions, and then it falls apart because the reason why those questions aren't asked is because that's not the focus of the story.
Yeah, where they should have at least the scope of the story is so huge and massive in scale, but then the stories they tell is like it's just I don't know, it doesn't
Mhm.
match up with that. Yes, CJ is the
Yeah.
only person chatting. I if you guys have been reading CJ's messages, he is talking about how I
Yes,
think like I
Oh, I see.
I do see the appeal
Yeah.
for a D tier. I just think in contrast with what we have right now in the D tier of Thor, I'm like, that's more of just a solid film.
Mhm.
I think.
CJ,
That what
I
if
will.
feels
No, I
Sorry.
I just wanted to say really quickly, like to finish off my point, like with what if y'all were talking about like how bad the comedy was. I like at best the comedy works really well. At worst, I'm just like whatever on it. Like I don't know. What if's very inoffensive to me. Like as an
Yeah.
MCU fan, I have genuinely no thoughts on it. I keep forgetting it exists, and I keep forgetting that it is an actual Marvel Studios, Marvel Cinematic Universe project that actually has very big stakes for the rest of the unit. Like I'm forgetting that because like I don't care, and
Mhm.
like maybe that's why it deserves E. But like I don't know, I'm kind of just like whatever on
this
it.
is such
Like
a it doesn't matter position where it's like
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
kind of where
Yeah.
you get it
Yeah.
towards the end of the season. I'm
For
keeping
me,
it an E, and if it's not, then we'll change it later, I guess.
for me, the reason why it's an E for me is like again, I love episode 3 and 4 so much. They're really really good stories. They really did they knew what to do for what if, what the idea was. My issue was after that, I got so disappointed. It just like my expectations were just plummeted back down, and that's why I just the Marvel Zombies What If. I know I hark on it too much, but there's a reason why I hark on it because Marvel Zombies is one of my favorite comic books ever. Just the writing by
Yeah.
Robert Kirkman is just so good for that. I think we talked about it when I was playing Fortnite when we were playing Fortnite last time.
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's just to mess that up,
Fortnite.
you really mess up.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
what that's where I ended on.
which
I
to
am
be
keep- it's
fair,
a-
Marvel has said that they're gonna do more zombie stuff in the future. That was just like a
Yeah.
tester.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they
I-
did
I
the
think-
Marvel Zombies Return, the Marvel Zombies 2 book or whatever, I forget what they called it, Resurrection, which was a pretty decent new interpretation of the zombies, we'll say.
It's not like an F tier show. It's still comparable. I think the reason I'm putting it as in E is more so just to balance out this list too, as
Yeah.
well. Because I feel like it is very skewed S, skewed
Mhm.
A, I guess. And I feel like some of the
I
stuff
feel like we
see
should have
right now
added
is-
an F.
Yeah, and then
I feel like we
I
could
feel
really
like
separate the S and the
they-
A a lot
yeah,
more.
yeah, a little bit.
What are you guys going to
But-
move down to the F then? Are you going to try and move Incredible Hulk like the swines that you are?
We're gonna move.
Yes.
We're gonna move
Oh
fucking
my
Guardians of
God.
the Galaxy Volume 2 to F. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put it all the way down there. I'm gonna put fucking Avengers: Age of Ultron at the top. And
Avengers
You
You
Age of
guys are
Ultron could go down to
uncultured.
F.
Incredible Hulk is a masterpiece of cinema,
No.
and it deserves
Uh,
respect.
Okay,
Is it better
let's
than
do
Ang Lee?
Shang-Chi. Let's do Shang-Chi.
Yes, Shang-Chi. Yes.
2008.
I want to put it right here.
I was gonna say top A.
I was going to
Top
say,
A?
no, I'd say like
I'll-
before. I'd say in front of Ragnarok
In front of Ragnarok. You think? Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah.
because it's like
I-
it's like just close to A tier for
I
me.
think
I
it's really good, but I think I need to
I really
age
like
with
it.
it a little bit because the third act is I don't know. The third act was very.
I
Yeah,
said it in my review. The third act is like the first time where I actually felt the third act drag for a Marvel
Mhm.
movie. But I
Yeah.
just think this film's really strong.
Mhm.
Like it's a really strong movie.
It's
I
got a
would
great
put
cast.
it, if for our ranking, I would put it on par, if not above Black Panther, which feels weird because of like the cultural impact those two films have to say that I'm comparing them, but
doesn't
I'm not
make
for that reason. It's more just like for our ranking, I would
Yeah.
say like, and where we're kind of already doing it, like I would say that that's where Shang-Chi would fall in my opinion, because like I think it's a really strong movie.
Mhm.
Personally, I
For
think
me,
it's
I
better
think-
than Black Panther, but like I really think that it's a strong movie.
For me, it's either here or here, but then it hasn't won me over yet, which is why I put it in B. Christian,
Mhm.
have you seen it yet? You haven't seen it
I
yet,
haven't
right?
yet.
No.
I was planning on
Oh,
seeing it
yeah.
last
Yeah.
night, but I had work, so I forgot.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Everyone dies.
Because I want to put it here in interest.
Dude,
Yeah.
remember that interview?
Yeah.
Dude, that was so
Dude.
rehearsed or something. I don't know. Maybe they thought they were being smart.
I thought it was a bit at first. Like
And then it was
everyone was going
true.
crazy, and I was like, "Y'all are dumb. This is a bit," and then it
It
happened.
probably, yeah. It's sad.
I
I want to put it here
my
in
only-
interest of balancing the lens, but Zach, it's up to you. Where do you want to put it? At?
I'd say just leave it there. I think it's fine there.
Mhm.
I think that it's perfect there because I have one last comment to say before we move on. Beef.
I forgot about beef. Yeah.
That's the only part that I've actually seen in the movie because everyone
Yeah.
talks about it.
Yeah.
It's beef for beef, you know?
There's also,
course.
I'm not gonna spoil it, but there's the one dude that gets kind of like in the third act, something happens to this one character, and it feels very like, huh? That's what happened to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you guys know what I'm talking about, yeah. Where it's like that's
Mhm.
so
No,
just out of left
I-
field. That threw me off.
But it's like
Mhm.
for the story of the film, it works. It's like I disagree with it, but it was done well, so I think
Yeah.
that works to the film's
Yeah.
benefit.
I
Even, but I
guess.
feel like also we're comic book fans, so we're gonna view those types of moments differently because it's like we want to see more of that stuff, or we want to see less of
Yeah.
that stuff. We want to see it done differently based
Yeah.
off of our prior knowledge of like because they're adapting stuff. It's kind of like
Mhm.
in Percy Jackson.
Yeah.
If they do, and I've never read the Percy Jackson book, so I can't pull any specific examples, but I think it
Mhm.
helps for spoilers. Like if they kill off a random character and then in the movie they don't kill off that character, then it's like you're
Mhm.
going to view the movie differently.
Yeah.
But like, is it a bad thing for the movie if it worked really well
Not
in the movie?
necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I need to fucking do a video essay on why I'm scared about the Percy Jackson show at some point. But
I'm excited
I'm
for it.
I'm excited. I'm
As someone
scared,
who's
though.
never read
Yeah.
Percy Jackson,
I am scared.
I've only seen the
I'm-
movie. I only saw the first
Yeah.
movie.
I've
Oh,
seen
okay.
both
You
of the
guys-
movies.
The books are changed my life, man. The books literally. I think above Marvel movies and DC stuff, those books are my favorite thing of art.
Mhm.
Oh,
I
when,
think.
when's your next one coming out? The next.
It's
the-
gonna
what's
be
it
like
called?
30 minutes, 40 minutes long. I wanted to get it done by the end of the year. Maybe that'll still happen, but I don't know. We'll
Hmm.
see.
right.
Depends on how much I work on this short. Do it with Loki.
Yeah.
I would personally
have
put
no
Loki here.
opinions
I
on
really
Loki.
like Loki.
Mithy
but,
and
that's
I
my
I like
made
bias.
a video on it, which already has our
We did.
thoughts.
Yes,
yeah.
it's a good video.
It-
Go watch it.
My only thoughts is like, oh, I'm happy that my only thing is like the confusion on like did the MCU reignite the multiverse or what happened here? Because the MCU canonically in the Marvel multiverse was Earth 1999, and then
Yeah.
you have the multiverse being restarted or whatever. I'm like, well,
It's like-
what does that mean for the TVA in there? Because the TVA in the comics were meant to be outside the multiverse, and we're
I
meant
think
to.
it just doesn't. I think they
I
just
guess it
ignored
doesn't
all the
matter.
comics shit. I
Yeah, they did.
think what they're gonna reveal later on is that this multiverse is just a bigger part of a different multiverse. You know,
It's the
and like-
multiverse.
yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I mean,
and that's how
because
they can
it's-
introduce Toby and Andrew and all that. And
The
then
way-
it's okay if they bring back the original Fantastic Four, like the Chris Evans one and shit. I will
Imagine
actually
Chris
be very
Evans
happy.
is in
That would
Multiverse
be
of
so
Madness, but
funny.
as
Is-
Johnny Storm.
Because
That would
DC
be
is very
honestly,
like.
I would be all for that.
I mean,
I'd
that's
love
why I
that.
think.
Yeah.
I think that's why Marvel is so
He was a
scared of
good
doing
Johnny Storm,
multiverse.
actually.
Marvel is so scared of doing multiverse because of this, I think, where it's like if they just say, "Oh, everything is multiverse," that means, "Oh, does this?" Then when you do a multiverse story, does this lead to this? And DC now is in a position where they're like, "I don't think we can do any crazy multiverse story," so they're just like, "Ah, fuck it, everything is a multiverse." But then you have
Yeah.
Crisis on Infinite Earths, and it's like, so Crisis on Infinite Earths happens, but you didn't pull any of the characters from any of the other movies? No, because that's just irrelevant, you know. And
I'm
it's,
gonna.
I think
I'm gonna
it's
say
just weird.
something. I
Yes.
think so. I'm mid on Loki overall. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. I get that there's some really good stuff in it. Like I like Jonathan Majors alone. Like
Oh, yeah.
reignited my excitement for because it's like with like WandaVision and Falcon Winter Soldier. I was excited because I like Captain America and Sam Wilson and Scarlet Witch and Vision. But like Loki kind of proved to me that like I am going to be excited for these next upcoming movies. Like there's a lot for me to enjoy even now. Like it's not like I have to tap into my inner child to enjoy these movies. Like I can like because like Jonathan Majors spoke to like me, 19-year-old, like sitting here, Tyler. So I think like that's really cool. But I think like with the multiverse stuff, I think it's like Marvel saw an opportunity with Loki to tell a really interesting story about the birth of the multiverse and how we tell stories and how we make our own destiny. And I think it's really cool that they didn't care about all like the actual implications of the multiverse. And like we're sitting here talking about like how are Toby and Andrew gonna come into it? Are they variants of Tom Holland? And it's like that's not what they were thinking about at all. I think they were just thinking,
Which-
let's tell an interesting story about Loki, a character who has always had a very specific path of redemption than death. And let's
Yeah.
talk about like him choosing his own path, him choosing his own
Yeah.
path through his own redemption on his own terms. And I think that's
Yeah.
really cool that Marvel was able to do that and not worry about their actual canon. Because like
Yeah.
Loki fucks the entire canon of the MCU because now it implies that everything we've seen outside of the MCU has not happened until 2020 or until
True.
2012.
Well, I guess it's the
technically.
time thing. It
I mean,
fucks with the entire
technically-
MCU.
Also, technically, Spider-Man: Homecoming takes place 8 years after the 2012 Avengers
Yeah.
movie.
That's
because
we don't talk
technically
about
it's
that.
after Fury's big week if you look at the timeline, but also
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
not.
No.
Uh,
But I mean, for me, bias, I just really like the fucking Ted Nivison had a word for it that he said on the podcast, and I forgot what it was. It was something about the aura of the show. It's just filmed really well, man. I just
It is,
really
though.
like
It's
the
a-
way
it's
it's
really
filmed.
I like the vibe.
Its set design is
Mhm.
beautiful. Purple is my favorite color, and this show really likes purple on occasion, which is funny because my least favorite episode of the show, the episode 3, fucking, I didn't
Whoa,
like episode
hot
3.
take.
Oh yeah, no,
Lamented
no.
Man.
Missy and I do
Coming
not
from
like
me.
episode 3.
Christian and I both were like, so we watched episode 1, we're like, this is okay. We watched episode 2, and we're like, holy shit. And then we both decided to spend a week and
Okay,
grind our asses off.
That's where we differ because I didn't really care for episode 2. You loved it.
I
didn't really
loved
care
it.
for it. But we
But
both really did not like episode 3 at all.
we released our video, and then we sat down to watch episode 3, and then we're like, oh, ugh. And then we spent the whole week just crying about it. We're just crying about it technically. But episode 4 was like, okay, this is fine. Episode 5 was really interesting, and then episode 6 was good. And I think I think this show is a mixed bag, which is why I think it should go like, I don't think
That's
it's
exactly what I was gonna say.
right here,
Yeah, I
right
think
here.
that's a
Yeah,
good. That's a
'cause
good point. Yeah.
For
Yeah.
me, it's just
It's either
middle
here or
of the
here for
road.
me. But like,
Like,
you
and
know.
I understand that people like it way more than me. Like, that's totally fair. It's just for me, like, I don't know. It's because it's like there's a lot of good stuff,
Mhm.
and like I don't even think that there's anything bad in Loki, in my opinion. But it's like I don't know. I just don't have that many opinions on it.
It's not.
it's nothing
just,
really strong.
just
It's just
good.
it's there. It
Yeah.
exists.
there are things in this show
It's a
that
really
feel
good
really
show,
strong, and then there are things that I'm like, I don't care.
It's
then
not.
it all
There's
kind
nothing
of
really
just
that
evens out.
that like comes in like, oh my god, this scene was so incredible. I can't fucking believe they did this. It's just more like, yeah, it was a good show. I really enjoyed it.
That being said, though, Owen Wilson, I'll be pissed off if he doesn't get nominated for an Emmy. His
It is the
performance in the
first
show is
time
fantastic.
for
Oh, he has a
me
great
in the
performance, yeah.
Marvel universe. That's still my favorite promotional bit.
Oh
of all
yeah,
time.
I do.
Oh,
I have
shut
a
up.
collection of just when Marvel fucking does that.
Yeah, they
I
did Nick
started
Fury.
collect-
They did that.
Oh,
The
they
fucking- the
did it with
Venom
the new
trailer?
Morbius trailer. He says something, and it cuts it up a bit, and it's funny. I thought exactly of
Yeah.
what's his name?
They
Let me
did.
just
They
do
did
this.
one for Aquafina for Shang-Chi. It was,
Oh,
hi,
yeah.
my name is Aquafina, and I'm in the movie Shang-Chi.
Yeah,
It was
it's-
great.
I love seeing the trailers for Venom. We're all like, Eddie Brock, I want to tell you my secrets.
story.
And
I
it's
want to
like
tell
my
you my story.
And it's
All my secrets,
All my
laid
secrets, yeah.
bare.
yeah, it was like
Hey, that's a Davy Jones line, all right.
I don't think it was even them cutting different takes. I think it was just them taking the original thing and just speeding it up too
Yeah.
much, like cutting too much. But yeah,
Honestly,
all
the
right,
line of the
WandaVision?
movie, yeah. Let's
Yeah.
get to WandaVision. Yeah,
let's go to WandaVision. This is gonna be
I
It
love.
can be C tier for me.
I would say
was gonna
it
put
is
either
a
here.
high A
Here?
B tier because I'd say it's a high B tier because I love the everything up until like the 2 final episodes.
the second to last episode. Second to last episode is like one of my favorite things in the MCU. I really love what they did with Wanda in that episode. The
Oh, yeah.
finale, I think it's safe to say now, with no controversy, the finale was pretty shit. I'm
Oh,
just
yeah.
gonna say that.
It was.
And
Yeah.
Tyler, I haven't finished watching
me,
the video,
at
I think.
least.
So I don't know your full thoughts on the show.
I don't know. I don't want to say everything because I still haven't released the rewrite yet, and like
Yeah.
that's where I'm really gonna go into it. Hopefully, it comes out eventually.
Mhm.
But no, it's like my thing with WandaVision, because like I love Scarlet Witch, like one of my favorite
Yeah.
characters of all time. Like Wanda Maximoff has done so much for me personally.
Hmm.
And so it was like the first episode is fantastic. Like I think is actually perfectly written. But it's like the sword stuff is shit. And like I just don't like the middle bit because it just Wanda turns into an actual mustache twirling villain. And there's no subtlety in how she's written. Because like what she's doing is wrong. Yeah. But like there's no question of like why, because like every time in the comics, if Wanda has an event like this, if Wanda has a break like this where she changes all of reality like in House of M, or she fucks with the Avengers like in Disassembled, there's a reason for it. Wanda has a reason for it. And like there's a reason why she's doing it, and she doesn't immediately stop because she's not inherently a bad person. Like she always has that reason. Here it's like Wanda's evil and wants vision, and it's like what the fuck. And then like
What's
in
his
the
next level
finale
back?
she immediately opens up the hex when she just kind of sees that she's hurting people. Like I hate that moment so much because it's like that's the climax of the show. Her releasing the hex is the climax of the show.
It just happens, yeah.
And like, and then she realizes that Vision and Billy and Tommy are dying, and she's like, nope. And then, like, and then closes it
Contains
back
it
up, and it's
more,
like,
yeah.
why? You knew that. You already knew that.
Yeah.
Why?
It feels
But-
like it's supposed to be 2 episodes. The finale feels like it was supposed to be 2 episodes, and that is
Yeah.
because they cut a lot of stuff from it. But the stuff they cut was like the fucking Ralph Boner trying to escape with
Ralph Boner. Oh
Monica
god.
Rambeau.
I
Also, I
It's
still
like-
think the whole Vision was the best part of the show. Personally, I really liked everything.
Mhm.
I can see that, yeah.
Vision was.
I
I-
kind of hope that the Ralph Boner bit is more or less just part of the hex, because I still am
I
kind of
think
holding out hope that it actually is
think-
Quicksilver.
I do think Kevin Feige knows what he's doing. At some point in the next 5 years, we will see Evan Peters as Quicksilver again. This was them
now that
testing
we're
the
getting
ground.
all the
for that. That's
multiverse
what that
stuff,
was.
yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna say for like anyone still here, like sneak peek at the WandaVision rewrite, because a big thing that I go into in the script for that video is the Ralph Boner twist. I think was fucked from the beginning because there's an expectation. Like with Mandarin, it was very easy to get over it because there wasn't as much of an expectation, and Marvel was immediately able to come back and say, "No, we're actually going to do this. We just wanted to do this first." But with Ralph Boner, there's an expectation, and we're probably never going to get Evan Peters as Quicksilver again. But I think a big problem is that Trevor Slattery has a moment after he's revealed to be Trevor Slattery. So it's not like you're just... and then we get Aldrich Killian, who is the Mandarin for the rest of Iron Man 3. Whether or not you like it or dislike it, like the Mandarin is a presence in the movie. With Ralph, the second he is revealed to not be Pietro, he's written out of the story and he doesn't matter, which is stupid. My big thing is I wish that they would have just casted a different person instead of Evan Peters. Like my thing is Ross Lynch should have walked through the door.
That's
Exactly.
kind of funny.
My thing is Ross Lynch should have walked through the door. So then we, the audience, are also like, who the fuck is this?
Ross Lynch.
And then the rest of the show happens exactly
how
the
would
same.
Ross Lynch
We're not
get
losing
that
it.
job? Please, I'm more intrigued as to how the fuck you think Ross Lynch would get a job at Marvel. Like I get the Disney connection.
I like Ross Lynch. I don't know. I just think Ross Lynch has that vibe, and he's probably going to end up playing Speed at some point. But I
could actually see that. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I just think that would have worked better. He has
the
that
weekly
vibe.
tweets when they're like, "When we see him tonight," and it was just the
Yep.
actual Quicksilver.
I gotta fucking. That was one of the clout tweets. I never did that because it was stupid. But once Hawkeye comes back, that's coming back.
No, but like
Oh, so
in my
Clint Whitty
WandaVision,
is not dead. Okay.
He's not dead. No, he's not dead.
but like,
can he please die?
No. Oh, go ahead.
Oh.
I was just gonna say, like in the WandaVision rewrite, a lot of what I do is try, like with the finale specifically, is try to give Ralph moments to actually like work in the plot, to where it's like he has more to do. Because I think that's the worst part. Is it just feels like they wasted 30 minutes of just like a side bit that was just set up for a joke, which granted is fine, I guess, but with a show like WandaVision,
It's them
I would have
trolling
liked to
you.
have
It's just the show trolling
exactly.
you, yeah.
I would have
That doesn't
liked
feel
to,
genuine.
especially because everything that happens is building up to Wanda releasing the hex. That's everything
Yeah.
that's happening. I would have liked to see the idea that Wanda sees someone who isn't her brother. I would like to see Ralph actually build up for Wanda that she doesn't have to keep holding on to these memories of her brother. She doesn't have to keep holding on to these memories of Vision. She can move on and find catharsis and find new meaning in other people. Like the idea that she can view Ralph as her faux brother, just generally. Like
Yeah.
that she can look to this person who now canonically exists in the MCU and say, "You aren't actually my brother, but I can move on from my brother and at least accept that I got to say goodbye to you," or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like the
yeah.
fact that they didn't
Just
do
get a bit
that,
of
it's
closure
just
from it. Yeah.
yeah,
She
it's
just goes,
like
"Oh, my kids that I created out of nowhere," kind of thing, and it's like, okay,
yeah, and it's
fine.
like you could have had so much more. And then I just want to say last second that we can move on to the last two because I am tired and we've been streaming for
Yeah, we've
4
been going for
hours.
almost 4. Yeah.
Oh
Fuck.
yeah,
But like
it's 1 o'clock here.
I like, and I say this in the WandaVision video, I love Scarlet Witch. I love her reveal. The second half of the finale, aside from like the very end, is like my favorite. Some of my favorite MCU stuff. Like I love the birth of the Scarlet Witch. I love Wanda's interaction with Agatha, where she traps her in her own like little hex where she's a sitcom. Like I love that shit. I don't know. WandaVision's hard for me because it's like I love the first episode. I fucking love the Scarlet Witch stuff at the very end of the finale, but it's like it does that save the rest of the show? I don't think so. Also, the Halloween episode, someone made a comment about it. The Halloween episode would be my favorite episode of WandaVision if it weren't for the fucking sword stuff.
Yeah.
Sword in that episode ruins it for me, and it makes it my least favorite episode. Like, which is crazy to me because I'm usually not like that. Like, I'll
Is
be
that
like,
the episode? That's no, that's a different episode. I didn't really just like the joke bit, the Modern Family joke bit of Vision trying to get back. I think that
Oh my
was
God.
great because it was just
I-
meta enough where it was like he knows something's fucked is going on, but like also it is a joke. Where usually a lot of the
Yeah.
jokes were separate from the fucked up shit going on, where the Modern
Yeah.
Family episode just decided to put it all together, and I just really like that they decided to do that because
I like to call it the Modern Office episode because it was a.
Yeah.
It was
it was
also
an office
of off.
yeah.
It was
Yeah.
an
I
office
think
and
Breaking the Fourth Wall is one of my favorite like episodes
like-
of WandaVision because it's just fun. I also like it's just fun, and I like Wanda being depressed. I love that they leaned into that a lot. I don't think they did it well, especially with that Monica scene, like which rewrite, but like
Yeah.
I just don't think it's done, especially because Monica is the foil for Wanda. Like they're supposed to be complete opposite ends, and they're supposed to be like each other's foils, but like I don't know. WandaVision at best is a lot of fun and has a lot of really good stuff to say about trauma and about mental health and about sitcoms and what television can mean to us. And at worst is just a very basic, dumb Marvel plot that I hate.
Bam. Is it okay with my position here? Should we move
Yeah,
a
I think
little
we're
bit
good.
more?
Yeah.
I think we got it.
Okay, we're good here. All right. Spider-Man: Far From Home.
I like it.
Baby
I'm
Goat
fine
Poo
with
Poo
it.
Iron Boy Jr. shit movie. There we go. That's
Okay,
my opinion.
Endgame.
Okay.
I'm
Did you
tired.
say
I want to
Baby
get through
Goat
this.
Poo Poo?
I said Baby Goat. Remember he's like, go. But worst scene in the entire fucking movie. I'm sorry. I'm realistically like I'd be like, oh my god, this is shit.
I
think
could put it B or A.
Put
I'll be
it
honest,
D,
or even
honestly.
C.
I want to see it here. I think this is where it goes.
Yeah,
It's
okay.
like for me, Far
Maybe-
From Home. Like
Maybe
well,
if I didn't
Okay.
love Homecoming so much, Far From Home, Homecoming would be on par for me. Because like y'all point to certain scenes, and like so many people on comic book. So I'm not literally just pointing to you guys, but so many
Yeah,
people on
yeah.
comic book Twitter point to like the bus scene
I was about
and
to
like
say.
2 other scenes, and it's like you don't do that with any other movie where you look at 2 or 3 scenes and you're like, this movie's dog
Yeah.
shit. Like
No.
I think Far From Home overall is really good, and like I just feel like a lot of people already went in hating it because they don't like this version of Spider-Man. And again, I'm not pointing out to you guys specifically because a lot of other people on Twitter piss me off about it because it's so much on my timeline.
Spider-Man
People
Twitter,
hate this
I
movie for the
believe.
wrong reasons. People do
Exactly, because
very
there's
much hate this
so
movie
many
for the wrong reasons.
good things about
Mhm.
this version, about Tom's Spider-Man. There's so many great moments of catharsis where it's like some really good Spider-Man moments, and I
Yeah.
really like this film. And like, granted, No Way Home's going in a completely different direction, but I like this film ends off where it's just Peter is able to actually just be Spider-Man. He's not worrying about all of the other MCU stuff, because it's like,
Hmm.
I think that was just an issue, like, because I've always said this, there was no other way to adapt Spider-Man into the MCU. Because if he sided with Captain America in Civil War, which I agree he should have, because that is a fundamental part to Peter Parker's character in the comics, but if he had done that in the movies, he would be an actual fucking criminal in the MCU upon introduction, which does not work at all. And granted, you could have an interesting storyline
Yeah,
where it's
but
like
then
Spider-Man's a
have done that,
criminal,
and
but
then
Peter
J. Jonah
Parker's.
Jameson could have. Well, J. Jonah Jameson could have had an actual reason to like target him. Maybe.
But then it's
Scorpion
like,
could have come after that. Was it
but-
Scorpion? Yeah.
and like that could have been an interesting idea. But also, it's just easier to have Spider-Man be generally just generally a liked hero in the MCU, and then go into No Way Home where he's a criminal. Like, build up, because then it's just one of those things where it's like Homecoming wouldn't have, because I think that's the best part about Homecoming, is that it's just a fun teen comedy with Spider-Man elements.
Yeah.
Like, and I think you couldn't have been able to do that if Spider-Man was this fucking criminal that the government was trying to stop. Because then it's like Peter Parker immediately has to get enveloped into that. And that's just, I don't know. So, like,
Yeah.
what I'm saying with Far From Home is, like, I feel like they did a really good job of taking everything that the MCU had done with Spider-Man and it's like saying, this is what we've done wrong. This is what we want to do better. Like, we're going to move forward in this direction, where it's like, we're not going to forget the connection that Peter and Tony had, but we're going to move away from it and give Peter his chance to shine. And I really like that. Also, Mysterio is my second favorite villain in the MCU, right behind Zemo. Like, I fucking love Mysterio in this movie.
My argument against Far From Home is not necessarily even just about being against it, because at the end of the day, it's a fun movie to watch. It is very much like a movie you can turn on and watch and have a really fun time with, compared to a lot of other movies. It is in fact a movie, but like, you can compare to a lot of the other movies on this list, it is more of a fun watch, I think, and I think that should still be something that is commended. My problems with Far From Home, and like I described kind of in the video, which you should go watch, it's just about the way we get to this point compared to everything else that we've seen. Like, Homecoming does so many things with this character that are really interesting, and I feel like Far From Home, like, it doesn't forget all of it, but it forgets a good amount of it. And I feel like Far From Home is not necessarily a retread of concepts in Homecoming, but kind of, at least to me, because you take the concept of him growing, like, and being more. Oh yeah, the poster is absolute shit. I'm sorry, the poster.
I think
should
the
be
one
better.
they have on here is fine.
It's okay. It's
But
just a weird design. It looks okay minimized out. I just like the other posters, but like the concept poster of him just in Europe or like hanging underneath the bridge, that's such a great poster.
all like the teaser ones are fantastic.
Yeah, the teaser ones are better.
Okay. All right.
But I don't know. So many people have talked about why they don't like Far From Home, and I think people don't like this movie for the wrong reasons. There are people that shit on this movie for particular scenes, and although Baby Goat is utter stupidity, and I hate that scene, that's not the reason the movie sucks. The movie sucks to me for a multitude of reasons that don't have to do with that scene.
So can I just quickly inject here?
Yes.
This ties into what I was going to say earlier about my pitch for what I don't necessarily want to, but I think it'd be cool to see it in the MCU. You can't do it now because it's changed.
Yeah.
But I had this idea that post Infinity War, when Thanos snaps, I was going to have Spider-Man as one of the few that survive. And then in between Infinity War and Endgame, there was 5 years, was it?
Yeah.
Yes.
5 years? And I was going to say, in those 5 years, because the world is a bit of a desolate wasteland, you have it like slowly the world's trying to rebuild itself, and I was going to have it Spider-Man being one of the few heroes who remained, and just because he's meant to be like an optimistic hero, he sort of becomes like the sole protector of New York for those 5 years. So by the time we get to Endgame and post Endgame, he's sort of that Spider-Man that we all know him to be, where he's like that sort of experienced crime fighter who's like, you know, New York is his city, you know, like, and he's sort of the guy that we all know. But that's just sort of, I don't know. I saw Endgame. I'm like, that's great. I love what they did. I just had that idea that I don't know. I've just sort of been vibing with ever since.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think the only character from Spider-Man that should have survived the snap but didn't, and I'm pissed off about it, is Flash Thompson. That was more me setting up a joke. Like, I do think your pitch is actually really cool. I just wanted to do my bit of Flash Thompson, but I do think it would have been
Flash
really
Thompson.
funny. My whole thing is with Far From Home. I think Flash Thompson shouldn't have been snapped, and it should have been he went through college, he graduated, he's a 23-year-old who's coming back as a teacher's assistant and goes on the trip with Peter and so the whole time
That'd be great.
he's still shitting on Peter Parker the whole time. Like Flash Thompson's role is the exact same. He's just now a 23-year-old loser who's shitting on this. Who's
I feel
just
like that-
dunking
I
on the
think so.
17-year-old.
Tony Revolori came to my university, and I never got to meet him because I was busy with
Oh,
something else
what?
that day.
Yeah,
I know.
that's so
I was
cool.
because I think I was out of also the campus at that time. So I tried to go back, but it just didn't work out. But I've seen him on like fucking Screen Junkies, and he's a nerd. He likes this character and stuff. I feel bad because they clearly, I think, wanted to do something with him, but then they're just not. And we'll
Mhm.
see if No Way
Remember
Home
in
does
Far
more
From
with
Home,
him.
they had the
but
whole thing with his parents, but they
it was
they
like
haven't
his
cleared it
mother
up yet.
home.
I don't
and
think
it's like,
Mhm.
I don't think they're going to answer that in No Way Home because that
Yeah.
looks like it's a
Definitely
changed
not.
movie.
No, I think it's just one of those things where it's like timing, because it's
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
it's just I have always said this, and I think everyone on planet Earth agrees with me. Spider-Man works better as a TV show. It works better
Yes.
as a serialized
yeah.
longer like it Spider-Man just doesn't work in movie form because the best parts about the character is the slow burns over time. Like the fact that Flash Thompson starts out as this one-dimensional bully that just hates Peter, and over time you learn he actually has so much shit going on in his own life, and like he has his own issues, and like he loves Spider-Man. He genuinely loves that person, and he wants to be like Spider-Man, but finds it hard in his own life to actually do that because of his father and all. Like that's really interesting, but you can't do that in a movie without it just seeming forced.
Spider-Man
And that-
movies
cough,
are
cough,
kind of
that's why the '90s Spider-Man show is so good
Mhm.
because it does.
Oh
that.
yeah.
Spider-
Hey, I agree,
Spider-
man. I
Spider-Man
don't
mov-
mean to interrupt and stuff, but it is 1:30 here. I have to
You
go to
should,
bed.
you go to bed, man. It's
Yeah.
been.
I
you've
will
been
see
up
you
for
guys.
too long.
Just
Take
to
care,
Things
man.
close things off for
yeah.
my thoughts on everything. I do enjoy Far From Home. I
Yeah.
think that it is definitely extremely flawed. And for Avengers Endgame, I'd say it's an A tier. I do not think it's S tier. Good night.
L.
Yeah, he
Alright,
just
good
said.
night.
God,
He
I'm
said
glad he
good night,
left.
and then he left. Go check it
Yeah,
if you haven't.
I
Check
actually
We're putting
agree
it in
with
S
him.
tier.
You can grill me
Yeah.
for that, but I agree with him.
Yeah, what the Far From Home and with Spider-Man, I think what you're talking about feature-length movies. Spider-Man movies are kind of like Batman movies, in which when you're telling these stories in movies, they're memoirs. You know, that's why I
Yeah.
think Spider-Man Lotus looks so good because it's kind of a memoir of like this experience he had with Gwen and stuff like that, and like meeting this kid. Whereas I feel, and same thing kind of with Batman movies, where his origin story in Batman Begins is kind of a memoir of him beginning more so than anything. It's like it's not showing it's showing an arc over a small period of time rather than trying to encompass this huge story in a small thing. And that's why
Yeah.
the MCU keeps trying to do both, you know, where
I think it's just I really think like because it's one of those things where we have Homecoming and Far From Home, which are like I think really strong starts to a trilogy, and we
Yeah.
should have gotten the Craven the Hunter / Chameleon, like because I wrote out a whole. I think it's in Troy's Patreon server, like, and it probably is on the notes app on my phone. I can send it to you guys.
Please do.
Like after
I'm
this is over,
interested.
but it's just like a random pitch that I came up with where it's like Peter's trying to get into college but can't because of the end of No Far From Home, but like it was proven to be because I think it's just one of those things where like it was like what I had was like it's immediately debunked, but like it's still 50-50 split about like it was actually real and like it wasn't real. but it fucks up Peter's entire life. So it's not like an active burn, but it's like still going on. And then Kraven the Hunter wants to challenge him, and like Peter's trying to get into college, and MJ and Ned are already going, like they're about to leave, and like Peter's whole life is falling apart, and like Aunt May's pissed at him, and like all this other stuff. And like I think that would have been a really strong third movie, because it does like the proper, like what I think Spider-Man movies should be, which is like slow burn, but then like have this really climactic personal like stakes that is built up to over time. Because that's why I think Spider-Man, because like even the Raimi trilogy, like I don't think they're great. Controversial opinion, I don't think they're great Spider-Man, like I don't think they're great Spider-Man series in terms of like what I am looking for the story of the character. Because like each film has a really good arc, I agree, and like each film does very well, like does very good stuff with Spider-Man. But I feel like Spider-Man works best whenever it's like the 90s animated TV show, like where it's done so much over time, and you get to see so many things for Peter, and you get to see all of this stuff fleshed out. But it's like with films,
The Raimi trilogy forces his memoirs into his like entire story. It's kind of, you don't see the moments in between.
because
Yeah.
like that's why I'm also really
Same
excited.
kind of problem with these movies.
Because
a
if
bit.
Spider-Man, like we had that proper like third movie, because No Way Home's not the proper end of this trilogy. Like I think
Yeah.
everyone can agree with that. The multiverse just doesn't work. But if the third film had been kept small, and then we had the two other trilogies where it's like college and then adulthood, I think that we could have gotten the closest to like what I'm talking about with Spider-Man.
Yeah.
But like now it's just Peter
That's the thing. Now we don't know
fights
what's
all
gonna
of
happen.
the Sinister Six.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, because it's up in air whether they're going to keep Spider-Man in the MCU now because of Sony and everything. So, like, are we going to even get the college trilogy or the whatever? Because, like, I want it to
don't
happen,
know.
but it's like it's so confusing to keep track of it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like, and reportedly we're supposed to get a fourth Spider-Man movie that takes place with Peter in college, and Kingpin is supposed to be the main villain, which sounds
Okay.
and like
I'd
apparently
love to see
Gwen
Daredevil in
Stacy-
that too.
Oh yeah, no, apparently he's also like a secondary character, and this is all rumors, so like there's only
Yeah.
3 people watching, and I think it's just me,
Yeah.
Tara, and CJ, which is
Yeah.
funny. But like if Daredevil is in that movie, it could be really fun. But apparently, like also Gwen Stacy gets introduced and is supposed to be like like she goes to the same college as like MJ, Ned, and Peter, and apparently like she's supposed to be like she drives a wedge in between MJ and Peter's relationship, which is fucking great. Like that is a
Yeah.
great way to introduce Gwen Stacy into the series, especially because she wasn't introduced originally. But like, I don't think we're gonna get that, because why the fuck would we after the fucking multiverse shatters?
Yeah,
Like-
it's like I want them to just like, because I don't love Sex Education, but I watched Sex Education season 3, and like that's the vibe I want for a.
See ya, Zach.
See
just in the
Zach.
chat.
Yes.
That's the vibe I want for a Spider-Man thing, you know, and it's just weird, but it's I don't know. Far From Home, I'm putting it here on the list. I think I'm gonna keep it like that.
I think
I
that's
feel like
fine.
maybe it's better than
Yeah.
Ant-Man and the Wasp. I think
I'm too tired
but-
to fight for it anymore.
Yeah. I think we'll finally end with this. We don't
S
want to talk
tier.
too much about it. I think it goes right here. For me.
Oh no, L.
You want to go here? You wanted to go here? CJ, it's up to you, CJ.
That's my
What's the order?
opinion.
What's
See,
the order?
I'd put it at an A, but okay.
All of you
Yeah,
are
yeah.
hacks.
That's the thing. That's the thing. If I say it's not S tier, you guys think I hate it. I'm like, no, I love it. I don't know.
Right? There's something
We
about
know
Infinity
you
War that
hate everything.
you hate. Hey, CJ is also going to be pissed at us because he's like, "Oh, it's my favorite movie." Oh, you guys can band together and fucking
As
sue
he
us.
should be.
But yeah, with this movie, Endgame, I'm working on a long video. I'm gonna make like a big video on Endgame. Endgame is a
working
movie I
on-
kind of was like, it's okay. I watched it and I was like, oh, this is awesome. And then I thought about it for a month and I went, some stuff I don't love. And then over the course of the past year, I'm like, oh wait, no, fuck, this movie does a lot. And I've come back to the point where like when I first watched this movie, it was, I want to say like right here, kind of. Then as I rewatched it like one more time and thought about it a bit, it almost went like kind of like right here a bit. And then now it's like here. maybe here, but like here. It's just been up and down, up and down, and up and down. Yeah, like CJ said, it's got so many problems. I don't give a shit. I think, and then completely ignore my opinion. What the fuck did I say? What do you mean it's up to you? This is my list. I mean, it is also up to you. It's
Yeah,
right at the top. It is. It's
but,
a
like-
movie that I've grown to really, really, really love. And you and your girlfriend are about to have a fight now.
had
Oh
the
boy.
audacity to type that when she's sitting on the couch across from me.
Maybe a Scarlet Witch is your girlfriend now.
Yeah.
You know what I think.
But yeah, any
No,
guys
but, like,
final thoughts on Endgame?
It's
in the
my
MCU?
favorite movie of all time also. Like,
Yeah.
that movie is my comfort movie, and like I fucking love everything that happens. Like, there's a few things that I like think could have been done better, blah blah blah. But like also, I don't fucking care. I like seeing all these characters that I love, revisiting past moments. Like, it does literally everything I wanted from the Marvel movies. Like,
Mhm.
literally everything that I had been saying for years that I wanted to see from Marvel, Endgame did, which is fucking crazy. Like, I feel like it was
Yeah.
the perfect movie made for, and like I want to redo my Endgame video because like I hate it, but like, and so I want to eventually, but like,
Mhm.
so I'll probably just end up saying all of this in that
Mhm.
video. But like, I fucking
Want to avenge
I
it,
love
you'd
Endgame.
say.
Oh god. Oh. Christian, any final thoughts on Endgame and the MCU?
I loved it. It was cool.
Mm,
Like I said,
yeah.
I'd only give it an A because it's like just for me, I liked it. Just yeah, I don't know. It just I don't know. It missed one thing that probably would have given it the S tier for me. I don't know exactly what it is.
But
Just something.
I
about
think
it.
it's also, you already had Marvel fatigue. Like
Yeah.
weren't like I live, eat, breathe, sleep Marvel movies. Like I have for like so long. So it was one of those things where if
And you're
I
in this
didn't
world,
like
yeah.
it would have been like F tier, even if like I
Yeah.
kind of didn't like it. Like I would have had a
Mhm.
grudge against this movie. But like,
Yeah.
so like, I'm glad that y'all just like are able to like it. This movie kind of ended. This movie was like, not actually. It's a bit, but I'm tired and I feel like my sarcasm doesn't come across well. This movie was like death
Yeah.
for me.
But yeah, I mean, looking at this list as a whole, I mean, Endgame, I feel like this is a tidy list. I mean, it is a little skewed essay, but that's also because we don't have an F
Yeah.
in here, and it's harder to put that. I guess you could probably move a couple of things in A, maybe to B, and maybe a couple
America's
maybe to C.
ass.
If America's ass makes it, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I mean, this is our list for anyone still watching, and also I guess I'm talking in posterity's sake, so that fucking people who watch this in like
4
5
hours
years will
and
know.
15 minutes,
Although
16
it
minutes.
does say we have 5 people watching now, so people are
Let's
jumping on
go.
towards the end. But yeah, thank you
So
guys.
I am
for
sorry to
listening.
everyone whom I offended by saying that I love Infinity War because it reminds me of my favorite movie, Dead Man's Chest. I'm sorry that that upset people.
I'm sorry that you don't have any social awareness. I'm kidding.
Yes.
Hello Dwayne. Sorry we're just ending, but you will watch the stream once we're done in a couple minutes. But yeah, I think this was a good list. I did this whole thing just as kind of impulsive, and really this whole Film Caffeine Goes Live series is just, I'm gonna probably enlist it in a few days, but the series is just for us to chill because I don't know if I'm gonna be able to upload as frequently as I want, especially as I go into graduation season. But I will say, if everything goes right, Endgame will be the last video I do before I graduate college, if everything goes right, which that will be important to the video. So do expect a big Endgame video, like a big Endgame video. But yeah, when an impulsive stream goes for 4 hours. Because there are more thoughts in this movie that I need to really collect myself, and I probably need your help, Tyler, to format some of those things. But Infinity War was very sad. But yeah, I mean, this is our list. If you disagree with us, you are wrong. We will come to your house and
My
punch you in the face.
brain
Right?
hurts.
Yeah.
I never want to
makes sense.
talk about a Marvel
Yeah.
movie again.
Ever again.
You've broken me. This
I have.
4-hour, 20-minute impulse stream has broken me.
Look at me. Yeah.
And
Oh
the
boy.
MCU broke me?
The MC is 3 a.m. I just came back from doing a 4-hour stream, and I feel like a DC fan. Uh, but yeah, you guys have check out Tyler. He's got a WandaVision video in the works. Tyler, you got anything else to plug?
WandaVision video. I have part 1 of my WandaVision duology series up on my channel right now. In addition to that, I do random reviews. I should have a video, like just a random video coming, like update on my channel coming out later this week, and then I'm probably gonna do a review on Eternals or Last Night in Soho, one of the two this weekend. But I do like reviews, commentaries, stuff like that. If you like that, and then yeah, I also have a video on Endgame. What else do I have? Let me look at my reviews and nerd shit. If you like nerd shit and you like hearing a white guy talk about it in this exact yellow shirt most of the time, check out the Tyler Goodrich YouTube channel.
Yeah, please join our Discord stuff.
And
and
I also have a hot girlfriend. As
rated this movie a B tier, which you guys will fight about off camera. CJ, where's the solo at? Jeez, there it is. It's not CJ. God damn it! I was looking at
I'm
chat.
Christian. CJ's in chat.
The Australians.
This is gotta be racism at this point. Oh,
I
they're all
don't
Australian.
mean to. God damn it, Christian. What do you got going on?
I haven't really got much to plug because I don't really cover Marvel on my channel that much. Mithy and I made a Loki video, which sort of is our full coverage of the show. Well, not our full coverage, but sort of what we had to offer on it. If you follow me on Twitter, over the next few days, I'm going to be posting little updates from a little test shoot that me and my friends are going to be doing over the weekend with a bunch of new equipment, which should be fun. So working on a bunch of new stuff, but never producing any of it because it takes far too long. That's about all I got.
Yeah. Also, watch his Man of Steel video. His Man of Steel video
Yes.
is extremely good.
Thank you.
It deserves more views. And I am Mithy, and I am working on a Young Justice video. I guess this is the first place I'm announcing that I'm working on a Young Justice video.
that's the Coda guy.
I'm the Coda guy. It's me, the Coda guy. But I am working on a Young Justice video currently with some people. It is going to be kind of a long video. Oh, yeah, CJ's here. Fucking CJ, what the fuck do you have to promote, bitch?
He's not
Fucking
in
put
the
something
call
chat.
though, so
Yeah.
nah. Plug him. He's good.
While he's doing it, go check out Zach Iron Ninja. I have his channel linked in the description. You should go check out his stuff. Yes, Young Justice video is going to be very pop. Fucking CJ, link your shit so I can put it on the screen, bitch. Yeah, fast. You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3. Okay, come on, send me something. Send me something. Come on. What if he just fucking left? It'd be
Go
pretty funny if he just left.
go watch CJ's Man of Steel video.
Yeah,
because
CJ
I
Man
cover
of
Man of
Steel.
Steel
Yeah,
and
really
BBS, and he covers Man of Steel, and it's really good.
Yep.
But don't watch his Spider-Verse video. That's got enough views. We need to
Don't
worry
watch
about
his MCU won't destroy your kids or whatever video he did. I haven't even watched the video. I just know it's of its notoriety, you know.
Fake fan.
Yeah, go check out CJ stuff. It's really cool. And I have I told you the
Real
Young
life?
Justice video I'm working on. I am working on my first feature film. I did announce this on Twitter. And I will maybe have something for that very soon. CJ is sorry to Troy. That is probably his big main plug. And then as for me, this is what I'm working on right now in the meantime. While we get ready to work on this feature, me and my main pal and biggest fucking production bunny in the entire world, Dalen Marsh, we have been working on a script for a small little thing. You guys are fucking
Stop! Please!
Oh,
Ah!
where the fuck is
I don't like MCU Spider-Man.
Why don't you like MCU Spider-Man?
I think that's what he wants to hear. I also like that we're ascending. Like,
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
wait,
Where?
Like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
the camera
Let me.
fucking with me.
Wait.
He's
Let
like,
me-
you guys are so cringe it hurts, bro.
Yeah, this is the
You're
wrong
literally
thing. Shit.
CJ.
Where did it go?
You're literally
not-
Australian.
I know, right?
Oh,
That should be
there.
Australian. Like, pick a struggle. Am I right?
Yep.
Yeah,
This is not the-
imagine putting shrimp on the barbie.
Don't, God, this is not the right file. I fucking pulled up the wrong file. I'm such a bad person.
Burger fart.
I'm
Don't say
6'3".
that's. I'm keeping this up because this is true. This is really, really true. Jesus Christ.
Kiss my
Three, five.
ass.
Before you answer, just know that CJ is like a giant.
This is
I-
true. Okay. No,
I'm
hang on.
6'3".
CJ is a giant. He's way
He's
too
like
tall.
six.
You're
I think
6'3".
CJ is like 6'5". I think he is.
He's
Yeah.
6'3", you're 6'5". I'm taller than Christian, right? I'm 6'1".
Yeah, I'm 5'10".
All right.
Or
Okay.
5'11"
Ha,
technically.
short king.
Short king, yeah. But you are a short king. But yes, this is what I've been working on, and it will be
Let's
out
go.
very soon. Enjoy this very, very, very small announcement teaser.
I am no longer the man I wish myself to become.
Disarmed short film will be out soon. We're filming this weekend. Expect some behind the scenes stuff soon. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Thank
Also,
you, fucking
Mithy, did you shoot that on a spherical camera lens?
Fuck you. You and your anamorphic bullshit. I will eventually shoot something on an anamorphic. You know what that music is? I just stole that from the Batman trailer. That's just the music from the Batman trailer.
I noticed it too. Yeah.
But yeah. Thank
the
you guys
stream's
all for
been
checking.
Righted.
Yeah, this stream has been very long. We've gotten a good amount of viewers here and there. And if you're watching in the future, let us know if Toby and Andrew are actually in Spider-Man No Way Home. But yeah, thank you guys so much. And check out my friends. And we will talk to you guys soon, next month, hopefully. So yeah. Goodbye, everyone.
Take care.
Tasm? Stop doing. God.
Trying to